20s. And looking the both teams out there now, Tony, players look very sore, so they're going to actually play double in a game what they played the last few days. So see how, as you said earlier on the game, and the themes, the fatigue, the physical approach to the game, how's it going to suit both teams? All will be revealed shortly.
Yes, and of course we're going to have a great ceremony very shortly, so we'll take you to the cross of that when that eventuates. They're just setting up for that at the moment. So looking at our first game, Division 2, you can see the Ongerup team on the ground as we speak, and the big gentleman there with the helmet, Bo Vox, number 31, was in the ruck yesterday. But I'll go through Central Midlands Coastal, and a couple of players to watch out for there. Sam McGilvray, of course, won the Dartfish Beanie yesterday in the pouring rain. He's a good, solid lad. He's an absolute bull, Cam, in around the ground, and likes to chase guys and gets them in a tackle. You don't get out of it. And he was playing a fantastic game. The rain came, and he was the same. I was a bit hesitant walking up with the thongs and beanie. Off the ground, mate, the nicest bloke.
Yep.
So
similar, isn't it, when you get some people, the white line fever, Tony, as we've all come across footy, you being a recruiter and a coach yourself, a bit like me, you tend to see some players, they're just totally different. When they cross that white line, they turn into an absolute feral, don't they? But
yeah.
Make sure they same switch on, and looking forward to see Lukey Bairstow play too, the captain of the Ongerup. So a very famous name here in Western Australia, the Bairstow family.
Yes, I'm going to ask you about that a little bit later, because his mannerisms are very similar to a gentleman that played at Geelong. What?
Big Mark Toby Bairstow, and also
father, friend, cousin. We'll have to
I'll be
chase
related
that up,
somewhere along the lines, but obviously tied up with the horse racing game too, the Bairstow's family.
Oh, hello. The other players to watch out for, they've got a real good mixture there, Central Midlands, because Moya came into the play yesterday, Cody Dewhurst with a goal, Glassford, Gus Devitt, number 7, the captain, Trent Jackson, number 9, outstanding leader. As we said, McGilvray. There's a real spread there. The big ruckman, Jack Beer. Now, he is 26, 27 years old, but you look for him, looks a real athlete, number 27. You'll see him line up in the middle. He tends to just stand and wait for the throw-in to go up, and you'll see number 31, Bo Vox, if he takes the first tap yesterday. He could not wait for the start of the game. I thought he's going to burn out his energy before the game starts. He's up and down, he's pacing right and left, but keen as mustard, and like you said, I don't think fatigue too much today will come into it, because they're playing a grand final. You're representing your whole region in the country championships, and this is what they come down for. Did they go out last night? Who knows? If you just wander down to the ground after the nightclubs, probably not. These lads, I know Division 2 had a big wrap-up, but I reckon these lads would have been tucked in nice and early under the curfew and get down to the ground prepared.
I'll tell you a funny story, if I could, not to do with the country footy champs. A guy I used to commentate, a guy called Chico, Aboriginal Indigenous fellow, one of the nicest guys going around. He's a commentator, plays for Queen's Park. His ritual was he used to go to the casino to 3 in the morning and obviously have frost throughout the night. One day he kicked 17. The night he didn't go out the night before, went home and had a hot chocolate and a hot Milo. Held goalless. So he said, I don't change my routine, Cam. I go to the casino before the game, I get on the sauce, have something to eat, and that's where I perform the best.
And whatever works, works. And that's the beauty of country and local football, is because you can't do it at professional level anymore.
Getting up to their photos there.
Yeah, so we see the Ongerup team there. You can see, we spoke about this yesterday. I think that's Bairstow in the front row, second from the left there. Number 6 is... This looks like a very mature team. What you'll see when Ongerup play are very structured. For a group of lads that, they don't play together every week. You'd swear this team's been together for 10 years. Keep an eye out for Lewis Davis, number 17. He's kicked 8 goals already just yesterday in the carnival. I'm not sure what he kicked the day before. But number 17, and I spoke, as he come down and had a look at the football down here, and he is age-wise... 99, so he's not 99, he's born in 99, so he's 23 years old, and if a club's looking for a mature age footballer, at 23, he's still got his best ahead of him. You watch his running patterns in the forward line and where he finds space. The other thing is, he can find space, yes, but he can take the contested mark.
Yep.
So from a recruiting edge, if you like, you look at, okay, can they win their 50-50? Can they take the contested mark? Can they get it on their own? Have they got acceleration? acceleration as opposed to speed. There's two different things. But the other thing now with him, I'd be saying, okay, what's he like below his knees? Second effort, and does he have a left foot? And I'm sure he does have all of those.
Yep.
But if they're on display, when we used to do the recruiting, they'd say, just watch one player, and basically they're showing you their tricks. So it's interesting.
Absolutely. And also in that photo there, Tony, it's fantastic, and to acknowledge all the volunteer staff, the trainers,
excellent.
The water boys, the managers, the coaches. They're doing it for the love of the game. So a fantastic effort on the weekend for all those volunteers involved with each and every club, every single weekend in the country regions of Western Australia. Without the volunteers, Tony, we would not have a game of footy. Also, shout out to the umpires as well. Tony, a very important part of the game as well. As on the screen, you look at the Central Midlands doing the warm-ups. Now, we obviously said off-air, Tony, that we know when sides are tuned in or not. They seem to be tuned in, Central Midlands as well as Ongerup, going through their handball, their stats, and just feeling each other out and making sure they're all switched on. So it should be okay, I think. Both sides, I think, are switched on.
I tell you what I love, Cam. Have a look at big number 27 there. He's just about to come in now. Watch this. Gives one off. Then he finds someone. If I can bang into him, I'll bang into him. I just watched him. He's banged into about 5 blokes after he's given it off. There's a bit of banging in there.
That's big Jack Beer, isn't it?
Oh,
Is
mate.
it Man Mount?
He's as keen as anything. Have a look at him. There he goes. And there he goes. See, he can't help himself. If I find someone, just give me a bit of body contact and away we go. I'll tell you what, if I was in the line at the other end, I'd just be taking a sidestep, I reckon.
Probably one of the guys who'd probably tune in when you're living in a cave and just dragging people by the hair through the gravel. Here he is again,
Yeah, he cannot wait. And that's what we like to see. They're all pumped up. Keep an eye on number 32 there, of course, Isaac Devitt Boyd. We are having a ceremony supposed to be at 10:45. It's a little bit delayed at the moment. That's fully understandable. We've had the ground at the moment bathed in sunshine. 10 minutes ago, the downpour, mate, was, as I said yesterday, was like sleet.
Absolutely. And the smoking ceremony, a very important part of the NAIDOC week celebrations, Tony. And
yes.
Fantastic. We acknowledge the owners of this land and upon which the game is going to be played upon. And obviously acknowledge the leaders, both past, present and emerging. So fantastic. It's a highlight for me seeing the smoking ceremony. I was up calling the game for West Perth and Peel at Arena Joondalup, or now it's Pentanet Stadium yesterday, Tony. We had a smoking ceremony out there, and it just really uplifts you about how important we are to acknowledge the fantastic work by the Aboriginal people. Been around here, the culture, 60,000 years.
Just on that, Cam, I'm not really well educated on a lot of that, and you spoke very well there. We have a reconciliation round in Adelaide,
yep,
and we cover it through Dartfish TV. Division 7 it was. The gentleman last year played what's called a yadaki, which is what we call a didgeridoo. It's a different terminology. This guy's been all around, played in front of the politicians and all of this sort of stuff. Magnificent. The first time he played it, the sound went through my whole body. It was an amazing experience. Couldn't wait to get down there, and all of the people connected to those clubs were fantastic, and to get an education around what it is and how it works. And we cover reconciliation around. I reckon we had another one in Adelaide yesterday. But to hear the stories, you know what I love too? The Wheat Belt had the jumper yesterday that had wheat as the sash.
Yep.
And the Indigenous jumpers that are presented. I love hearing the story around the painting.
Yep.
The way that that's put together, and they talk about this relates to this and that relates to that, and it's got a story. It's moving, Cam.
Tony, the culture is the oldest culture in the world. 60,000 years is the Aboriginal culture, and it's about time. It's good to see everyone in Australia now recognise the importance and recognise what a fantastic area the Aboriginal, because it's their land. We're privileged to play footy on their land. So fantastic effort, and really looking forward to that smoking ceremony.
So coming up to this game, this team here, Ongerup, I was having a chat off screen to someone. I said that they could probably play in Division 1. I'm not sure how it all works out. Who am I to say? But they're so strong in their movement patterns and so on. However, only won by 4 or 5 points yesterday in their game against Central Midlands Coastal. So we can't build this up any better. Then this is going to be a great tight affair and similar size ground. Tell us about the Wacker. The pitches go. If you're looking at the screen, they go across the ground and the football goes up and down. That's
Absolutely.
how big it is.
And the West Coast Eagles, and shout out to the West Coast Eagles, they're sponsoring the marks at the moment, so looking forward to them. But the ground, Tony, is very, very wide and long. And yes, if you're playing on a wing here, you're definitely going to earn your crust here this afternoon because they're very, very long and wide.
Yep.
And, people, what they try to use, both sides, Tony, probably use the corridor as much as they can. But if you're playing on the wing, so much open space out there. So, very wide dimensional ground, but a ground which has been traditionally played in the AFL through the West Coast Eagles, who now they've got the training facilities at Mineral Resources Park and obviously Optus Stadium now, Tony.
Yes.
But this is a ground was very much their home for a number of years as the boys in the Central Midlands get their photos. And any chance they could, maybe if they win, they could shout us some nice crayfish because up there, Cervantes way up there,
yes.
all that area, that'd be fantastic to get the couple of crays out there. So, interesting for that. Anyway, out there shouting, me and Tony Crayfish will welcome the opportunity to do that.
So that's the other interesting bit. These lads, how many leagues would there be up there to choose from? Did they have a carnival to come into it? Here's our 21, 22 out there. Do you know much about the areas up there,
I just
Ken?
know a lot about the Cervantes area, very famous with the Mark Lecrae. Obviously, he played for the West Coast Eagles and actually came out of retirement, the rumours, the other week, and he kicked a lazy 10. So his other brother plays too, Brent Lecrae, and his mum very much involved with the footy club up there. So shout out to the Cervantes Footy Club. They're very much part of the team.
And we can see the ceremony just getting set up here. Ongerup, now what area of Western Australia are we talking
down
there?
in the lower southwest, the Mount Barker region down there, and
nice,
a beautiful
Albany?
God's country down
yeah.
there. One of my footy days recruiting back for it's not Hawthorn, when I was at East Perth 1990-94, recruited a guy called Brad Smord from the Ongerup area. Played some fantastic footy, a real hard nut, but unfortunately he broke his ankle, but he's got some lads actually playing for Claremont. So shout out to the Smallwood family down in the Ongerup region, very famous down there as well.
Fairly tipping when you were recruiting, you would have said, look, I've got to head down that way again. Just be, as you know, we're in the recruiting hat. They were long days in those days. I'm glad I'm not doing that anymore. But as we see the smoking ceremony now, the eucalyptus leaves there being smoked just to bring the cultural enlightenment here to the Wacker ground to get away all the bad spirits. And it's fantastic. They'll see around here, they'll say a few words, and every player will then circle around the smoking ceremony. All right, we'll take.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the West Australian Cricket Ground for the final of today's Division 2 Nutrient Ag Solution Country Football Championships. This year marks the 56th year of the championships. On behalf of the West Australian Football League, I'd like to call forward Johnny Garlett to perform a welcome to country. I'll take it down. I'll do the thing first. All good. Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Johnny Garlett. I'm a proud Wadjuk Balladong Ewart man from the Noongar Nation. And I guess today, we're here for a great purpose, play footy on Wadjuk Noongar Budja alongside Delbert Urigan, the Swan River. But with that being said, I guess I have a bit of time to just talk about what NAIDOC means to me. It's a very significant week for us as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, so it gives us an opportunity to express our culture to use. at the end of the day, it's not just about us as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. It's about sharing it with you guys, being united as one and building these relationships, because at the end of the day, I can certainly tell you that culture does build bridges for all of humanity. And it's very significant and it's very important to us that us as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, we do look after you on our country. We do make sure that you have great passage to where you need to go. So with that being said, I'll deliver the official welcome. So, Nunga Buja Maman Wajak Balarong Nuit Kurt Nija Nunga Wanju Double Jurgen Wagawirin Wanju Balu Nunga Buja Wanju Mudich Mama Mudich Yoga Kulinga Bridia Wanju Nunga Buja. So basically what I just said there in languages, I welcome everyone onto Nunga Buja, the men, the women, the children, our elders, and on that as well, I welcome you to Barlu, so Perth. And as Noongar people, we have a real strong relationship with that river right there. So the Double Jurgen, that's the Swan River. So we have a real strong connection to our waterways as Noongar people. But with that being said, I really do have to acknowledge my old people for all the hard work, the sacrifice, all the commitment that they put over the years. Because yes, it was difficult, and they make my life so much easier as a younger generation coming through. So I really do have to acknowledge my old people for all the hard work, all that sacrifice that they've done. Because at the end of the day, they laid the path down for us as a generation coming through today. It certainly does make our lives a lot more easier that we can be performing this today. So yeah, may the best team win. I've spent a lot of time playing country footy as a young kid. So yeah, I love the game of footy so much, and I certainly have a good passion for it. So yeah, may the best team win. Go out there and have some fun, boys.
Thanks, Johnny. Can we now get everyone in the crowd to please be upstanding for the national anthem? Thank you. Can we please get the two captains to come forward for the coin toss?
Welcome back, folks, and I tell you what a moving ceremony, Cam. Absolutely magnificent. Not the first time national anthems have been played here, I'd suggest, but that smoking ceremony and to see everyone involved, absolutely sensational. And I'll tell you what, that smoke's still pouring across the ground, but it just looks amazing out there. And you can see both teams in their huddles now. I've got a shiver up the back of my neck watching this. It's absolutely sensational. And we see Ongerup will kick to the right, Central Midlands Coastal. I'll tell you what, country lads, I spoke about this yesterday, whether it's agricultural, fishing, farming, when you've been hit by a country lad, you've been hit, they're all in the huddles, bumping around off each other. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, there'd be a few blokes feeling it already in the local leagues if they ever came up against it. That's how they get prepared for the game.
Absolutely. Speaking of that smoking ceremony, it's fantastic to acknowledge the country upon which game is being played on. It's fantastic that Colts, they recognise what's such a big link, the Swan River, just to the right of this to us. There, Tony, really looking forward to this clash. Who's going to win, Tone? Your tip, please.
A draw. It's
a
that
draw.
good, mate. It is that good. Now, I reckon Ongerup might get up, but then who knows with Central Midlands Coastal. Australia-wide, worldwide, and of course all across country, regional and metropolitan Western Australia. The big game. It's what we've all been waiting for. 4 days of fun, celebrations, fantastic football, and it is game on in the grand final in Division 2. And there's already a bit of push and shoving to the side. They're man for man here. Big Beer goes up. And as we've seen a few times, 0-all in the middle. Can we get a clearance that goes backwards? Some of the teams do this backwards to go forwards, and they'd be all going for a touch. Quick hands out there. Central Midlands just coming down the ground to centre forward. 2-on-1. Player's got a bit of speed there, number 5, and that is Glassford. Puts it to a contest, and that's the dangerous man down there, Isaac Devitt Boyd. I'd be interested, Cam, on how much homework's gone into the opposition team, because he's been covered there.
So fourth thrust already. Batoli's ball over the top for Ungerup. We're 5 metres away from the Central Midlands scoring area. Boundary line throw-in. Can they sneak a goal? The umpire throws a ball in. It's a good one. Comes to the ground here by the big Ungerup. Ruckman there in Walker. Handball out the team. Good effort by Ongerup. Head over the footy. Socket off the ground was okay. Running with a bit of run and carry there is Glassford. And the boundary umpire says, Tony, give the ball to me. Throw in early stages of this game. It's a ripping start so far.
So just outside 50 on that far side. Magnificent ground. Absolutely magnificent. The players will be stoked. We're all stoked here. And thanks to the help from the WACA ground staff as well, getting us prepared for today, right up here high in the stands. But you can see that ball just outside 50. They've had the one inside 50 entry, and I think it's going to be hard work, Cam, just early days.
Absolutely. The ball umpire says, give the ball to me. So throw up on the far side. Pushing out of the road there was Beer. He somehow manufactures something out of nothing, does B. On the bottom of the pack there is Ongerup player there in House. House lost it, and now Central Midlands go forward. Attacking move there. Big pack of players over at the contest. Handball's okay. Falls in the hands them of Entwistle. And Entwistle, I think, goes bang! And that's the first goal here. I think it is number 22, Mike Entwistle. It certainly was. A fantastic start by Central Midlands.
Yeah, they're away, and we'll get a replay of that, I reckon. And ball just bobbled around outside 50, didn't it? And then came inside as we come back to general play. There's so 22, was it? We said Michael Entwistle.
Yeah. So we've just gone 2 minutes and 7 of this first quarter, and it's the start Central Midlands want. Probably the underdogs for this game there, Tony, but they have answered the critics with their first goal, and it's only taken 2 minutes.
And just settling the nerves. And if you have a look in the middle for the people watching at home, act or react, do you take front spot, do you take back spot? So this player took front spot, couldn't take it, and I'd be looking for Bairstow in here somewhere at some point, just to start to influence the contest and get the ball out for Ongerup. But he's just at the back of his, facing the wrong way for his team. Or the opposite way, I should say. It's not for me to say how the coaches have set up. So kick comes forward here with Richter. Turning it over there. They've had a good start. Just that's a missed kick that's going to be fortuitous. We talk about the big fellas below the knees, and we saw an example there. Ongerup, now this is, if they can get a ball out here, they structure up very well.
There's a big fella being tackled there in big Jackie Beer. Just forward of the dark area here at the WACO. Showing a bit of aggression there in the Central Midlands play there in Allen. There's Dylan Allen. So early stages, just gone 3 minutes. Central Midlands, they are one straight. Ruck work in the middle of the ground. Goes to the hands through the pack. Showing a bit of pace there is Glassford. So Glassford went on the far side on his right. Numbers here once again to the Central Midlands side through Todd Kenny. Kenny goes on his non-preferred. That's his left. So the half-forward flank. Good kick by him. Ball comes to ground. Ongerup have the numbers there. How will it stand? It'll stand okay. Not really keeping his foot was Ongerup play. Now they're in all kinds of trouble here. Central Midlands through a handball. It's good forward to the hand there for Allen. He's been lively early. Allen kicked the ball with a full forward. Shows a bit of candy. This fella puts it after burner own. Devitt Boyd got poleaxed in a fantastic tackle by Fraser House.
He's had a good carnival too, Fraser House. He's certainly a good player. Now the ball's out on the wing. Fraser House has just stopped jogging now. I'd like to look at last player away from a contest. It's one thing to do something down here, but what happens now, third play? So he's come into play. He's still jogging down through the wing as the ball comes forward for Ongerup. Great
mark.
set of jukes. That could be a contender for our West Coast Eagles. I won't go early, but it's we're flying high. That's going to build as the game goes on, as they turn this ball around, Central Midlands. And I tell you what, I've liked their start because we've got the 4 20-minute quarters today. They come out wide. It's a long way home by coming out wide, but just on the wing, just that spare free. They've done that a couple of times. Nice little left foot, puts it out to the running player. Big fella comes through here, and that was Ethan Caldwell. Ball still in. Two number 22s kicking to each other.
So Barringer Lions throw them. They've just gone 4.5 minutes of this first quarter. The 2022 Grand Final Division 2 between Ongerup and Central Midlands. Central Midlands off to a flying start. They are 1 straight 6. Ongerup yet to score some. Boundary umpire is going to throw the ball in. How will it go? Good boundary umpire through in at the back. Good effort then by the big Ruttman in Bia. Ongerup, Dave in the big argue. Tries to burst through a pack. Numbs around the contest here. Pretty hard to get a kick in there, Tony. And the umpire says, give the ball to me. A throw up right in front of this fantastic commentary position here at the Wacker.
And you can see we're only 5 minutes in, but already the rotations, both teams. I was just looking to the right, the Central Midlands bench. They're all up and about. All the lads are keen. Everyone's standing up and about. And to the left, really, they're pretty relaxed. Ongerup, just all sitting back in as the ball's just going this way, that way. Here they go with the run. Just squeezed up on the boundary. That can tend to happen, Cam. You squeezed up on the boundary. You don't give yourself much space. And Campbell Floyd, just a quick one, sorry. There's a Michael Moyer for Central Midlands, number 3. Have a look at Ongerup. Who have we got number 3 for?
Edward Moyer.
Fair dinkum.
Unbelievable.
We're in for a treat.
So kick ball down the line. Good defensive mark being taken by Ongerup. The big fella there, number 23 in Caldwell. So Caldwell has it. Defensive part of the ground for Ongerup. Ongerup, they decided to pull the trigger in the corridor. It was a good kick, 2-on-1, but turn the ball straight back over. Reading the play even better is Quayle there for the Central Midlands. He pushed the ball forward to the corridor, packs around the players. They have numbers again, do the Central Midlands, but good pressure from behind from Ongerup. In the middle of the ground, they're trying to get something out. Stacks on the mill, somehow get something out of nothing. Ongerup go forward. Little check side kick on the left. How will it stand? It stands well, and a fantastic mark being taken by McAllister. So Jordan McAllister. How will we go this way, John? Is it probably 45, 50 metres out, directly in front?
Just watch for number 17 here, Lewis Davis. He just points back, but you've got to know your teammate's strengths. Doesn't look like leading, Lewis.
So McAllister has it just on the 50-metre paint, leans back. He's not going to have enough curry there. It's going to be short in the hot spot. Big pack of players there. The ball comes to ground. Once again, the numbers are for Central Midlands. They run the play out extremely well. They can use that fat side of the ground, but pretty orderly vision and kick. And lace out finds the opposition playing Royal Bridger.
So this is where they set up Ongerup the last few days, but they've tended just to bomb in, and just sometimes the bombing's not going to help. See, Bairstow off the pack, couldn't get it out. They have numbers there, just a scrambled kick, and they're in a bit of disarray, taken high, of course. I'll tell you what I've impressed with Central Midlands. When a player has the ball in a pack, you'll see just to the 45 each side of the pack, they have players set up. So I've actually been impressed with Central Midland structuring up today, and you'll see this is short kicks. Don't bomb away just for the sake of getting the ball out of the area, because it'll come back at you. Already we see players left, right and centre all running. There's a player out on the wing here that's run off half back. That's a long kick too, but there's Bairstow. As I said, he's going to influence the game fairly well. Goes out wide. They come out, so they're squeezed up a little bit against the boundary. This needs to hit though. This is what I'm talking about, the spare out the back. You can see 2 players in the back of play here, and again 2 players in the back of play for the Central Midlands. They don't need it, it comes down the wing.
And Dylan Allen had it, turned the ball over, have the numbers Ongerup, tries to give him the don't argue, and another hit and shoulder.
Dang.
No easy kicks out there, don't you worry about that. That is a grand final. We're going to put the bottom on the line there. So boundary line throwing right in front of the commentary box. We've gone 8-15. It's 1 straight 6 at Central Midlands, and Ongerup yet to score. Boundary umpire throws a ball in. Tap over the top was okay. Beautiful roving off the back there by Allen. He's been lively early. Allen just kicked the ball to centre half forward. How will it stand? Running behind the play. They have numbers here too at Central Midlands. Big stacks in the middle there by the Ongerup player. Saved a certain goal. And well done then by the big fella there in Ballard.
And Campbell Floyd, we can tell you, number 2. And Lockie Glassford had a big collision. I'll tell you about that in a moment. So they're out here, Ongerup. Down they go. Nice, just a neat kick there. I reckon that was 15, was it? Prater, who played very good the last couple of games. And just down that wing, players just not quite getting the
Umpires
position.
had a spill there, the
gone
boundary
over as
umpire.
well. So this is what we're talking about, just that kick over the top. That's not too bad. Just don't kick to a 50-50. You watch the guy here go. There he goes.
Beautiful kick
really
by Corey Ward.
Impressed with Lewis Davis. So what we can tell you, Campbell Floyd's come off with a corky. Big collision. We used to say, when you're hurt, don't show anyone. We'll get you off in 2 or 3 minutes. And that's what happened. He got up and he went to run off and didn't show the opposition. Then he just trotted over the line here as Davis comes in. Interesting angle there. Geez, it's a big kick. That is a massive kick. And that is why I've been talking up yesterday and today. If you're a club out there looking for a player, I mean, look, he might want to stay up where he is, but get a load of this bloke. Fair income. Saw 8 goals yesterday. His first one today. It's the running patterns. It's where he gets the ball. It's knowing when to move off your opponent. There's the kick. That was a high kick too. He gets separation from his opponent. I can tell you, he can also take a pack mark, and he's good with his second efforts around that ball when it comes in.
Player of the future there, as Tony
massive.
said, a recruiting hat on here. We're gone just over 10 minutes. It's 1 goal apiece in this 2022 grand final between Ongerup and Central Midlands. Umpire's going to throw the ball up once again. Good ruck work. Vo wins it. Lost it then was a play there in Bia. Plays around the contest, through the traffic once again. He's been lively. Allen does a check side right to the half-forward flank. How will it bounce? Well, bounce okay.
Great
Gathered
take.
very well. The 1-2 is okay. That played by Wardrum. Pushed off the footy to Wardrum. Ongerup have the numbers here. Put his head over the footy where they went back rather than forward, but comes out through Prater on the left was okay.
Good leg, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Lowers his eyes. Good kick here, the 2-on-1. The numbers are, though, with Central Midlands. They can lower, though. Good smother. The 1%ers. Now person's come off with a bit of claret out of his nose there for the Ongerup player. Nothing like a bit of claret running through your nose there, Tone. And he's come off for a rest. That's number 3 for Ongerup in Eddie Moyer.
I think he's popped the shoulder, poor Eddie.
Shoulder and also some claret out of the
Yeah,
nose. So not a good
big
double
hits.
there. So the far side of the ground we have it. Trying to go forward once again are Central Midlands. They have the numbers turning on the outside of his boot. Use their hands instead through traffic. Did a blind turn on himself and went to centre half forward. Have the numbers here to Ongerup with a helmet there. Okay, that was Vo. In the middle of the ground once again. They'll cop one high surely to the Ongerup player. The umpire said, yes, you did. And they'll be away in the centre ground. Will be Ongerup.
So running through the centre pitch here at the whack, a little bit of a bump off the ball. This is what Ongerup were known for yesterday, this use of ball positioning. Here he is again. Oh, geez, that's a big collision too, and getting the free. Yeah, I think we all saw that. That was a big knock. Player on the ground there just with dislocation we can see. So getting some work done, and fantastic by the trainers down here. I hope that young man's all right for everyone at home. He's
See it out. Look at
not
that.
too
Jeez.
good at, yeah,
You
not
don't want
too
to eat
good
your
at the
breakfast
moment.
with that. Don't have a bacon and egg
We might just
McMuffin
come
looking
back.
at that
Yeah,
shoulder.
we might just come back to Lewis Davis. Can he kick it from the opposite side of the ground, same distance?
Jeez, it's a
Have a
beautiful
look
kick.
at that, and I'm not going to keep saying it, but just you can see it for yourself. So he's kicked one each from each side of the ground is what I'm trying to say there, from 45, 50 metres out. So that gives you a little bit of a glimpse of the talent of the man, and it was a fairly decent whack he copped. And why
Look at
wouldn't you? It's a grand
Look
final.
at this kick here, Tony. Look, leans
Yep.
back. Never any doubt.
Kicks it into the sandpit out the back there, and magnificent to be down here at the Wacky. You can see a few things getting done around the place, but very picturesque. And umpire in the middle of the ground. We are 12 minutes 40 in, and you're with Cam Robbins.
Here we are, 2 straight are Ongerup. Central Midlands are 1 straight 6, a margin of 6 points. Just on 13 minutes. Umpire throws a ball up in the middle of the ground here. Wins your ruck work, the big fella there in Bia. Brings the ball to ground, trying to gather the ball in the bottom of the pack for Ongerup is House. Got the handball out. The 1-2 is okay. Richter, he's been lively earlier, but somehow falls in the hand of the opposition midfielder there in Allen. Allen kicks the ball to half-forward flank. Good defensive mark been taken by Ongerup. That player over there was Floyd. He decides to play him by hands, flicks the ball out to Rentel. Rentel over the top, a good mark then by Ongerup. That play there in Phillips. So Phillips on the fat side of the ground, kicks the ball down the line, and good defensive pressure by the Central Midlands player there in Quayle. Manafan hit from behind as a rain now. Tony starts to come
I
down.
was just going to say, Cam, you're our weatherman in the start of the game. Have a look out to the left there. That is torrential.
They said early shower in the morning, so yeah, there you go.
Well, I had one.
I hope you did.
Ball out on that far wing. And this is what we talk about. The wildebeest come towards it. Look at the congestion. Where are the wingers from this side of the ground? They're not out here. There's one guy just wandering into the middle of the ground. But if you looked at the ground lengthwise, then they're all on that half of the ground lengthwise. So, as I said yesterday, our game is played on one of the biggest pitches or ovals in the world, and we turn it into a small-sided game.
Absolutely. So on the Nutrien AJ Solutions scoreboard, we're going just on 14 minutes. Torrential rain down here at the Weka. Ongerup Footy Association, they are 2 straight 12. Central Midlands are 1 straight 6. And the rain absolutely belting down here. As we can see, fantastic filming here. The sleet to the rain, Tony, coming through the screen. So you chip the ball up. and find Beer. Beer,
Good kick.
Central
in,
Midlands with a breeze. That's a fantastic
Oh,
kick.
here
Carries
you
who's
go.
at the bottom of the pack. Caught one high, surely. The player's called played on. Oh, my God. He wear one around the head. But umpire said, no, you didn't. And still chipping out here. The ball's still pinbow. And this time he's given in the back. Well, I'll be, Tony.
I'm not too sure the umpire can see that. Someone might have to bring him out a pair of goggles the way this is going. And that's great defence by the Central Midlands. They're inside their 50. We talk about forward line pressure, and just a little act like that gets a throw in. Now, if the umpire throws this up in the air and the wind gets hold of it, it could end up in the centre of the ground. Look at that rain pouring through, the wind. But it's a great thing with our game. You have to be able to play in all weather. And Ongerup had practice yesterday. They played the last game in the pouring rain, so they'll be used to this. Players diving over the ball, plenty of desperation, plenty of numbers. I'm just seeing the background players a little bit slow, not able to handle. We spoke about this yesterday, Cam. The yellow football in the wet is like a cake of soap, and I'm interested, coming from interstate, to hear that the day games are played with the yellow football. They haven't got the grip on them like the American footballs. That's shiny, brand new leather.
So 20 metres out from the Central Midlands goal. Can they manufacture something out of here? The umpire says give the ball to Meets to throw it once again. 20 metres out. The umpire's going to get all positions out of play here. Throwing up. It's the umpire. There he does. Well done by the Ongerup play. Hit the ball defensively on the left side of the ground. Good tackle, forward pressure by the Central Midlands play here through traffic was good. Ongerup, Shepherd off the ball. They have the play now, 1-2. Kick off the ground then, I think that was by Frost. They have the numbers here. Percentage there by Ongerup, cop one high. Handball then okay.
Oh.
And ordinary kick in the end by Lockie Glassford. And it's out of bounds on the full.
And it's been down. Look at the ball stuck behind the fence. Look at the player there. Is that 20 minutes we've got? Yeah, that's very tricky.
Big Buddy
Very
Franklin,
clever.
mate, number 23 for Ongerup.
Yeah. I was just going to say the 20-minute quarter's that time. But the ball's been stuck down in this area, hasn't it, for probably 2 or 3 minutes now. And, players just run into each
I would
other.
play that as a mark, I would have thought. Umpires
And-
play that as well.
Yeah, number 26
Adam
is Adam
Cockey,
Cockey.
former player from Subiaco, Kalgoorlie, and also had a stint on the St Kilda's list. And his captain coach is Cockey. So Cockey puts it into the hot spot. Good defensive mark by Ongerup. They
Played
set
it.
up well behind the scenes, Tony.
He took the mark and had a bounce.
He did.
Got it back.
So Rintel again decides to switch the play on the far side of the ground. Good kick, good vision. Ongerup out here. The 1-2 was okay. Falls to the hand
Inside.
there of Phillips. So Phillips down the line. Tried to find his teammates. A good kick and found Vo. So Vo on it. He can also kick the ball down the line. Jesus, an ordinary kick off the boot. It might stand up okay. They kick the ball to the hot spot in the forward pocket. How will it run? It will run out of bounds.
And big Jaden Brooks here has just come on, and he's sprinted from probably our half-back position down into the forward line. If he stayed in there, he's still an actual chance. So he's come back outside the 50. He's an actual chance if they go in, but they manoeuvre very well, Ongerup. They all have a great understanding. As I said, you'd swear they'd played together 5 or 10 years the way they played yesterday. Haven't seen a lot of it today. It's been scrambly, and maybe Central Midlands are up to their standard. We saw the close game yesterday, 5 points. So there's a nice grab. I reckon that's number 8. Is it Carruthers? So comes inside. That's a high kick. We talked about this vacant space out this side, or players rolling over each other. Took a long time to pick that ball up. Didn't quite get it over the man. Umpire says, I'll just pop out of the way here. So the Ongerup player
out
trying
here.
to come
They
through.
are out.
All taken high. Just a soccer will do. I'll tell you what, Ongerup have done well to get back. They do share the ball well. That fumble gives time for the Central Midlands player to come in. Look at they're out here if they can get it out. But Midlands have come in. It's like a piece of soap bobbling around there. Courage needed. Player walks in backwards. The man with the helmet on is Hamilton, Maverick, and kicks it out. Look at the big fella. He's got a pretty good...
He's been very solid. Over there is Deanie Rentel. He's been very, very good down there.
Good kick
so
on him
on the Nutrien AJ solution, we've gone just on 19 minutes. Ongerup Footy Association, they are 2 straight 12. Central Midlands are 1 goal straight 6. Boundary umpire's going to throw the ball in. Left side here of the attacking area for the Central Midlands side. Umpire throws a ball in. Handball's okay. Forward in the hands of the Central Midlands player. Kicks the ball forward. Just about taking a one-hander. Surely should they pay it? They didn't. That was Abbott. Unfortunately, Abbott missed it and repelled in the can through Phillips. Phillips on the left down the line. Good vision by him. And they're out here. Ongerup bring the ball in the corridor. They use this at all times. They open up the ground here. They kick the ball to centre half forward. How will it stand? It stand okay. Running front and centre. Put to the afterburner. So it ran an 0-40. This could be out here. Had it. Lost it. Now there's a bit of trouble here. Don't panic. Handball over the top. Well done by the Central Midlands. The pressure by them was good. A 2-on-1, running hard at the contest over there is Davies. Already kicked 2, has Davies. Brings the ball in the corridor. Well, hip and shoulder then. Handball over the top. He's still all by himself there is Wise. So Wise on his right foot. Kicks the ball to a hot spot here. A 2-on-1. How will it stand? It'll stand okay. And sock it off the ground for a goal. Fantastic goal then by Aaron Russell.
One of the best points ever seen at
Was
the
it a point,
Wacker.
was it?
Great call, Cam.
Thought it was a goal. So here we are, quarter time here of this 2022 class. Sees Ongerup 2 goals, 1, that's 13. Central Midlands a 1 goal straight, 6. Major goal scores for each respective side. Lewis Davis, as Tony mentioned before the game, a key forward. He has kicked 2 goals and 1 goal to Ed Whistle for the first goal for the Central Midlands Association. Welcome back to the Wacker Ground quarter time here of this Division 2 clash between Ongerup and Central Midlands. Fantastic game of footy we have. Central Midlands came out all guns blazing in the first 2 or 3 minutes, but Ongerup, Tony, just settled to lead this game at quarter time.
Yeah, certainly. And if we look at the goal scorer, well, Davis, fantastic. What we've got to be careful of from Ongerup's point of view is it doesn't become too one-dimensional, and Davis becomes the only guy, because they've got players out there to kick goals. I tell you, I haven't seen out there today was number 7 Bungie. He kicked a couple of goals yesterday, so I'll keep an eye out for him as well. But if they can find other avenues, we saw Davis out here. I spoke earlier, below the knees, contesting and so on. But they've got to find other avenues. They get that ball in, but the bombing, I've been a bit sceptical with just bombing it in, because I'll tell you what, this team on screen now, Central Midlands, are very good with their clearances. So better players quickly for Ongerup. I liked best, I think, Jack Carruthers, number 8, big strong man in the middle when the rain came, really stood up well for them. We go down, Davis, of course, with his 2 goals, and I've liked Richter and Phillips at times as well. Who have you got for Central Midlands Coastal?
Well, Central Midlands Coastal, they only took 2:01 minutes to kick their first goal, John, and then then Ongerup came back at the 9:48 and 11-minute mark of the second quarter. But better players for mine, I think, in the middle of the ground, Daniel Frost and Dylan Allen, number 10 and number 11. The Mosquito fleet for the middle of the ground to Central Midlands. They have been very, very impressive. And also down back, I think Harry Quayle's done some good things. And also Jack Beer in the ruck, having a good duel between him and Big Vovo. So good duel between those 2 ruckmen. But 3 quarters to go. Anyone's game at the moment.
Yeah, you're correct. As I said, Ongerup not getting all their own way. They were very well structured yesterday. They had some great patterns going on. Players just out in the clear that they could get to. Not getting their own way. As I said, you get time over, I guess, 4 games over 2 days to have a look at your opposition and where you might be able to nullify. Do you play to your own team's strengths? let's play our game plan, let them follow us? Or do you play our game plan but also be aware of what the opposition does?
Absolutely. You always got to have a contingency in a game 2 plan, don't you, Tony? You stick to your structures, but if things start going away, you just got to maybe throw a player down back or change the mix up in the midfield. But first of all, you'd stick to your game plan, and if things go pear-shaped, well, then you change and you change.
So all in readiness. We see the next 2 teams just been out, had a look at the ground. You'll see a bit of bumping going on, and you are with Cam Robbins for the start of the second quarter.
As the shoulder gets taped up there, he's pretty
He's
happy
happy,
there. He wants
isn't
to
he?
come back on. Geez, he's probably had the green
got the
whistle.
rack out.
He's had the green whistle and he's ready to go. Tape me up, give me some magic spray, and I'm back on the ground there. So start of the second quarter. Thanks for your company. Umpire's going to throw the ball up, streaming live on YouTube. Bounce okay, good effective ruck was taken by the player there in Jones. He's now thrown in the ruck, but by hands. Ongerup go over the top there to House. So House on the far side of the ground, pretty ordinary kick, put it into space to Russell. Russell good below his knees, kicks this one on his left around the corner. Good defensive pressure. The 1-2 is okay. The roving front and centre, and that is a goal to Ongerup, courtesy of Nelson Ken, and it's taken all of 23 seconds. Great start to Ongerup.
Yeah, good goal. It was a powerful kick, wasn't it? Get it in and get it through. We talked about this in the last couple of days with only 2 20-minute halves because we got the 4 today, but get it in, get it through quick. I'll cover this in a moment.
Front seven roving, look at that, beautiful.
So you talk about coaching, saying, oh, let's put the ball in the front half and then win it from there, but you can spend 15 minutes with it playing around, as we saw down here earlier, and not get a score, or you can get it in quick, 2 kicks, bang, it's a goal. I'm preferring that way rather than play around with it for 15 minutes in your forward half and not do anything.
So it's a send the over once again. Ongerup kicked the ball out of the bullseye here at the whacker. Defensive pressure's been very good there by Aaron Russell. Held the ball in. Could be in a bit of trouble now, the Central Midlands player. The umpire said, no, give the ball to me. A ball up. We've just gone 1-16 on the Nutrient AG Solution sees Ongerup 3-1-19 and Central Midlands are 1 straight 6.
Yeah, so ball comes out there and just bobbling around once again. Umpires are great. They've let it go. People have had their comments over the umpires over the last few days. Ball comes in just on the ground, so it's made it hard for Ongerup player charging out, and he just had to back off a bit. Why wouldn't you with the traffic coming? That was McAllister. So out they come through McGilvray, our better player yesterday, won the beanie. They set up, this is the Ongerup we knew from yesterday. Oh, the big fella there taking the ground. They've got a bit of a press on. There's only 2 players back behind inside the 50. All the rest of the players are up the ground. It is 4 quarters. You do get time for a press. But what happens if both teams press? Well, backlines collide. Then what happens with your midfield? We get congestion, as we see through the traffic at the moment. So is it run and carry and handball? Is it get a kick in? I think Ongerup are up to it. They'll have a player out. They
Just
get that kick in quickly.
They got a push in the back in there, did the Ongerup play.
Yep.
Lucky to get it, but the umpire said yes, she did. So it's a captain Luke Bairstow. Bairstow lowers his eyes, kicks the ball to centre half forward, over through the hands in for the Ongerup key forward. Numbs around the contest here at Central Midlands. Defensive pressure by Ongerup, sensational. Gave him the don't argue, and the umpire says, give the pill to me.
So see Caldwell there, number 22 on screen. He just came down square of that. He's come back now. Be interesting to see whether he goes down left again or not. There's a lot of space out here if they want it.
So kick around the corner into a bit of space. Umpire says not 15. The market he did that was that player there, Bungie, who Tony mentioned earlier. So they have the numbers now through Central Midlands. They go back rather than forward. Chain of handball's okay. Falls a hand there at Frost. Frost has it. Got tackled from behind and could be in a bit of trouble here. And it's hold on the ball. Fantastic defensive pressure by the player here from Ongerup in Campbell Floyd. So Floyd has it. Half forward flank. Looking at his options. He has the ball now, does Floyd. Kicks the ball down the line to a half-forward flank. Big packer players. Ball comes to ground. Good pressure by the Central Midlands defender. Ball still in there. Tackle 1-2 was okay. Below his knees was even better there by Frost. Frost has it. Kicks the ball on the far side. Umpire said play on. Thought it was a mark. The umpire said no, you didn't. Good spalling and defensive pressure by Ongerup through the player there in Carruthers was very, very good. So gone 3:37 of this first half. Ongerup a 3-1-19, Central Midlands a 1 straight 6.
And you can just see the Central Midlands, when that last ball came in, there were 3 Ongerup and there was about 8 Central Midlands. So that was an interesting handball over the top. They're out again here, Ongerup, but it's just a hack kick forward. Great battle down here, but running onto that was the player with the helmet and just offline. And just see that's Bungie, player just helping up. So they're calling just to play on here, which you're allowed to do these days. Out he comes. So he'll get this well outside 50, which means it's 2 kicks back for the opposition if they even get it. Oh! He was up here with us, Cam.
Big
What
leap of
was
fair
that?
The Ongra player there,
Fair
Brandon Wise,
dinkum.
but didn't mark it. And turns the ball over now, so they have it now to the Central Midlands through Cody Julius. Julius on his half-forward flank, kicks the ball forward. Ongrap have the numbers. Handball over the top was okay. Good effort then by Caldwell. Caldwell put his body on the line, paddled
Well
the
done.
ball in front of him. Good effort by him. That was by Rintel. Ongrap, well done. They stood themselves under pressure. They used the corridor again. They're opening the far side of the ground through Bairstow. Bairstow, good vision over the far side, finds his teammate. Ongrap playing a good brand of footy. No one to come at him in a bit of trouble here. Goes to his non-preferred. That's his left. Down the line. Hit the ball hard with a bit of pace. There was the Ongerup play. Bairstow had it. Lost it. Now the Central Midlands have the ball now through Dylan Frost. Frost on his right. Kicks a ball to half-forward flank.
grab.
Fantastic passage of play. And lace out fires Ent Whistle. That's Mike Ent Whistle. Kicked the goal in the first goal. He's now got a chance to kick his second. Oh, it's Devitt Reid. Sorry, yeah. Look at Ent Whistle, but it is Devitt Reid.
Scored a few goals yesterday
Big
too,
eyes
this
at
lad.
Devitt Reid. Here he is now, looking at his options. It's about 40 metres out. How will it go? Balance kick through off the footy and just has enough Wheaties to get over the goal umpire's head. Isaac Devitt Boyd kicks a very much well-needed goal to the Central Midlands side there, Tony.
And it's a close game, isn't it? 3-2 to 2 goals, and the hard work that you have to do to get these scoring opportunities. As we see him, he kicked 3 goals in one of the games yesterday, and a couple of others.
Just had enough
And-
Wheaties, didn't he?
Pardon me. Knows his way around the forward line, and a couple of players just a bit slower. When Ongerup get the ball through that half-back area, it's like choreography. I've worked with soccer clubs as well, and they run in lines. There's 3 or 4 across the ground, and you see that it's choreography setting up. Here's Bairstow. So he's set up again, facing the opposite way to his goal. So if they can get the ball to him, he'll feed it off. He probably won't try and turn around unless he really gets in space. So he's facing the opposite way. No one behind this, and that's where it goes. So it's just a hack forward. That'll do for 20 metres. Out on the wing, little chip kick. Yeah, put it up in the air and made it very hard. And this player's had a very good game
It's
at this
Rintel.
point. Rintoul.
Rintel on the half back flank, kicks the ball on the far side. Bairstow, geez, accumulating the ball is Bairstow, kicks the ball on his right. 2-on-1, big pack. Starting at the bottom of the pack there was Carruthers. Carruthers, good vision. Goes one way, goes the other, goes on his left, kicks the ball to centre half forward. Good collision of players there. The 1-2 is okay. Handball's even better. They could be out here to Ongerup. Put his body on the line was the Central Midlands player in the Hamilton. Good effort by Hamilton. They're out here now. The handball over the top. The 1-2 is okay. Fickle bounce though, working himself through traffic. Handball's okay. The 1-2 can draw the play over the top. Good play here by Central Midlands. Running very hard. There is a captain in Jackson. So Jackson on the right kicks the ball down the line and pushing the back surely. Umpire said, no, you wasn't. You acted that one. So they go forward. They did. Chain of handball's okay. Good hard running by the Central Midlands side. Coming through the contact, copping one high. And kick around the corner. That play over there is Julius. How will it bounce by Julius? A minor point by Cody Julius on the Nutrient AG Solutions scoreboard. See the Ongerup Footy Association 3-2-20 and the Central Midlands 2-1-13.
So you see the first kick in. Most teams will give you that. We talk about that. Get it to the pocket. It's what happens next. It don't just blast away. It's still a possession. This is what I'm talking about. Just looked inside the Ongerup player. Forced to go down the wing. 50-50 ball. Bobbling around out there.
Up, look at right in front of the sideboard there, John. A chain of hands by Ongerup was okay. The 1-2 to Bungie. Bungie on the right. They used to play Ongerup. Beautiful lowering kick on the left. Lace out, drops an absolute sitter then. Absolute Barry Crocker effort then by that play then. So the Central Midlands have it. Fantastic tackle by Dylan Allen. Close to the best players on the ground is Allen. Here's one hard nut. He picks himself up. Looks like a bit like Michael Mitchell used to play for Richmond is Dylan Allen. So umpire's going to throw the ball up. 2 players jostling in position. The ball comes to ground. Try to find the play there in Allen. He's overran it. Back in the contest was Devitt. Devitt turned the ball over. Running over their far side is House. So House on the right. Kicks the ball the hot spot. Spilt an easy mark thing was the Ongerup player in the key forward in Davies. Still back in the contest here. It could be a handball over the top. We're going to do it by himself. He does it by himself and kicks a fantastic goal in Aaron Russell. All class there, Tony, to Aaron Russell.
Yeah, it was good play. I was just trying to pick up. You can see the midfielders and the flankers tend to push down just into space for Central Midlands, and they tend to get a lot of numbers back there. But when you've got talent like this out on the ground, have a look at this. Up, turns around on the left boot. You can see some of the green jumpers in there. They tend to have more numbers down there, but Ongerup possession football, if you've got
Look
the
at
ball in your hands,
sunshine now, mate. How good
bathed in sunshine.
Think we're
That's
in
us
Melbourne.
up the top there, right up the top.
I think
But
they're in Melbourne, mate.
yeah, bathed in sunshine on the ground. But just looking at the structures, Bairstow tends to have been left on his own because the midfielders want to run down. As you see him run sideways through there. Very clever player. So just keep an eye on, for the young footballers out there, just keep an eye on number 6, as I said, facing away from his goals in amongst two of their opposition players. Ball goes square, it goes out to the wing. 3 or 4 jumpers out there for the green team, which is Central Midlands. Down it comes, and the advantage of playing in front, there's a meter you'll never make up if you're behind. Coming inside the 50. Oh, a player at the back tries to get over. Ongerup, will they get out?
Free kick. Free kick to Will Cox. So Will Cox, centre half back, he decides to switch the play. They do this all the time, Ongerup. Good coaching them by the captain and coach there. Brings the ball forward. Good collision of both players. Stood in the contest. He's played well. Rintel falls in the hand, though, of Dylan Allen. He's been lively. Allen, beautiful kick to space, but somehow Ongerup, through a chain of handball, here's a play, kicked the last goal. The player in Aaron Russell's now uses his normal kick, and that's his right. And good mark over the top, been taken by George Bungie. So Bungie,
Yeah,
wearing the helmet.
that's him. Probably need a whole suit of armour out there sometimes, but Bungie, so they come in square on the 45, and that will do. Now, will they go out the other side? So I call this seal the envelope. You come in one way and you go out the back out the other side, and it's just like sealing up an envelope, but they're down inside 50. This one is a long way out there, Davis, and they honour the lead. But then
out of bounds.
Yeah, and this is the trouble. Rather than coming straight down the ground, yes, go to Davis when it's there, but there's times where they came from the halfback flank on this side of the ground, across, down to the fat side. Couldn't quite get it back, but very dangerous position for Ongerup here because they're very good in these clearances.
The bound umpire's going to throw the ball in. Ruck tussle between both of those players. Beer bring the ball to the ground, tried to find his teammate there in Kenny. And Kenny says, give the ball to me.
And just have a look, Bairstow's about 3 or 4 metres from his opponent here on the right. Big Ruckman just trots in. They are at the back of the pack. I like to see that. If that ball goes over the back, someone's going to get it. It actually drops to the front.
It's a ruck contest once
call
again.
that a drop kick?
Yeah, well, do that. We're hitting the ball hard.
Oh.
Well done by the Ongerup play. Put the afterburners was Ballard. Ballard now in trouble. Turns the footy over. Now, how will it stand? Okay, will it stand or up there for Jesse Wrinkle? Middle of the ground once again. This player's had a lot of the footy, and Dylan Allen. Allen lost it. Handball over the top.
Clever.
Okay, by hand by Cody Allen. 2 Allens out at the moment. Cody out into space. Good kick and finds his teammate there in Glassford. So Glassford, the player on 1-2, back to Allen. That's Cody Allen. On the right, Big Packer plays here under the contest. Surely that's an arm chop or a hit over the head. It's the ladder, and Mike Entwistle kicked one in the first quarter. That was at the 2-minute mark. He can now convert potentially for his second and bring the margin back by a further 6 points.
He's very lucky to get up from that because Big Rintoul, boy, wasn't he on the charge.
Certainly was.
Entwistle, Michael
Mikey
Entwistle.
Entwistle,
He's 25 years old.
35, 40 metres out. Bit of an angle, no breeze to talk about. Probably a little feign to the right. So here he is, Mike Entwistle right behind that. The left footer leans up. Gun barrel straight. I think that's a goal, and it is. Excellent effort by Mikey Entwistle. That is his second goal. And on the Nutrients AJ Solutions scoreboard, Central Midlands now, they are 3-1. That is 19. And Ongerup are 4-2-26. We have a game of footy here, Tony. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, yes, and that's what we've come for. And as we said, the other thing is a lot of these teams have come from all different areas, as you've said. One's up north and one's there. So a lot of them wouldn't even know who their opponent was. Right, left foot, long kick, short kick, quick hands, whatever. You get a couple of games to look at them, and now you've got to play against them, and very entertaining. And I tell you what, the Central Midlands, didn't they set up well? I was a bit concerned the player went backwards with the handball when he had a player free in the forward line. They manufactured a goal and did very well. Can they get a clearance here?
Central here, they go again, do the Central Midland side, running the ball in front of him, head over the footy, good effort by him, but hotly pursued by 2 Ongerup players. How will it stand? Good pressure him, forced the play, is Richter on his left, but good defensive marks been taken down back then by Quayle.
Nice
Quayle
kick.
decides to switch, good effort by him. Lace out, still in defensive 50 they are, is the side there over the top. Geez, ordinary kick in the end. Put his eyes off the footy though. Lux of Fortune falls in the hand of Jeffrey. So Jeffrey on the left. Good kick. Spoiled over the top by the Ongerup play in Floyd. Went back in the contest, did Floyd. Good below his knees. Sells a Vivice scan, he does Floyd. Brings the ball in the middle of the corridor. They can use that trusting left foot. Ongerup as an absolute mongrel punt off his boot. They have the numbers over there tear through Glassford. Glassford overran it. Hence, it's a boundary line thrown, so good effort by them. Just on 14.5 minutes of this first half, Ongerup are 5-2-32, Central Midlands are 2-1-13, a margin of 19 points.
How have you seen it, Cam? Just a true physical battle. There hasn't been one player that's just backed up on the footsteps and the collisions and so on. It's a very, very physical game.
Absolutely. They're out again here. Ongerup tackle when he didn't have it. Umpire said, no, you did, so it's play onto advantage. They do that by a chain of handballs. Good defensive pressure by the player from Ongerup there in Ballard. He goes on his right. Good vision by Ballard. Good use of the footy here.
Starting to get a bit of it too,
They are.
Ballard.
They lower their eyes. Kick to the 1 and 2. Good defensive effort. Tried to find Russell. He ran out
Quick.
under the contest there. Will they switch? No, they won't. They go the other way to Central Midlands. Beautiful kick to vision, and surely that's a push out. The umpire said it certainly was. And he'll get a kick here, the big fella here. Number 28 there in big Oliver Abbott. So Abbott has it. Kick and a half out for goals for Central Midlands. He decides to play on to Abbott. Kicks the ball in the hot spot. Big pack of players here. And good defensive mark. Geez, this guy's been good down back in Grintel.
So Rintoul, yeah, he's having a good game. But just puts that to grass, gives the opposition a chance. And that was a pretty heavy clash. Beautiful kick. This is the Ongerup, and this player's just brought himself into it. Tristan Ballard in the last few minutes. Not the best of kicks, but geez, I'll tell you what, here he comes again at the back of this. Can't get to it, so it's bobbling around. The player will glide by here. Hope Beer's all right. There he's fallen down, got back up. Came back out, sense of theatre, put the ball back out to where it's come from, mate. These players that have just had a big work rate have to go again. So
Entwistle, the left footer. He decides to play on. He kicks the ball to the half-forward flank. Good kick by Ink. Big pack of players. Jeez. How would it go? Stands out. Front and centre was okay. Off the ground, effort by Glassford. Brings the ball to the hot spot, though. Hitting the ball hard was the player. Kick around the corner. They have the numbers here. Had the players Besto again. He's brought his own footy here today. Has Besto. By hand was okay. Did the 1-2. They're out of danger here of Ongerup.
Yes,
Kick the ball down the line. Trying to find Russell. He's in a bit of trouble here by a chain of handballs. Beautiful vision by Ongerup. Good kick then by Hamilton. And right in the middle of the ground, hit the whacker. They go forward again to the space.
So just that last kick in, isn't it? Because Big Rintoul's doing a lot of damage down there for the back line for Ongerup. If I was playing for Ongerup, I'd be buying him a few beers tonight. Central Midland's been very impressive with their ball movement. They're quick. So Ongerup here, possession, just slow it right down and bring it out square. So they haven't gone forward, they've gone side. That's just a big high kick. So what happens with these 50-50s is the opposition get an opportunity at it. Can they get numbers to it here? Oh, player putting the head in. Is he tripped? No. Umpire says play on. This player here, I reckon that's Juhas, is it?
Hamilton, number
12. Yeah, he's starting to really get a fair bit of the footy.
So have the ball now.
Good
to
pace.
Central Midlands. Did the 1-2. Puts his player under pressure. Handball the ball straight back over. So Floyd can repel for Ongerup. He does do that. Handball over the top. Jaws the player then. Good effort then by Lloyd. That's Ian Lloyd. Ian Lloyd on the right. Kicks the ball in the pocket. Defensive pressure by the player from the player there in Central Midlands, number 24, and Hamish Rogers. Yep. And the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me. Caning down now the last minute or so of this first half. Has been a ripping clash here of this Division 2 grand final between Ongerup and Central Midlands. Streaming live on YouTube. Thanks very much for your company. Not too long to go in this second half, Tony.
And Hamish Rogers walked back there and said to Davis, you come back to me as the ball. We saw this in the first quarter, get stuck down in this pocket when the rain came. They're out here, are they? No, just that handball that misses by a metre can be costly. Oh, the Ongerup player, Bairstow, that's what you like to see. We're just starting to see those kicks from many of the players drop that 5-10 metres short. We spoke about pressure and we talk about fatigue. And you have to kick that ball, give it a little bit more penetration now, because as fatigue comes in, it's going to drop 2 or 3 metres shorter than where it should. So the big player now down to it, just handballs to fresh air, player running on, holds hands with his opponent and then runs away and kicks it down the wing 2-on-1. Could have been hands in the back. Dribbles out of bounds right in front of us on the wing here. the beautiful Wacker Oval.
So
And
right in front of the interchange bench there,
players having
Tony.
to move
Players
down.
running down. The boundary line throw in here. Latter stages of this first half. Boundary umpire's going to throw the ball in. See how this contested ball goes. Boundary umpire throws a ball in, brings the ball to ground. Have the numbers here. So do Central Midlands. Handball's okay over the top to the Ongrop player there in Cook. Cook over to Bairstow. Bairstow runs the ball and kicks it to centre half forward. Good defensive pressure by them. How will it stand with a bit of pace in the run and carry by the player over there for Ongerup? Put his footy over the ball. That was Corey Ward. Went into it to Ward. Good vision by him. Did the 1-2 okay. Hit the ball hard. Was a Ongerup player. Kick around the left. Shells a bit of ice cannon.
Oh.
Tries to kick a goal himself. Still in a bit of luck here is Russell. And Russell, would you believe, has kicked a fantastic goal from the pocket to bring up his second goal. And I tell you what, under pressure, Andrew Russell does not panic. He kicked one goal earlier in their second quarter. He's now kicked his second goal. And good effort by then. Ongerup now at 5-2-32. And the Central Midlands side are 3-1-19.
And Cam, this could be, just watch this, round the corner, big high kick, could be a contender for our Sportal digital scoreboards goal of the day. And I've been talking up those scoreboards, mate. You
you're
can
right,
put
mate.
anything you want on them. Sirens, home movies, live movies, sport, plus the scores. We go into half time. You can see the lead there, 13 points to Ongerup Football League, and we will take a short break and be back with the wrap-up of the first half in this big clash.
Welcome back to the Wacker here ground. Half-time footy. This guy thinks his beard's going all right. The young fellow on the boundary line getting his calves rubbed up.
Have a look at him.
Beauty having a bit of a camera on there. Yeah, Tony, you tend to light up the fantastic. But half-time here sees a good effort by Ongerup. They are 5-2 to 3-1. Extend the lead by 7 points to 13 points at half-time. And they're playing a very good brand of footy, Tony.
Yes, you're correct there, Cam. And for the people back home, let's have a look. Aaron Russell, of course, with 2 goals there, number 4. Lewis Davis, number 17, not getting it all his own way. It's a good matchup there with Hamish Rogers, isn't it, down there? I think Hamish has done a pretty good job. He's really tightened up on him. And 1 goal to Nelson Kent. And, of course, the better players, Bairstow, as you said in the call, mate, bought his own ball. We know he can play.
Yep.
Sensational, but can he keep it up for the whole game? The other one was Carruthers, really liked him. Ballard came into it that quarter. Number 12 really got a lot of possessions in a short amount of time.
Rentel down back too, Tony, number 23. He's been the rock at Gibraltar in defence, hasn't he?
Tyson Prater, yeah, I'll come to him. I'll just going down number-wise, see. So Prater, number 15 at times. And then the ruckman trying to get involved. It's been pretty even. I reckon maybe the Central's ruckman got on top. But the one that you mentioned there, number 23, Dean Rintoul, really impressive. He reads the ball well. He's come crashing in. If he can't take the mark, he certainly makes you earn your possession in the pack. And he's infringed a couple of times.
Hugh
That's the way he plays.
Hugh McCannibal.
That's the way he plays. And the other one was Richter and Phillips and O'Neill as well coming into play. So Central Midlands, Cam?
Yeah, they've had a lot of good players. It starts from the midfield drive, and I think the captain, Trent Jackson, Dylan Allen and Daniel Frost in the mid of the ground has been very good. And also the gentleman with a helmet on that far wing, Maverick Hamilton, I think in that second quarter, he stood up in the contest and played extremely, extremely well. Down forward, I think Mike Entwistle, Tony has skipped one in the first and one in the second, moves very well for a big lad. And also Isaac Devitt Bordy popped up and kicked the goal as well. But Central Midlands are not out of the game here, Tony. It's only 13 points of difference. Hopefully we've got the last of the rain. We don't really know, but still getting clouds coming in over the Swan River. We're about to start the third quarter here. Look at Ongerup in a very tight little group there.
And just with the breeze, we can feel that's come up, Cam. Which way would that be going at the moment? We haven't got a windsock.
Bit of a northwester. So as we see on the top of the Wacker flags there.
So left to right.
Left to right, yeah. So it's probably favouring to the right of the screen this quarter. How are we going to go here? We don't really know, but good crowd here too, Tony. Starting to build up. Probably 500 or 600 at the moment here. And shout out to Johnny Douglas who provided these beautiful raspberry frogs, mate. I know you've got a bit of a crook throat at the moment, but I'm chewing these frogs alive like there's no tomorrows, mate. So if I run out of them, I apologise for that.
And just on that, magnificent by John and also Haley here, our producer. You can hear us two people out the front, of course, but we've got a cast of thousands. There's probably 8 or 10 helping us out, the Western Australian Country Football League. We've got James Moody. So this shot here, James Moody, our cameraman, he saved my life last night, so a big shout out to him.
Did you have a heart attack, did you?
No, but was just struggling towards the end of the day, but he looked after me and packed up all the gear. It's about 2 tonne of gear that has to go away, and anyway, it's not about us, it's about these teams, and they're keen. Yeah, see the Division 1 team, one team's come out and warmed up.
That's the southwest side?
Yeah. Did we see the other team? They might be just hiding away.
Scared. No, Tommy Lee's a captain coach for him. He former player for Claremont and Adelaide Crows. Didn't get too much of a taste of the footy the last games I saw him, Tommy Lee. So he'd be trying to fire his players up. Players come out to their positions now. 13 points of difference. And in front are the Ongerup Footy Association. Beautiful area down in the southwest. And Tony and Cam doing the calling for you this afternoon. So the umpire's about to throw the ball up. Players are into their position. Ongerup will be kicking to the right of the screen, probably kicking in the scoring end of the ground here. And the Central Midlands will be kicking to the left of the screen. 13 points is the margin. And Tony's going to take away the first bounce. Or throw up, mate. Whatever's going to
throw up. Yes, that's what we call it these days. The umpire with his back to us, just setting the positions. Of course, the rules, the 6-6-6 and the stand rule in vogue, but not the last possession. So it changes throughout different leagues, certainly across Australia, that's for sure. Great to hear the Western Australian football Country Football League have one set of rules all the way through. So once again, Bairstow with his back to his team's way, so watch out for him. The big ruckman set in the middle. Look at Big Bo Vauxhall, is it, or is it Walker, I reckon it is. They get a clear tap, the Midlands, but it goes forward now through Ongerup. Player having to turn around there and chase that ball. Just puts the push out. I've liked him too, Carruthers, and that is a
Good
fantastic left foot kick, and he just trots off. And this is what we're talking about, get it into Nelson Kent, who will line up probably 45 out with the wind. Now, he's going to have to go left goalpost here.
Handball
Doesn't
off.
have to because he's given it across to number 4.
Aaron Russell.
And Russell, goal umpire just looking there. That is a great goal. We talk about constructing. Aaron Russell has kicked his third and get the ball down quickly, get it inside, structure up. But that work from Carruthers, he looked like he'd overrun it. He turned back around on his left hand. 3 Midlands players in front of him. Heighted that ball perfectly, and sausage roll it is.
And your teammate know each other. Aaron Russell has that prodigious left foot kick. Reminds me a lot of Grant Birchall running off the half-back flank for Hawthorn. And beautiful goal by Aaron Russell. As Tony said, he's kicked 2 in the second. He's now kicked his third in this game. It extends the lead to Ongerup. In the centre ground once again, doing the ruck work. This time is Walker. He's done okay. The big ruckman for Ongerup. Middle of the ground once again. There's Walker. Over the top was okay. Tried to find his teammate. Running hard at the footy. There is Allen. Allen through the contest. Handball's okay. They drew the one tour over the cop. That play there's Jonas. Jonas once again to Allen. Allen on the right. Kicks the ball down the line. Tried to find his teammate there in Daniel Frost. Oh, cop one high as an Ongerup play there. Umpire said no, he didn't. So a boundary line throw in on the far side of the ground to lift this massive lightning tower. And the Nutrient AJ Solutions scoreboard, good sponsor of this fantastic competition. They are for 48 years. So the boundary umpire is going to throw the ball in. Good thrown by the umpire. Ball comes to ground. Big thump forward by the Central Midland side. Ongerup have it. Little kick around the corner on the left. It's effective. Gains a few meterage. How will it stand? Will stand okay. Over the top there is Russell again. Russell, will he win the beanie? Will it win the Dartfish beanie? We don't know. He's kicked 3. It definitely will be a contender for that Dartfish beanie today in this grand final.
Just see the players have come up the ground, tried to push up, and then the big ruckman Beer's gone back. So they've changed the ruckman. I reckon that might be big number 25, Billy Jones in ruck. And big number 27, Jack Beer, is back down around centre half back, trying to just stem the flow from the Ongerup team. So around they come, Central Midlands inboard, but well cut off. Number 31 is Bo Vauxhall. He comes straight into centre half forward, and that's a great kick. I reckon this is Carruthers again. It is. Jack Carruthers.
Danger signs now here for Central Midlands.
On his right. So a player that can kick right or left foot, absolutely sensational. And he's been constructive. I won't say the last 2 goals because it's got to go through yet. But if it has, he's been instrumental in that, probably about that 70 to 80 metre area out from goal, getting it in to the next player. And this is Lewis Davis. Lay down Mazaire, commentator's curse. What's he done? He likes it. Umpire likes it. We have 3 goals now to Lewis Davis. And as we said, once again, it's outside 50. Let them play around with it. Once it gets inside 50, bang, goal.
Danger signs here for Central Midlands on the Nutrient AJ Solutions scoreboard. See the Ongerup Footy Association 7-2-38 and the Central Midlands 3-1-19. A margin, would you believe, of starting to get ugly. 25 points. Mass is not quite red. 7-6 to 42 plus 2. So they got that wrong there. It's not 34 points. 7-6 is a 42 plus 2 is 44 according to my maths there, Tony.
That's it. Up
so
it
middle
goes
ground
in the
once
middle.
again. They have there do the Central Midlands Association. Balls onto the ground. Handball's okay. It's effective. And now they can go forward on the half-forward flank. Kicks the ball to space. Standing on the contest. Try to take a good mark with the play. End whistle. Out the back they are. Ongerup sells a bit of ice canner here. They kick the ball down the line. A Lux of fortune and falls in the hand of the teammate over there in Ward. It's not Ward, sorry. It's House. House decides to switch the play. They do this very effectively, do Ongerup. They switch it all times, and then they bring the ball in the corridor, and they do that again.
Big Ethan Caldwell it is. Goes out wide. He's got it out wide. They're actually pointing backwards here, but a bit early to go backwards, so they come inside here. Possession football at the moment, and they're doing it very well, Ongerup. It's this kick long now towards the 50. A great lead out and good hands there. And we'll just wait for this player to turn. He'll turn very quickly and just didn't quite get hold of it. So they're out here. they just want to keep a cool head there. Number 20 reminded me of Darren Pritchard when he streamed through there before. And that is Jesse Renke, who played quite well. Haven't called him much today, but had some good games yesterday. Oh, just popping that over the top. Left it high there for Rintoul to come in. They're out here, Central Midlands. Attempts a place kick almost. That'll do. Get it up and around the corner. I reckon this is Bungie going in towards the players. And have a look at the size of those two big fellas.
Big
That's
spoil.
Bill Jones and Brandon Wise.
Tell you what, it's a good defensive spoil. The Ongerup defender saved a certain goal. So Campbell Floyd has it now. The designated kicker for Ongerup decides to kick to himself and play and gains a few metres. Turns the ball over. Shocking kick. Down back is Allen. Allen lowers his eyes. Good effort then to run in the back of the fire. The paw. There's Vo. Falls in the hands of Whistle. Big Mike Ent Whistle, but unfortunately a minor score only.
And you wouldn't believe it. There's a second ball on the ground. I saw this player here, Big Caldwell, went over to get it and the ball came in and he said, no, I better leave it. Kids down the back having a kick, which is great to see.
So Campbell Floyd has it now for Ongerup. Looking at his options at the moment, they've started this third quarter extremely well. The Premiership quarter has Ongerup. So Floyd goes down the line. Big pack of players. Ball comes to the ground. Have the numbers here at Ongerup. Over the top there is Bairstow. He's met by about 2 or 3 plays. Could be in a bit of trouble here. And he is holding the ball. Good defensive pressure.
This kick coming in, which I'll let you call in a moment. But if you look at the shadows, wherever this goes, they're going to have the sun in their eyes.
So Jeffries have it on his right. Kicks the ball in the hot spot. Good contested mark. Umpire said play on. Kick around the corner. Has missed everything. And that plays Cody Juhas. And out of bounds on the full. So just gone 6:36 in this third quarter, the Premiership quarter. See Ongerup Footy Association 7-2-44. Central Midlands are 3-3-20, a margin of 23 points.
Ongerup coming out towards the half back as we speak. Oh, a player over the top there couldn't take it. There is little Bungie again. So what we're saying is Central Midlands here trying to load up. You see the shadows just off the players there. So the kick-ins that are going to come from that side might make it difficult for the backs, but more so the forwards leading if it's coming in that line. So umpire throws it in. Anything will do. So they tap it down. Here's one of these kicks we talk about, Bungie. And there's a grab again. Not quite sure if that's Rintoul at the moment. He's had a good game if it is. And if it isn't, well, this bloke's done a good job. So this way, that way. It was on the left boot. Tell you what, a little bit of kick to kick as we load up again. Central Midlands to come in board.
Kick the ball in the hot spot. Centre half forward. Going back in the flight of players. Ongerup play. Cop one high. And no use arguing with the umpire. Tony will not change his decision. The kick was definitely there. Don't you worry about that. So have the ball now. They can switch the play, and they do effectively once again. Have the ball now. Lowers his eyes, try to find the play there. Campbell Floyd. Good mark by Floyd. So Floyd has it. Switches the play in the corridor. Good effective kick. The running and carry by Ongerup has been good all afternoon. Lowers his eyes. Good kick to space. Lace out finds Davies on his right. Beautiful kick by Davies. Jeez, that's a clever kick. Found Aaron Russell, who has kicked 3.
Turned, one step, bang. So that's what you like to see. Okay, yes, he is the big leading forward. Then he's up the ground and feeds it into where he should be.
So Aaron Russell now is going to kick around the corner. The left foot will suit his angle here. He's already nailed 3 as Russell. He's going for goal number 4 and put another nail in Central Midlands' coffin. And he's done just that. Beautiful goal, Aaron Russell. That could be a contender for the goal of the day. He has now kicked 4, 2 in the second, 2 in the third. And Ongerup, unfortunately, if you're a Central Midlands supporter, they are getting slaughtered at the moment.
And as you said, there was only 13 points at half-time. They kicked 3-1 in the second quarter, Ongerup, to 3 goals, 1. And this quarter, they've already kicked 3 goals already. And we are 9 minutes in. So ball back in the middle. They're starting to get a sniff. So let's look at body language. Let's look at, see the player to the left, just the head down. If any player's got hands on hips, you start to notice this. And Ongerup are up and about. So you get an ascendancy. You get a break in the mental side. So one team will get the ascendancy. The other team evenly will drop away. But the ruckman is set in the middle. Can they get it back? Big Walker it is. Up he goes. And that's Hamish Rogers in the middle. So they go around here. Central Midlands. Out wide, just in front of the play there. And charging in there was big Ethan Caldwell. He gave it everything. And
reminds me of a player of Troy Wilson. Used to play for the West Coast Eagles.
Yes.
It's a human cannonball.
And poor old Cody Allen thought he was going the other way there, and Todd Kenny. So Todd Kenny was very proficient yesterday. Called him a lot and haven't really seen him a lot today. Nice left foot kick in, but have a look again. I'll tell you what, you've got the pillars at each end. You've got Rintoul down one end.
Shocking
no,
kick.
you haven't. Can
Oh,
they capitalise?
they can.
And that is a nice goal. The two number 4s are going well for both teams. That was Cody Juhasz.
Commentator's curse, Tony. You pump up the guy's tyres there in number 23 in Dean Rentel, and he does a shocking kick and
You know
turns
where
the
that
ball
was
over.
going? Yeah.
Absolutely.
It was him and Davis, both doing great things at both ends. Well, no, they're not. Get him off. Get him off, we say. No, he'll... Now, here's an important thing. What you do in the next 5 minutes if you're Rintoul, get yourself back in the
Absolutely.
game. Look, he's obviously a mature man.
So rotating players there for the Central Midlands in Cody Juhasz, who's kicked a goal. I don't like that. As soon as you kick a goal, Tony, you come off the ground. When you're in the zone,
and
mate,
you're up and about.
leave yourself on the ground. So middle of the contest once again at here at the Wacker Division 2 Grand Final. Rucklock was okay. Good effort then by the Ruckman there in Walker. Brings the ball there. Smother was very good by the Central Midlands play. Up and about here. Handball over the 1-2. They lower their eyes to the half-forward flank. Ball over the top. Ongra play then. Bertola was effective. Goes back in the ball. Bertola. Met by 2 or 3 players. There he is again. Rintel. Gave him the don't argue. Didn't do much then. Kick around the corner. Good defensive pressure has been taken by Cook. Cook's run out of bounds. Boundary line throw in. And a person on the bottom of the pack there as Ongar up picks himself up very gingerly.
That is Rintoul.
Rintoul.
Might have copped one in the face, hasn't he?
No, he's thinking about the last kick he stuffed up.
Yeah, or he's just tasting the
The turf.
He looks like a tough lad. I think he's coming around to 30. I'll check that because it did say, where are we?
See, thrown in, the ball comes through, was a throw, and holding the ball, play on to advantage, and it might be a goal. Umpires, yes it is, play on to advantage. We'll pick that player up in a minute for Central Midlands, but a fantastic goal,
Pretty happy
and it
too,
is,
aren't
and
they?
it is a number 5 there in Glassford. So, Lockie Glassford, all of a sudden, they were out of the contest with Central Midlands, and the last 2 minutes has been a turn in the game, Tony.
Just see that ball bobbling around. Geez, he got through the pack there too, didn't he? And I've been very impressed with some of these players. You know, coaches talk about, just straighten up and kick down the line. That if you're clever enough to get that ball around the corner like that, do it. Set it up, give us a bit of magic and have a look.
Scoreboard now, mate. It's 8-2 to 5-3.
Yeah, 10 shots to 8, so they're not out of it.
Just under 3 goals. So middle ground once again. Umpire throws a ball up. Good effort, brings the ball to the contest. The 1-2 is okay by Ongra on his left foot. Was even affected by Phillips.
Big
Kicks the
kick.
ball in the hot spot. How will it stand? All class here. He kicks the right and just about scrapes in for a minor point. No, that play there was Carruthers. That's Zach Carruthers.
Jack.
Done
Jack
okay.
Carruthers, yep. So I'm interested in how they do the kick-ins. So he takes off. The player led early, so he goes down towards the wing, but you can see the 2-on-1. So that player that's what happened. The Ongerup player left his opponent to come towards the ball. They get a third player out there, comes inside the centre forward. Player in good position for the Central Midlands team was Dylan Allen. Comes down towards the wing. Up they fly the 2 big ruckman. Second effort. Here he is, Rintoul. He's down
Ball,
the ground a
holding
bit and
the footy.
just lets that go. He's in a bit of strife. I hope he doesn't fade too much towards the end of the game because he's having a mighty game and he's actually just coming on.
A bit of claret there. So they have the ball now to the Central Midland side, waiting for the player to come off the ground. He's sporting a bit of claret, I think. Don't know what's happened here. Or
So
is
they've
it
got two coming off.
Yellow,
Yep.
bit of claret as players come back onto the contest. But Central Midlands, the last couple of minutes, just turned the game a bit.
That is Rintoul too.
3 goals out they are. And the opportunity for the Central Midland side to go forward once again. Have the ball on the far wing, just short of the centre pitch here at the Wacker. They have the ball now, decides to play and kick down the line. That plays Devitt on his right. Kicks the ball to half-forward flank. How will it bounce over the top? He's been very impressive. Hamilton got held high, I think. The umpire said certainly did. So the helmet, Maverick Hamilton, kicking a half out from goals. He lowers his eyes and kicks the ball to the hot spot by Hamilton. Ball's up the top, just about a good mark. The umpire didn't pay it. Thought just about there an ink whistle. The umpire said you've got to hang those over to pay a mark.
I reckon that's, Devitt, boy, he's dangerous up
It's
forward,
good set of mitts, hasn't he?
To him.
So umpire's going to throw up 10 metres out from the goal from the Central Midlands.
There's a go.
Beautiful How's that ruck work then? The ruck work, the crumbing goal, it's just been touched off the boot, but beautiful ruck work by the big lad there. I think that player there was Big Abbott, Oliver Abbott, but just touched off the boot for a minor score.
And I'll tell you, Cam, 1 goal 3, 4 scoring shots, 3 goals 1. 4
4
scoring
each.
shots. And I'll tell you what, Central Midlands, I'm liking what I'm seeing. They've just pushed themselves back in a bit too. That ball comes off the foot, not the best, but the Ongerup player found some space. Long penetrating kick,
Good kick.
but turned around. I reckon Central Midlands have just lifted here. If they can maintain possession, tell you what, when it comes, I was just going to
Bairstow
say, I haven't
smart.
called Bairstow for a while, and there he is.
Through traffic.
Just that nice sidestep there by Phillips.
Outside 50,
Goes
Phillips goes to
long
the...
and
Probably
just
should have
dribbles
used this
across
player on the
post.
far side there, Tony, in Carruthers. That's Jack all by himself, but didn't see him, went for goals and tried to make a hero of himself, and unfortunately ran out of bounds. Should have used Carruthers, and maybe Carruthers then could have kicked a goal.
So Glassford's just come off, and number 20 is Jesse Reinke. I like the look of him. He's just charging across that far side. Hasn't got anyone on him, so if they can get this out, Midlands, he's about 10 metres in front of that gentleman there.
It's the boundary line throw in. D is going to do the ruck work, bring the ball to ground. How will it stand between two players? Okay, handball over the top. They have the ball on grab, tackle from behind. Good tackle in the end by the player from the Central Midlands and Gus Devitt. And the umpire says, give the ball to me. Boundary line throw in, 5 metres out. Can they sneak another goal here? Onger up. Ball comes to ground. Through traffic was good. Players kicked a lot of goals there in Davies on the right. Handball's okay. They're out of jail here. I think it's out of bounds, I think. And the umpire said, yes, it is.
And just looking about 30 metres off this ball, most of the players are there, but Ongerup have got a player in the middle of the ground free. There's only 2 players inside the 50. It's a shot on goal, and they've got another one free here on the other side.
I thought it was a boundary line throw, but I think it was out of bounds on the full. So the opportunity here to Ongerup to have a shot.
Yeah, left footer.
Be it a good kick from there. Bit of a cute angle. Leans back on this one on the left boot. How will it go? Pulls it left and stays at left for a minor point on the Nutrient AJ Solutions scoreboard. Sees the Ongerup Footy Association 8 goals 5 to Central Midlands 5 goals 4.
So 18 points the difference as we speak.
17 minutes gone too. Tony, another 3 minutes in this third quarter.
So as we say, let's have a look at how they structure up. There's nothing on short. Numbers are out this side. So, okay, if you get it to the numbers, you've got to get a clearance. Fair few green jumpers in here. Ongerup, that means they've got a free somewhere. Bairstow's just hanging outside. This is going to be the dangerous kick by number 21, and that's well constructed by Harry Quayle. Now they need the run on. Get the Jets on. He's gone over the top. 2 on 1, but this is the strength of this player, Isaac Boyd Devitt. Plays on now, gets a long kick in. Tell you what, that's a fair kick. Oh, the player's just dropped it. That's Rinky. This way, that way. Can't quite get through. Gives it back to the Ongerup player. He's in trouble. Oh, they've got the one free, but I'll tell you what happened there? Dropped it. They've got it up again. Strong play by number 22 there, roaring through. Good battle here. Here's an opportunity off the ground, big fella, and he's done it. He has got it.
Billy Jones. The butcher, Billy Jones, has nailed his goal. The
I'll
Jones
tell you what,
factor.
hang on to your hats. Here they come. That's the one just as we're getting towards the end of the quarter.
Remember that show, Dad's Army?
Yeah.
Jonesy the butcher.
Glad you said that because I was like, hello, Cam's going all right. Have a look at it coming here. The big fella, agile. Bang!
Goal. Very good, Billy Butcher.
Could that be one of our Sportal Digital scoreboards goal of the day? Big Billy Jones, I'll tell you what, he's just about brought me undone there. I got that
Jonesy
excited.
factor, 18 and a half minutes, a minute and a half to go in this last quarter. Middle of ground once again. How will the
Coaching
centre
master
clearance-
stroke. Put the big fella up forward.
handball in the contest there? Jumps on the play. Cop one high, I think, was the Ongerup play. The umpire said, yes, you did. So that's Jaden Brooks. Brooks decides to play on, kicks the ball to centre half forward. Big packer plays here. Spall over the top was okay by Central Midlands. The 1-2 was even better by the big fella there in Beer. Beer went back into the contest, and the umpire said, give the ball to me. Last minute of this third quarter to go there, Tony. Can they sneak another goal through before three-quarter time?
Yes, I throw up about 35 metres out. They're out again here. I said that. Central Midlands have lifted. Just that putting at the grass doesn't help. But there's the beauty again. Isaac Devitt Boyd, just influential down there. Gets it inside 50 again. The Central Midlands team player gliding by. There's Big Billy. This time he gets caught, doesn't get his own way. And I'll tell you what else has happened is that big Dean Rintoul's been off the ground. He's still down here wiping the claret off. While that's happening, Central Midlands have come back and scored, so influential, and they're in trouble again here. If this ball doesn't get out to the Ongerup player, it's a good 50-50
well
battle,
done.
2-on-1.
Well done by
10
Ward.
there.
Corey
Yeah,
Ward, good
Corey
effort by
Ward.
him. So kick the ball down the far side.
Here's Big Beer.
Three-quarter time siren sounds here. We have a great game of footy here. Don't you worry about that. The Ongerup Footy Association, they are 8 goals for. Central Midlands are 6 goals for. The fantastic game of footy. Do not leave your. We're going to probably take a short break there, Tony, and we'll come back for the major scores and the best players for each respective sides. We'll be back very, very shortly. Welcome back to the WACA for this grand final of the Division 2 clash between Ongerup and Central Midlands. Fantastic game of footy here. Ongerup are still in front 8-4 to 6-4, a margin of 12 points. They were in front by 13 points at half-time, Tony. They pegged the margin back by 1, but it was a fluctuating quarter, wasn't it, by both sides?
Yeah, just looking at my notes, I reckon Ongerup, the first 12 minutes, they were out there, and as you alluded to in the commentating, that they got a pretty big break there. They'd got those early goals, but then Central Midlands, the 8 minutes, and I think the influential bit there was Rintoul went off. Central Midlands, I think, just ran a bit more, kept hold of the ball and controlled. Look at our goal scorers. Aaron Russell, as you said, maybe well on his way to winning the beanie today in the thongs with 4 goals, number 4. Bairstow again, influential in the middle, playing very well. Jack Carruthers, really liked him, left foot, right foot, up forward. And I talked about him between the centre circle and the 50-metre line. That's where his real influence comes in. Tristan Ballard, number 12. Tyson Prater, number 15. Davis went a bit quiet. They need a couple more out of him if possible. And really impressed with Dean Rintoul down back, number 23. Central Midland, apart from the one blemish, of course, but we won't go into that. Richter and Phillips have been good. Central Midlands, what have you seen?
Yeah, I've seen up forward, Big Mikey Entwistle kick 2 goal. He's been a good target up forward. I think also the Mosquito fleet in the middle of the ground being Dylan Allen and Daniel Frost. They've been very, very effective. And also like the look of Cody Dewhouse too. He kicked a goal in that quarter, and also Lockie Glassford. So it's only 2 goals of difference there, Tony. And actually, I reckon Central Mids are kicking probably with a favourite into the ground. That's to the right of the screen. So anyone's game at this stage. We both tipped Ongerup before the game, Tony, but Central Midlands have took this challenge right up to them in this grand final clash.
And I'll tell you what, you can hear the noise down there from the Ongerup boys. The Central Midlands boys are all out there. So we look at this point of the game. Some of it's mental. Do you look at the scoreboard and say, geez, we're back in it, we can lift? Do you look at it and say, oh, we're behind by 3 goals if Ongerup get the first one? Certainly physical. I don't think there's been a backup. I think it's been the one speed the whole game. Yes, you might see the odd guy a bit slow to get up, but they only tend to stay down if we've seen a pop shoulder, we've seen 2 or 3 bits of claret come off. It's a game of football, but that's the only way you'll actually get them off is through. We don't wish an injury on anyone, but that's the only way you'll get them off. They're tough boys, and I tell you what, we are in for an absolutely exceptional last quarter of football here. 12 points to Ongerup, kicking to the left of screen, Central Midlands to the right, and you are with Cam Robbins for the last throw-up.
Absolutely doing the ruck work. This time is Hamish Rogers for Central Midlands. He'll be doing rucking work against Jeremy Walker. Umpire throws a ball up. Give that one to Rogers. Good effort by him. Hit the ball forward. Rogers got the 1-2 out. Trying to find his team up there in Devitt. Gus Devitt put the head over the footy. Hand by the top to Allen. Allen's met very heavily by the player. Umpire said, hell to me. Ball is going nowhere. Good defensive pressure by Fraser House. So good start this last quarter. Umpire throws a ball up. Rogers again over the top. Bring the ball to ground. Ongerup have numbers. Tackle from behind was okay. Falls in the hand of that player over there in Richter. Went back in the corridor, did Richter, and they're set upon by 2 or 3 players from the Central Midlands. And the umpire says, give the ball to me. So ball ups already. Bottom of the pack once again being Cody Jewel-Ass. He's been very effective. Good ruck knock them by Walker. Bring the ball to the ground. Tackle from behind was by Ed Muir. And all we're seeing at the first minute and a half of this game, Tony, is tackle, 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 tackle.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be a hard slog, isn't it? Beautiful sunshine's out here. Around the corner it comes. Gus Devitt having a pretty good game, and this is what we like to see. It's come back the other way, and they do like the switch, don't they? Ongerup. Nice mark here. Player was going to run on and didn't. He just comes back square. It actually opens up space to lead into. That needed to hit a target. This is the quality of the players that we've got out here. Will we see our first coast to coast finally? This is George Bungie. I haven't called one for the whole 4 days that we've been calling because we had the Colts and now the seniors. And this could be the first one from the back line to the forward line. I tell you what, just taking his time here is Hayden Richter. He knows there's 20 minutes waiting for the umpire.
Kick back before the chisel kick by Aaron Russell on that left foot there, Tony. That was Cinderella story. By him. Fantastic pass.
Oh, player charging inside 50 there. Gets ignored. Hayden Richter. Very sideways with how he kicked that, and it's got a bit of a swell to it. Up goes the pack, and down it comes. Just give us a bit more of that, Cam, because it's so important, isn't it, the skill factor?
Absolutely, skill factor, and skill comes to the top of the surface there, Tony. So, minor score only. Central Midlands have the ball now. 2 minutes have gone in this last quarter. Kicks to himself and kicks the ball down to line. In the road there is Floyd. Put in the contest very heavily then by Entwistle. Comes to ground. Chain of hand was okay to Van Berlo. Over the top, the 1-2 was to Entwistle again. Entwistle from downtown 50. Good kick to space. Spore was fantastic over the top. How will it stand? It will stand ordinary defensive pressure by the Ongerup player there in Ethan Cordwell and force that through for a minor point.
Yeah, it was a bit hard there for Big Billy. He's got a bit of a limp up too there. I reckon is that Big Billy Jones there? It was. Just didn't know whether to soccer it through or turn around and pick it up, and ball just comes out of bounds there. And once again, Central Midlands just applying that pressure. There was a big roar from the Ongerup group at three-quarter time, but Central Midlands, yes, Ongerup have had it forward once, but tell you what, Central Midlands are here for a game. Player free at the back of the pack, and I'll be getting someone on him because if it goes backwards, it doesn't. It comes forward fortuitously to Ongerup, but it's a high kick. Oh, courage needed to be shown, and he's given a bit as well. Jordan McAllister, he's a good lead-up player.
Beautiful
Pops
kick.
It in short.
Beautiful kick.
Exactly. No, he won't give it off, mate. Exactly. Exactly what we said. They just need a lift from Davis again.
Well, he's kicked 3, mate, so he's going up for goal number 4. He's had a pretty good
Have a look at the player
game in the office.
He's going to kick from. He's going to have to launch this from
He's
the
going to
50.
back himself. Confidence, mate. He's going to back himself.
There's no one in the goal square for the Ongerup team. Player just wandering back now. Gets hold. It only spins about 4 times, that ball, and just off to the right. And could that be costly for them? Well, it's a guessing game at the moment, 41-53.
So Moyer has it now, decides to switch the play over, finds his teammate Lace out. They have the ball now to bring the ball. It's a risky kick. Hell, it doesn't come off. Bairstow has it. A play on the far side if you can see him, but good contest by Central Midlands. Knew they were in a bit of trouble, and this time they threw their body on the line there on Bairstow. So the umpire says, give the ball to me.
Yeah, a bit slow to get up there, Bairstow. He's had a good game. Of course, Carruthers, Davis, Russell, and Central Midlands are going well as well. So they've got certainly some contenders in the better players there. As out it comes again. I tell you what, they're on Central Midlands. A player charging towards the wing.
Good
That
pace.
is a great take, wasn't it?
Certainly was. That's
Inside.
by Vose. Goes through in the corridor. In a bit of trouble
Cavalry
here.
come.
Brute strength over the top found Prater. Prater's pressured then by the play there for the Central Midlands in Gussie Devitt. So right in front of the interchange bench for the Central Midlands side. We're going just on 5 minutes of this grand final clash between these two division sides. Ongra 8-6-53. Central Midlands are 6-5-41. A margin just over 12 points.
So
Good
it's
tackle
tight.
there.
There's heat in the kitchen, mate, and it's not just the ground in sunshine. There is heat in the kitchen. You see a lot of green jumpers to the left. So if they can get it this way, see both ruckmen hit the one way, and that player is dragged the ground just almost like going to a rodeo. But two bulls in there. Beanie winner yesterday, their number 16 McGilvray, being one of the tackles. So the rucks go up. They both come down as the ball hits the ground. They're out again. Here's Central Midlands. It's just a hack kick forward.
Well done. They have the ball now. That player we keep talking about all the time is Rentel. That's Dean Rentel. In relation to Chatty Rentel, he used to play for East Fremantle and the Adelaide Crows, and more importantly, played for the Karratha Cats in a premiership play with Chatty Rentel. So the bound umpire is going to throw the ball in this side of the ground here. Good throw in by the bound umpire. A bit shallow. She's a bit tired too. She carried. I reckon she probably run 16 Ks. This Kane, the poor boundary umpire.
And interesting, the rule has changed. You have to throw the ball towards the centre of the ground now rather than just straight in. That goes up
Yep,
and under, so
certainly
it's
does.
anyone's ball. Big ruckman takes it. Around the corner it comes. That's a high kick. It's going to be close to out of bounds. Oh,
Good
geez.
smart spoil in
Tell
there,
you-
wasn't it?
Tell you what you can hear. That's going to take a while to get the ball back, which is actually going to soak up time, interestingly. You can hear when the players clash. Now, we're probably, what do we hear, 60 metres from the ground. You can hear the sound.
Yeah, Whoomper.
You can hear the sound. So, ball now, just coming back into play. And that's Rintoul again. Just goes long down. Player in
Good
front.
mark.
That's a good grab, isn't it? And that's
Cody Allen.
that.
He's
Just
played
the
well.
bomb doesn't work.
Find his teammate the far side there, Maverick Hamilton. Good running by Hamilton. Hamilton has it. Kick and a half out from goals. He tries to kick the ball the hot spot. Big pack of players here. 3-on-1 there.
3-on-1,
One
yeah.
of those players that Ongra up play. He does an easy sprawl over the top for a minor score then. Should have done a lot more with that in the attacking move for Central Midlands. But they still trail at the moment. They bring the ball into the ground here through Richter. Richter on his right boot. Beautiful run and carry there. Finds Russell close to best on ground. Russell would turn the ball over this time to Drew Haas on his left.
Oh.
Used the body as well. Well, how will it stand? Didn't stand up for the big butcher. The big Jonesy. There he is. Second effort was okay. Still pinballing the machine out there. Kind of like a washing machine there in the forward pocket.
And you can see the Central Midlands players actually on their own about 10 metres behind this when that ball came in. Big Billy Jones, he's had a couple of opportunities, hasn't he? Just hasn't been able to finish.
Certainly has had the ball now. Good effort then by
Here's a
Ongra.
go.
The play there in house. On his left, the trusting left foot kick. How will it go? It stays left for a minor score only. Peppering around the goals are the Central Midlands side. They need to convert those, Tony.
Well, they've kicked 3 points for the quarter. It's still only early, 8 minutes in. So I reckon this is this, not sure if it's Rintoul again.
Tyson Prater it is.
Is it? Beautiful leg
Prater on the
him.
left. Good,
That's a
beautiful
great kick.
vision. Finds his teammate there in Brooks. Brooks has it.
So
On the commentary side of the ground, chips the ball over the top. Good use of the footy here. Finds the sharp shooter there in Lewis Davis. Can use a handball over the top and finds Richter. Richter
Ooh.
on that trusting left foot kick. Once again, a big pack of players at the back and good defensive mark.
Set of
Been
jigs.
taken by the big fella there in Bia. Bia decides to switch the play and finds his play there. Frost. Frost can draw the play over the top. He does do that and finds Drew Haas. So Drew Haas once again can bring the play over the top.
Yeah,
Good
runners
passage of
inside.
play here. Running carries good by Frost. Handball over the top. The drawing the play over here. The 1-2 by the Central Midlands side, but did not look. Turns a paw straight back over, and straight away in the gap there is Rentel, and Ongra once again are out of jail.
just see if they hold it up here. They actually elect to go down the ground. Player that kicked that's just standing with his hands on his knees, watching from over the other side now as they're inside the 50. This player's been great as well. Bit of a bull, Jordan McAllister. Kicks in.
And our man
that
Russell.
could be
Angel Russell has just put that beanie on his head. Don't you worry about that.
There's 5 in a grand final, if you don't mind.
He's got that darts feast, Johnny Douglas beanie wrapped all over his head at the minute.
And Cam, that ball from one end to the other, and as I said, it was a bullet kick from the far side. They elected not to switch the play and share the ball around. They said, okay, let's just show what we can really
Run
do.
and carry.
Foot on the accelerator, bang, 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 and nice easy goal. As interchange, we see number 10 coming on, getting a run is Corey Ward, and young player number 32 coming off is Nelson Kent. I don't know whether we call it just yet.
No, I'm going to call it, mate. Russell's got the beanie, mate. 5 goals in a grand final, mate. He's been instrumental, the most influential player on the ground, I reckon.
Is that the game, is what I was going to say. They're 3 goals up. We'll just wait and see, I guess. But 2 goals, 2 for the quarter to 3 points. I think Central Midlands have had their opportunities, but big
cracking
collision
plays
again.
there between both players. Didn't like the look of that. That player is in a bit of trouble
going on
there.
in the middle as well.
Yep,
Just,
and good to see your
Bairstow
teammate
and-
come over and see how he is, and good effort by Cody Allen. Opposition player, mate, said, how are you going there?
I think
Got to stop the
Bairstow's a
play
little bit
here, but
injured
they
there.
aren't. Surely got to stop the play. Umpire's seen it now. He's
There's-
got a free kick here.
Just in the background there, Bairstow and that number 16, Sam McGilvray, just butting at each other. If we can get a wider shot of those two, there's still a little bit going on just to the left, just back behind that player. And they're not happy with it. Players just a little bit feisty with a bit of the stuff going on.
I think it's Jackie Carruthers, number 8.
Yep, another player running in.
So they still have the ball now. Do the Ongar upside. Has a footy now.
Player's gone
Big
down.
fella there in Brooks. Brooks decides to play on, kicks the ball down the line, does Brooks. Big kick, big pack, drop the play here, copped an arm chop, it's the ladder. And I think it's
Davis
Big
again.
Fraser House has got a free kick here. And it's starting to get pretty ugly here at the minute.
I think that might be Davis again,
Or
is it?
Davies.
Yeah.
I think it's Davies.
So he's not looking too good at all, this player coming off. But we're talking about feeling. Obviously, it's a grand final, but there's a bit going on out. There's still a bit going on the far side. Or are they mates?
There's a
Who
player
knows?
coming off the ground. It's Zachy Carruthers.
He
Certainly
likes
is.
it off the boot.
And Davies, he's a dead-eye dick, this lad. Good kicking by him.
There's a bit going on out there.
He's nailed his
Just
4th goal.
Umpire coming in. Players a bit chatty there. And Davis yelled out something down the ground then, and there's still a bit going on. There's a fair bit happening.
We'll just stick to the game, mate.
Cam?
We're all right. It's
I
Ongar
love
just
the
put
other stuff.
another nail in the coffin for the Central Midlands side. They are 10-6, 66 to 6-7, 43. A margin of 23 points, and that's on the Nutrient scoreboard. And I think, although it's 12 minutes to go, Ongar at the moment have got all the answers. But Central Midlands, similar situation in the third quarter. They did come back. So in the middle ground once again, doing the ruck work this time is Big Brooks. Brooks brings the ball to the contest. Roved his own foot, he did Brooks. Kicks the ball with a check side right to centre half forward. Ball comes to ground. Russell trying to get the easy kick out back. Didn't go there. Now it does. Russell, good tackle by him. Fingertip of pickup was okay. Handball, good effort then by Johns on the left. Foot kicks the ball down the line to a 2-on-1. Ball comes to ground. Ongar have the numbers here. They do it quite easy. Handball back to Bairstow. The 1-2 is okay to Ongar. They can chip the ball around the corner. Risky kick. How would it come? It doesn't come off. Hitting the ball hard is both players. And that Ongar play once again has been cleaned up.
And that was
With a hip and shoulder there.
Yep, McGilvray just in around the area, so players start to push and shove. We don't like to see this towards the end. There's still
So
what have we got,
Liam Phillips
seven,
is recipient of the free kick.
7 minutes to go.
So Phillips for Ongar, the defensive part of the ground.
So defensive side of the ground. And Cam, I'm just going to finish this call and head down, and I will keep it a surprise. But we reckon we've got our beanie winner and thongs out there, and nice little kick in. This is the Ongar we know. Their systems seem to work. Player had to stand still, so then he gave it to another player standing still. But they've backed up well here 3 or 4 times. Can they get it on? Player running to the back. There's a lot of green jumpers in around this, so this player's under a lot of pressure. Umpire says that is holding the ball. You can see that coming. And so they will load up again through Maverick Hamilton. I'll leave you with it, Cam.
No worries.
and,
Hamilton kicks the ball forward.
All good.
Central Midlands handball. The 1-2 is okay. Through traffic, handball over the top was effective. Handball once again was even better by Devitt Boyd, and that is a consolation goal. It is a fantastic goal there to Cody Juhasz, and he has kicked his second goal. There's still enough time in this game of footy if the Central Midlands are good enough, and he's been very impressive as Cody Juhasz. He's kicked 2 goals. Here it is there. Handball over the top by the player there in Rogers. Handball once again over the top to Devitt Boyd, and then a kick around the corner on his preferred left side, and kicks a very, very good goal for the Central Midlands side in Cody Juhasz. So middle of ground once again on the Nutrient AJ Solutions scoreboard. We're just coming up to 15 minutes, 5 minutes to go in this grand final clash. Ongar up 10-6-66. Central Midlands at 7-7-50, a margin of 16 points. Umpire throws a ball up. Good ruck work's been taken then by the ruckman there in Walker, bringing the ball to the ground. They kick the ball to centre half forward. Running front and centre was a player over there in Bungie. Kick the ball on the right. You have the numbers here in Central Midlands in Quayle and also Jackson, but the umpire says it's out of bounds, so another boundary line throw in. So this Division 2 grand final is just about coming to an end. I hope you've enjoyed this call, courtesy of Dartfish and Filming Footy. My name's Cam Robbins as the boundary umpire is going to throw this ball deep into the ground. He does that well. Knock work over the top by Rogers. Bring the ball of the contest to the ground. Kick around the corners by Daniel Frost on his left. Good mark, defensive mark been taken. The umpire said no, he didn't hang on to it. That play was Walker. Unfortunately, didn't hang on to it long enough, but I thought it was. But umpire said no, you didn't. So 16 minutes, 4 minutes to go in this last quarter. Rogers brings the ball to the ground. Found his teammate there in Ward. Ward on the right. Kick around the corner. Defensive mark been taken by Cody Allen's been very effective play. Allen kick over the 1-2. Tried to find the play there in Hamilton. Hamilton met very heavily. That could be hold on the footy. Fantastic tackle from behind by Ben Vo. He's got it high, surely. No, the umpire said he got him high. I thought it was holding the ball for mine, but then again it wasn't. So Hamilton kicks the ball in the half forward flank. Defensively no good. And finds his play there in Rentel. So Rentel on the left. Kicks the ball down the line. Good kick. Tried to find his teammate over there. It's a little bit too far, too clever. And running out through a boundary line thrown that play. There's Bo Vox. Just didn't have enough Wheaties on that kick. So boundary line thrown right in front of the interchange bench and also the commentary box here at the Wacker ground. 3.5 minutes to go in this game of footy. Umpire throws a ball in. Well done by the big fella there in Rogers. Gave him the don't argue. Got held from behind. Tackle here. Cop one high was the play there from the Central Midlands. Umpire said certainly did. That's Todd Kenny. So Kenny, no time to rush. Goes over the top there to Trent Jackson, the captain. Kicks the ball in the hot spot. Ball, how it will go. In and out. They have the ball now below his knees. Tackled by Bairstow. Eluded the tackle then was a player over there in Devitt. Over the top there to the Central Midlands player and pushing it left by Daniel Frost and a minor score only. So the Nutrient AJ Solutions scoreboard, we see Ongerup Footy Association 10-6-66, Central Midlands at 7-8-51, and just on 18 minutes, 2 minutes to go in this game of footy. As Ongerup have it, I'll kick the ball on the far side of the ground. Big pack of players here. Ball comes to ground. Roving the ball there is Devitt. He's overran it, does Devitt. Packled in front of him. Little kick around the corners by McGillivray. And good defensive pressure by the Ongerup player. The 1%ers by Campbell Floyd. He's been a very, very good player, has Campbell Floyd for the Ongerup Footy Association. Last 2 minutes counting down on this game now. I think the Ongerup Footy Association will be premiers. Ball comes to ground by Jeremy Walker. And unfortunately didn't have enough ball there and energy is Maverick Hamilton. So the boundary umpire, that is, says give the ball to me. Umpire's going to throw the ball up. Hit over the top was okay. Got one high. Through traffic. In a bit of trouble now. Surely handball, the 1-2 is okay. We'll have to check their scoreboard too. The score we got on the screen is different what's on the scoreboard, which shows 9-7 to 7-8. I'm not sure which score is correct. We'll get that in a minute. Pushing forward there is the Ongerup player. Over the top there was just about a throw by Bairstow. Kicks the ball on the left. Players running the contest. Tackle from behind. They're out here, the 1-2. Draws a player over the top. Play over there is Kent. Kent takes one bounce. Takes another bounce. Handball over the top. Good play here by Ongerup. Can get the play back. Here's Kent. Kent does a check side kick. And the crowd wanted a goal, but it just was not there. Broke the wrong way. Did an Ashley Mallet off spin there, the wrong break. And a minor point only. That deserved a goal. That would have been a contender for the goal of the day. Down the middle of the corridor, Central Midlands are out through Hamilton. Hamilton on his left, kicks the ball to centre half forward. Spall over the top, roving front and centre over there was Glassford. He's met very heavily by the Yongrup player. Well done by Bairstow. Stood themselves up for the contest very well. Tackle when he didn't have it was Allen for Central Midlands. Allowed the play to go on. The smother by Allen was sensational. Play there going through the contest then. The 1-2. Good effort then by Ongerup. Pick up below his knees. 1-2 over the cop to Kenny. Kenny over the top then, and could be another goal here to Mike Entwistle. And that is gone. The siren has gone. Ongerup are the 2022 Division 2 Championship winners, winning in fairly comfortably 9-8 to 7-9. And they had all the answers throughout the course of this game, did the Central Midlands side. Major goal scorers for Central Midlands, 5 goals to Aaron Russell, 4 goals to Lewis Davies, and 1 goal to Nelson Kent. For the major scores for the Central Midlands side, 2 to Johannes, 2 goals to Entwistle, and single goal scorers to Jones, to Devitt Boyd, and also to Glassford. But on the game, I think Central Midlands were just outclassed by Ongerup. They had the answers all day. Been a fantastic game of footy. And we'll see who's going to potentially win the Dartfish Player of the Day. And I think it might be Aaron Russell. So the players keep shaking each other's hands by Ongerup and also by Central Midlands. But the Ongerup Footy Association will be partying down in the lower southwest tomorrow and probably later on in this evening tonight. They have won this championship by 10 points. A good effort by them, as it's fantastic camaraderie between the two sides of the Central Midlands at Ongerup. So quarter time was the Central Midlands 1 goal to Ongerup 2-1, advantage by 7 points. Half time it was Ongerup 5-2 to 3-1. 3/4 time 8-4 to 6-4, and then it was 9-8 to 7-9 with Ongerup winning this Division 2 championships. And looking forward to the next clash of the Division 1 grand final, which will see the Southwest versus the Avon, as all the representatives for the Country Footy League gets all the memorabilia down on the ground to present the shield and present the best player on the ground. As the Southwest is doing their warm-up to the left of the screen, as all the volunteers associated with their Ongerup Footy Association pretty pleased with themselves. And why wouldn't you? They've played a very, very good, consistent 4/4 effort of footy here at the Wacker. Plenty good players throughout the course of the day. Russell was very good. Middle of the ground, Luke Bairstow was outstanding. Davies too, the key forward. He kicked forward, down back. A very good effort by Dean Rentel. He was a very, very good player. Better players for Central Midlands. There's a lot of those as well. Cody Juhas, he kicked too. He was impressive. Mitch Van Bolo, Gus Devitt, Dylan Allen, Dylan Frost were pretty impressive. As the big shield comes out. And looks like we're going to have the Dartfish presentation there. They've got 2 of them there in Lewis Davies and Aaron Russell. And we're going to go down live there shortly to our man Tony. The beanie and also the thongs. So here he is, Tony, live now.
Well, sensational, folks. Ongerup have got up and talk about the land of the Giants. Have a look at these two blokes. So, to my right, our best on ground, Aaron Russell. What was it, 5 goals, Aaron?
Just a 4, mate.
Just a 4. And your home club, sir?
Newdigate Footy Club.
Yes. And
yeah, but awesome to be able to represent the competition and the club. It's really good.
And great bunch of blokes. Lifelong friends, aren't they? You played in the grand final.
Always when you win a flag. Yeah. Friends forever, yep.
So how'd you travel down here?
From Perth, actually, so it was only a 10-minute drive to the hotel, but a few of the boys did a few Ks to get up for the weekend, which is good. Yeah. Good to have them up.
And what have you got planned for this evening? Of course, winning the championships. Look out.
I think the big fella might be the one to ask about tonight's plans. He's the number one in the party scene, so might be one for the big fella, I think.
All right, mate. Well, it's been a pleasure watching you over the last few days, and congratulations on the win. We'll just turn to Lewis Davis. So you've kicked 5 goals today, was it? 4. Good memory, and we saw you kick about 8 yesterday, mate. So fantastic yourself.
Sorry?
So fantastic. Where are you from?
From Borden, yeah. Down near Albany, so.
Okay, so how far do you have to travel to get here?
4 hours, yeah, so.
Okay. Just interesting, mate. Have you had a go at league footy down here, or would you be interested if they come looking?
What, in Perth? Yeah, I was played Colts at Claremont and then a couple of years in seniors there.
Yep.
Didn't get a league game, but it's a pretty good side at the time, so.
And how old are you, 23?
Yeah, 23, yeah.
What were you going to say, sir?
I was actually playing as a defender up there, so.
Fair dinkum. Well, I'll tell you what, mate, we've absolutely loved you over the last few days, and if any clubs are interested in having a crack, mate, you can certainly play the game. We wish you all the best. We'll let you go off and enjoy the celebrations. Thank you for joining us, and we're just going to a short ad break.
Well done there, Tony, covering the game as per normal. Yeah, very good play here was Lewis Davis, kicking 4 goals. And updated the score, they've changed it, but it is 10 goals, 7, 67. Ongerup have won over Central Midland 7-9, 51. A margin in the end by 16 points, and they were far too good all day, were the Ongerup side. And I think a good choice of best on ground, Aaron Russell, he was lightning with a penetrating left foot kicking out. We thought he kicked 5, but he said he only kicked 4, but he kicked 4, and Lewis Davis also kicked 4. And they had so many different opportunities up forward to the Ongerup side, where Central Midlands, they just plugged away, had their ebbs and flows of each game, but they just couldn't get enough goals on the ground to run out victorious here. So a good crowd are there down on the ground here around the Ongerup players there, and as Tony said, I think they'll be having a couple of nice frothies later on and having a couple of quiet beers as Luke Bairstow, the captain there, has his wife and his kids out on the ground. Fantastic to see your old man running around having a kick of footy. And as I said, you're a premiership player, and they deserved it. Division 2 winners Ongerup. They did not lose a game all carnival, and they've won this grand final here by 16 points. We'll go down live to the presentations here.
Solutions Country Football Championships and the presentations for the Division 2 grand final. Firstly, the West Australian Football Commission and the WA Country Football League acknowledges the Aboriginal peoples of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to the elders, both past, present and emerging. Firstly, can everyone put their hands together for the 2 competing teams, Ongerup and Central Midlands Coastal, on a great grand final. Over the last 3 days, we have witnessed some outstanding football, and I'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge some key people and partners for helping to allow this to happen. Firstly, to Nutrien Ag Solutions, who are into their 48th year of supporting the championships. Thank you to Andrew Duperuzal, Steve Wright, Justin Lynn and the entire Nutrien Ag Solutions team for their ongoing partnership of country football, not just at the state level with the Country Football League, but also at the individual league and club level, as many different agencies support many different clubs around the country. Thankfully to the WACA, to Beth, Joe and the team at the WACA for hosting us here today. It's fantastic to be able to come to one of the premier sporting facilities in WA, and I'm sure the players and support staff will remember it for a long time. And finally, to the players, coaches and umpires and support staff for your commitment to representative football. The championships are the highlight of country football each and every year, and we really appreciate you putting your hand up to represent your communities. Can everyone put their hands together for those collective? 2022 marks the 56th year of the Country Football Championships. I'd like to call for Justin Lynn to say a few words on behalf of Nutrien Ag Solutions, who have now contributed over $2.5 million to country football during their 48 years of supporting the championships.
Thanks, Brent. I haven't got a lot to say. It is great to be back after a couple of years off with the pandemic, but it's a fantastic game of footy. Well done to the Ongerup boys, and it is our 48th year, and we do fully intend to continue our sponsorship partnership with the WA Country Footy League and make it into over 50 years worth of sponsorship. It is our longest running individual sponsorship in Australia, and we are very proud of that fact, and thank you all for your support.
Thanks, Justin. Over the duration of the Country Football Championships, we have seen over 40 games played across the Colts and seniors, and over 60 regional umpires have travelled to Perth to umpire across the championships. The standard has been excellent, and all the umpires should be congratulated for their performances. I'd like to call up field umpire Mike Hearn on behalf of the grand final umpires to accept their medallions in recognition of their selection and performance across the carnival. Can everyone please put their hands together for the umpires? Each championships, the Waffle Pass Players and Officials Association Award is presented to the best performed player at the championships under the age of 21. I'd like to call for Gary Underhill to assist with the presentation. Thanks, Gary. The 2022 Rising Star Award of the championship goes to Bill Cordroy from the Mortlock Football League. I'd like to call for WACFL Executive Member Greg Baird to accept the trophy on Bill's behalf. Thanks, Gary. The Bud Byfield Medal is presented at every championships to the overall fairest and best player in Division 2. In a remarkable feat, the 2022 Bud Byfield Medal, making it a triple, a trifecta, goes to Luke Bairstow from Ongerup.
Thanks, Limmy and Shero, and yeah, on behalf of OFA boys, unlucky to Central Midlands Coastal. We had a good side. We only just got over that first game, and you were coming hard today. And it's just great to be back in it. It's just great to be back up amongst it. Thanks very much to WAC for letting us come out here and run around, especially us real average-looking fellas. But yeah, could have. Probably a bit lucky getting this. I think it being such an old coaster. So thank you.
Congratulations, Nugget. Every year we announce a Nutrien Ag All-Stars side based upon performance across the country championships. Now, with Justin up here, we'd like to award the players' jumpers from Division 2. Firstly, I'll call out the players who are not in today's competing teams, and their jumpers will be presented at their League Association Awards at the end of the year. They are from North Midlands, Joseph Ugle, Eastern Districts, Lockie Moritz, Matthew Dinesdale from Central Wheatbelt, Bill Cordroy from Mortlock, and Fraser Daly from Gascoyne. Can everyone please put their hands together for those 5 gentlemen? And we will push on through the rain, boys. And now on to the players from today's game. From Ongerup, Luke Bairstow. Lewis Davies.
I thought it was a medallion. A
bit later, mate. And Fraser House. Get a photo, Fraser, come on.
I thought it was a medallion.
And from Central Midlands Coastal, Isaac Devitt Boyd. Just a tad. All right, I'd now like to call on the coach from Central Midlands Coastal, Rob Cox, to say a few words on behalf of his side.
Firstly, thank you to the West Australian Country Football League for putting on a wonderful event, and the sponsors that are involved, Nutrien Ag Solutions. Thank you to all the officials and volunteers and the umpires for making this happen. Without them, these games wouldn't happen. To Ongerup boys, well done. Played a great brand of footy today. Your tall blokes probably didn't help us in the end, so I hope you enjoy your night, and well done. To the Central Midlands Coastal boys, it's been 4 years since we've came back here and played country footy. Thank you for being a part of it. Our aim was to get to Sunday and then see what happened. We turned up and had a crack. That's what we asked for, and I hope you can come back again next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. And it should be noted that Rob stepped in at the last minute when Central Midlands Coastal's coach Adam Cockey caught COVID on the Thursday. I'd now like to call forward the victorious coach Christian Walker to say a few words on behalf of his team and then call up their players to accept their premiership medallions.
I'd like to thank the West Australian Country Football League for putting on a good show and giving us the opportunity to come up and play. It was appreciated. Thanks to the volunteers and the officials and the umpires. It was great. Thank you. To Central Midlands. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for a great game. You really pushed us, and yeah, well played. And best of luck next time you come up. To the support staff for the IFA and the IFA in particular, they really put a lot of work in this and backed us in and supported us all the way, so thanks for that. And of course to the players, boys, well done, you bought in, and we got what we came to get, and thank you, boys, thanks. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, rightio. Okay, Luke Besto. Oh, sorry, Louis Davis. Ian Lloyd. Brandon Wise. Aaron Russell. Fraser House. Campbell Floyd. Sammy. Okay, sorry. Sammy. George. Boone. Jack. Michio.
You fucking don't know his last name?
No. I remember, yeah. Liam, sorry. Tommy. Tristan. Danny Rental.
Good Tristan.
B.O. Brooksy. Offie. Padlock, and I have no idea what your real name is. Cookie. Pistol. Nello. Big Jezza. Tice.
Nice.
Okay. Too quick for you? All right.
We're piling them up.
Eddie. Bo Walks. That'll let us.
And the coach Christian Walker. Rowdy. Hang on, boys, we're not there yet. Not there yet. Yeah, Rowdy. Congratulations, Songa up.
Having the board members there, they've just got in the way.
All right, move on.
Yep.
You're up. Yep. Welcome back to the big Division 1 game now, Cam, and you saw the Division 1 games yesterday, mate, so you're going to give us a bit of intel on the teams, a bit of a build-up into the game as we just seen the Division 2 Championships Onga up, and I'll tell you what, aren't they up and about?
Well, wouldn't you be up and about there, mate? But yeah, Southwest, I saw them all day yesterday, Tony, and they were very, very good indeed. The last time they played the Avon, it was 10-3 to 2-1, Tony. They won by 8 goals, and they had winners over the ground. I must admit, I'll declare an interest here. I do a bit of radio commentary for SEN, and I cover the Southwest 2 out of 4 weekends. So I know a lot of the players down in the Southwest side, and they have a very talented group of players there. But Avon, don't worry about that. They've got some big players as well, including their captain coach there in Tom Lear, the former player for Claremont and listed with the Adelaide Crows for a while. Zach Casey is a very good player. Matty Rogers, who had a stint with the Perth Football Club as well. So they have got a bit of talent around the ground, but Southwest have got so many talented players all around the contest, and hopefully you'll see that big dangle. Zachy Trigwell took number 8. He is number 8 for the Southwest side for Donnybrook. He stood on some guy's head in the goal square and took a fantastic mark.
And not yet 20.
No.
According to our date of birth, 26.
Yeah, Donnybrook boys, zone to East Perth, and Swans down there in the southwest. And like I said, I cover the games each and every 2 out of 4 weekends, and he does actually take big marks.
And I think we're going to be able to have a look at that right now, Cam. We'll have a look at that big mark.
Beauty of the commentary here, live coverage.
That's what I heard the call.
We might be able to get this mark up here. We're going to have a look at it in a minute by Zachy Trigwell.
We'll have a chat until that comes up. So fantastic there, and see the players come over to line up, and all in preparation. So let's have a look at the mark.
Here it is.
A reliable kick for goal is Jay Farron.
He takes it right in the goal square here.
40 metres
Kick
out.
over the top there by Jaron Farron. So Jaron Farron lines up for goals here. Just doesn't make the distance. And
mate, we talk about it. Sponsored by the West Coast Eagles. He's only looks a young lad too. Look at him.
He laughs too because he does it every week. He takes mark line every week. Does big Zachy Trigwell. Here's a replay now. Watch how high he gets up.
Oh my God!
Wow.
On his back.
Well, that's something to look forward to today, because the West Coast Eagles, I've got to let it go with that, mate. We're flying high. Pretty ordinary, but
Southwest side there, as you can see, they're in the green with a yellow V, and Avon, they are in the blue there, Tony, as each sides line up to do their formal proceedings before this game of footy, the grand final between the Division 1 teams, Southwest and Avon.
Welcome again to the Nutrien Ag Country Football Championships and today's Division 1 Grand Final between the Southwest Football League and the Avon Football Association. Can everyone please be upstanding for the National Anthem? Thank you. I'd now like to call for the 2 captains for the coin toss.
So he's going to win this toss here.
That's Sean Hayes, is it, the captain for Avon?
And Shawnee Crane, the little fella for Southwest. And they've won the toss. Avon to the right of the screen.
Fantastic to see. This is always the time, in it, that last huddle. Sometimes we ask the players, what do you say in here, and who has a word to say. And we've seen some of the AFL teams, of course, do a joke or two, but I can suggest to you right now that they wouldn't be joking in here. He's smiling, though. Just quickly, the Southwest, what area of Western Australia are we looking at there?
All down the areas of Bunbury, South Bunbury, Donnybrook, Carey Park, all that Augusta Margaret River. As you know, the wine's down there at Margaret River, and they've been a very, very strong competition. Avon are more in the area of 2J, in the probably Avon, Northam, so southeast of Perth, about 120 k's east of Perth.
Okay, so they close together then?
Yeah, probably in with regions, but obviously play Southwest such a strong competition there, Tony. They have 10 sides down there and a very strong competition, and they perform very well.
Just have a look at the midfield there, or is he the winger, number 19? He's a fair size. I was just looking there, Tom Gorder.
Yeah, he plays very good for South Bunbury. He was close to best on ground last week. And a player to keep your eye on, mark this player down here in Pat Ferret, number 15. There's talk about him getting drafted last year. plays the zone for Swans, plays for the Bunbury side down in the southwest, and Pat Farrant is a very, very good player. So should be a good set for this game. I think Southwest will be far too strong. They won by 8 goals the last time they met against Avon, and I'm tipping them to win probably by 5 or 6 goals.
Big number 16 in there, jumping up and down is Liam Ward. Umpire
So
holds
here we
the ball
are,
aloft.
ready to go. Start of this grand final clash. Umpire throws the ball up. Well done once again by the ruckman then. And Ward brings the ball to ground, head over the footy as well. Caught one high, surely was a Southwest player, and he was there in Tenardi. So Tenardi has it. Just forward to the centre, can draw the play over the top, but doesn't. That was Crane all by himself. So Tenardi uses Crane now. The little fella takes a one-hander. Handball over the top. They're out in the bad here through Tommy Gorta. Gorta on the left. Kicks the ball to the hot spot. There's that player again. He took that big mark. Zachy Trigg, wow.
We're
Takes
flying high.
Told you this kid can play, mate. He's got a lot of magic about him.
Mate.
He takes another fantastic mark. Zachy Trigwell, the boy from Donnybrook. He loves the apples down there. He loves the red ones, the green ones.
Mate.
He loves everyone to Zach Trigwell. And this could be a perfect start here for the southwest side in Trigwell. Leans back over it and goes straight over the goal umpire's head. Only taken 52 seconds, but already Southwest, Tony, have converted a goal.
And you could see when that ball came in, I loved watching how they set up and bring it in. The players came in, so one player stayed outside on the wing and glided by for that kick to come in. And as we saw the finish, Zach Trigwell. But remember where it comes from. But I'll tell you what, there's already a mark. I'm going to be hoarse by the end of the game because I'm going to sing every mark if I can.
Like
if
I
he
said, I see him every few weeks when I cover a Donnybrook game for SEN. He takes those like he's bloody eating lollies. So look around once again. We have the ball up, thrown up there in Wood. Brings the ball to the contact. Pushed off the footy was a player there in Tenardi. And umpire seen a second free kick. I didn't see it, but the umpire did. So Avon have the ball now in the centre of the ground. They kick the ball down to the half-forward flank. Ordinary kick in the end. Going back with the flight of courage, taking a good contested mark. It's Patterson. So Patterson decides to switch the play. Finds Gorta. Gorta all by himself. He can bring the ball in the corridor and finds Crane. Crane centre half back. Can chip the ball over the top. They do this very well. The run and carry here for Southwest. Can take a bounce. No one's on him. He's got B.O., that guy, over in the far side. He kicks the ball to the half-forward flank. Good kick and good pace, and finds Heisman. Heisman, the boy from Bunbury Footy Club. Looking at his options, Heisman. Far side of the wing.
Have a look at the patterns on Trigwell. He's run twice.
And here he is again. Go Trigwell again!
Gee,
and takes a big clunk.
Just watching him off screen, he ran forward, came back around, did a big arc, and then it became a 50-50, and yet still got the huge grab. And he's going to have a shot at goal.
Yes, he's going to go after his second goal. We're just on 2 minutes of this first quarter in this grand final clash of the Division 1 between Southwest and Avon. And already Southwest, they look good. So here he is, the Donnybrook lad in Trigwell on the right. He's pushed it right and stays right and out of bounds on the full by Zachy Trigwell. And a blemish, the only blemish he's done so far, the boy from Donnybrook, he's done very, very well. And he'll figure out, like you said, in the West Coast Eagles mark of the day. So Avon have it, tucked away in the back pocket. They have the ball now. They decide to switch. And they switch effectively and finds Caden Fulgrave, the former player for Subiaco Footy Club. Played a few league games for Subi, did Fulgrave. And lace out finds his teammate there in Jared Morton, the former player from Hawthorn and Claremont.
So Morton is a good size too. Geez, he goes long, but that's very close to the boundary. Can they get it, the Avon team? And umpire says touched. Throw it in. So we're right on the centre wing here at the beautiful Wacker. Just player free at the back. And I reckon that's the ruckman. So ruckman just walking back in there, Tom Wood. He's not going to be ready. Turns around now. No one behind the ruckman. Doesn't need to be because it comes to the front to Shaw Crane, the captain, and gives it back to that man, Jared Morton again. Big Morton comes inside. So will we see Avon load up? They're going diagonally here. Player out wide if he wants. Now we see the forwards held 2-on-1. The forward did a great lead, but getting back was two players there, 17 and 16, and that's Dylan Patterson.
So Patterson has it now. He's a very good player. Patterson all the way down there from that lovely town there of Bustleton. He kicks the ball down the line. They're out. This guy's pretty quick too. Below his knees, Lewis. Couldn't quite pick it up on the far side of the ground. So gone 4 minutes on the Nutrient AG Solutions scoreboard. Southwest a 1 goal straight, 6, and Avon, Tony, are yet to score.
Yes, and Avon, as we said, a little bit of possession game early, and then that bomb in. the forward had 2 players on him. So once again, Southwest very well coached in how to get back. But I think importantly is the understanding around who can do what. You see the big fella there has to go back.
Great kick.
Jared Morton, he's going to have to stay in the back line a fair bit, I'd say, as the ball just wobbles around here. Or player just ridden into the ground 2-on-1. I'm just going to keep an eye on Morton because I think he is free in the back here. He's going to take the ruck. Now, no, he's not. Coming standing
throws the
someone.
ball up. Bit of pressure then by the Southwest player, Ruckman there in Wood. Goes to the back of the contest on the left, into front to space. And front and centre was very good in Ethan Nordell. So Nordell has the opportunity now to kick another goal for the Southwest. The boy from the South Bunbury Football Club is Ethan Nordell. He has the ball now, does Nordell. That's Ethan right in front of goals. And he pushes left, but just sneaks through for another goal to the Southwest side. Another goal, first goal to Nordell. And Southwest, Tony, they are up and about.
Yes, they are, and you want to come prepared to play. You haven't got 5 or 10 minutes to just try and settle into it. You need to be up and about, and that's another goal brought to us by Sportal Digital Scoreboards. But the 2 goals coming from straight in front, so they certainly straighten up very quickly, don't they?
Middle of the ground too, young Sean Crane is having a lot of the footy, the little fella, number 2, the captain. Someone's got to stay more closely attention.
So he's only 21 years of age.
He played for the Peel Footy Club for a number of years.
Yep.
Umpire throws a ball up, doing the ruck with this time is Paul Rinder for the Southwest. Avon have it through the brute strength there is Jordan Lee. It's holding the footy.
Here he is.
And they have the ball now through that player mentioned, Sean Crane. Crane decides to play on. He kicks the ball on the far side. Try to find Nordell. He kicked the last goal. Nordell, good mark on the far side. He can chip the ball over the top. They run very hard. And finds Braden Firmano. His old man played senior footy for South Emmanuel Firmano. Ordinary kick at the end, though, and turned over, taking a good defensive mark is Jared Morton. He decides to switch and lace out, finds his teammate there in Will Mitchell.
Well, he tried to get it over the top and couldn't quite. He had players free here. They are certainly impressed with how Southwest squeeze up. Here we go again. Exactly what I was talking about. They squeeze up, they apply the pressure, and there's no easy kicks as number 1 down there was Lockie Stewart down the line. Just the other thing too was Sean Crane. I'm just keeping an eye on his running patterns. He got that ball out of the middle and just trotted down square of the ball. Throw comes in, no one behind, push in the back there, big number 16. Liam Ward gives it away, and before you look down and up, the ball's gone, down to centre-half back position.
So they have the ball now to Avon. They go forward, and Fulgrave takes a good mark. This boy can kick a footy, Fulgrave. And that's 50, ran through the line, and this will be the first goal to Avon. And Caden Fulgrave played about 40 senior games for the Subiaco Footy Junior Footy Club. Has the opportunity now to kick a much-needed goal to Avon. So Fulgrave, that's Caden. He's got another player also, a twin.
Yep.
And he's recovering from a knee reconstruction at the moment. So good goal to Avon, good goal to Caden Fulgrave. And opportunity now to peg that margin back by 6 points. It's 2 goal to 1 goal.
So we'll see this on the replay. Look, it was just a hack forward, but the advantage of playing in front. And as you said, Fulgrave there got the advantage of the 50 metres as well and pops it through. Pretty happy with it. And let's just even it up a little bit. There's still 1 goal up at the moment. We are 8 goals in a high, intense game of football. As I said, I've noticed the Southwest squeezing up on the opposition, so no easy kicks forward for Avon.
So in the middle of the ground once again, the big fella rucking there in Rinder brings the ball to ground. Below his knees was okay. Southwest, they kicked the ball forward to centre half forward. Lost what he should have had there, but went back in the contest was Taylor. Overrun the ball, well done through. The trainer traffic was Jackson Slater. Slade on his right, kicks the ball to centre half forward. Good percentage and pressure from behind. Somehow Southwest kicked the ball forward. Ball over the top was okay by the little fella in Sam Lewis. The 1-2 was okay by Crane. Falls in the hand of Kinnemott. Kinnemott did not look and turns the ball straight back over. The defence's mark's been taken by Jared Morton. He's done well, Morton. Good start by him. He finds Fulgrave. He can lower his eyes. Beautiful kick. Does it stay in or is it out of bounds? It's still in play. The mark there to Will Mitchell. So Will Mitchell, commentator, does a bit of candy around the corner. Does Mitchell. Kicks the ball on the right. Bit over the top there. Tried to find the captain coach there in Tom Lee. And Tom Lee picks himself up very, very gingerly.
Yeah, just feet went out from under him. But a bit of that 2-on-1 I noticed earlier with the lead he tried to do. They get on to him. So all the players, once again, on this half of the ground, so the grandstand side, players go up. There's no second ruckman, so just a two-handed punch across the boundary line now. And
He's given that deliberate. He's given it deliberate.
Yeah, because no other player touched it.
So
exactly right.
So Fullgrave right on the 50-metre park here decides to play in by handball to the fast-kicking play there in Matty Rogers. Matty Rogers downtown, falls in the hands of Ugle, and Ugle goes bang, bang, bang. Kyle Ugle, and all of a sudden, Avon had kicked back-to-back goals. And it's 2 goals apiece. We've gone 10 minutes of this grand final Division 1 clash between Southwest and Avon, and it's all even Stevens, Tony.
Well, you're correct, Cam, and I'll tell you what, a lot of this you can put down to big Jared Morton down back, because he's got his hands full trying to stand his own opponent, but maybe trying to get down into that space and cut off the flights of Trigwell as well. So he's probably trying to do 2 roles. He's probably about 30 metres in front of where he needs to be, but he can't be in 2 places at once. They manufacture that, they get it down, not too bad on the throw-ins, as ball goes up in the middle of the ground as we speak.
And Wood wins the contest again. Over the top then by the Avon player, there was Henry, was good pressure by him in the middle of the ground, and dives on the ball again, does Henry, and wraps up in the middle of the Wacker ground here. Game streaming live on YouTube. Cam and Tony, the daily double commentary this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying this game of footy. They toe poke the ball forward. Ugle in front, met very heavily by the player there. A 2-on-1. Handball is okay. Through traffic was very good. Their player in Ablett. And big mark over the top has been taken then by Liam Ward. So Ward on his right. Kicks the ball a bit of, surely it's a push in the back. The umpire saw that. It certainly was. You can't do that. And Johnny Meadmore will relieve the pressure for the Southwest. He goes the far side of the ground.
He's a vice captain out there as well, so another leader.
Absolutely. They have the ball now through Tommy Gorder. He decides to switch.
Gets it back.
Gets it back there. Meadmore has it. Can chip over the top again to Ablett. And so Ablett now centre half back can draw the play over the top, or he decides to go straight down the line himself. And it was under a bit of pressure then by Rogers, so caused the turnover. Morton again, he's brought his own footy this afternoon. There's Morton back half. Good sprawl over the top. Cop one high was the Avon. Did the old cauliflower ears in the end to Jordan Henderson. He decides to play on. Did not look where he had it. So once again they have numbers here. But falls in the hands of the player there. How will it bounce? Good effort by that Southwest player. Attacked the ball with vigour. No one to kick it to. So he kicks the ball down to a line. Beautiful kick in the end to Taylor, wasn't it? Kick to space, Tony, wasn't it? So Taylor is the ball there. He has it. Dropped it. He's in a bit of trouble now. That's holding the ball. Beautiful tackle here by the Avon player.
What happens? You have more time than you need to think about it. You over-process.
And handball over the top
speed
to Slater. Down the line, Slater kicks the ball to the forward pocket. I think it's a good contested mark, and it certainly is. And a good effort then by the player for Avon to pick him up in a minute. I think it's the captain coach, Tommy Lee. So Lee, the former product for Claremont. And this, would you believe, Tony, will put Avon in front. They only kicked 2 goals in the whole last game of footy. I called the game against the Southwest. Now the potential to kick 3 in under a first quarter.
They would have played here, Claremont, when he was playing, so would he know the ground?
The odd game, yeah, the odd game.
Yep.
But been around the circles a lot is Tommy Lee.
Going to drop punt as well by the look of it.
It's not the Tom Lee who's the band, but hits the post.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Motley Crue.
Motley Crue, Tommy Lee, but it's no relation to him. He married Pamela Anderson for a while. We might have been married to Pamela Anderson for a while, but I haven't. So they have the ball now in the Southwest. They can relieve the pressure, play on to advantage, go straight down the corridor to a 2-on. Good mark for Mano. Can switch the play over the far side. Good hard running then's been taken by Bodie Nordell. He's all by himself, Bodie Nordell. Picked the ball
trouble
up.
With the space again.
So Nordell can draw the play over the top and finds Mitch Tenardi. Tenardi tackle from behind. And to tell you what, they are switched on so far, the Avon Football League. Don't worry about that.
And Southwest just having a bit of trouble all the time and space in the world. You should be able to just get it up and go. And just those couple of fumbles have been crucial. And do you think Avon will actually get a sniff here and say we're going all right? They're a bit static, though, just looking at the moment. Yeah, it's okay to switch like this and get a possession. Players coming down the ground, but they're just so static. Good grab here by Boltby, is it?
Yep, he turns the ball over to Fullgrave. Fullgrave can chip over the top or go up the corridor. He goes up the corridor. Good effort then. And Laceout finds his teammate there on the reining on the left foot there. Good kick there at Rowan Ward to space. Tried to find the teammate there. Carried forward, surely was the play. The umpire said, no, you didn't. So ball's in dispute here through the traffic. Somehow get a toe poke. Ball on the forward. Tried to find Tom Lee. Tom Lee's outnumbered by 2-on-1. One of those players is Ablett, and bit of pressure from behind by Ugle. And the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me. 14 minutes to go in this first quarter. It's 2-1-13 to 2 goals straight 12.
He's shown a bit too, Ablett, at times, hasn't he? He sort of shows the ball a little bit flashy with his movements.
Very
which
good
is
down
great.
back.
Umpire throws that in. Down in the pocket there, big play. He was just limping a moment ago, big number 18, Casey, but he's recovered, having to go up in the ruck again. And just coming around. Interesting to see at the throw-ups. Will it be body on body? Will you run in and try and leap? And up it goes there. Taps backwards. And
Ablett again, tackled by
Ugle. And Ugle, you're not going anywhere when he gets hold of you.
Absolutely. So 40 metres out in the attacking side of the ground for the Avon. Umpire throws a footy up. Well done by Wood. Bring the ball to the ground, trying to find his teammate. Robbed off the ball by Fulgrave. Well done. Pressure from behind by even better by that play there in Lloyd Beaver. Kick the ball to centre half forward. Outnumbered 1 on 2. Trigwell's outnumbered. They have the numbers here, do the Avon. Good kick over the line there to Sam Hayes. Turn the ball straight back over and found Tommy Gorta. So Gorta has the ball now. He can kick the ball down the line. Good hard running then, been taken by Taylor. So Taylor can play on and kick the ball to the hot spot to a 1-on-1. How will it stand? 2-on-1 there. Have the numbers here. What's this Fleetfoot play here? It's very quick there in Lewis. But overrun it did Lewis. Good effort. Good smother from behind. Force a hand of Firmano. Firmano on the right. Hit the ball back there to Taylor. Taylor inside 50. Outnumber here. Jared Mort just goes the big golden fist punch over the boundary line for another throw in.
And I'll tell you what, they're not doing too bad. I thought I might put this in the call in a moment, but I'll just wait to see what happens in the throw in here because a very dangerous position. Of course, Southwest. Up it goes, just a huge punch towards the goals. Morton again, getting plenty of it. Guess what he's done?
Handball straight over the top to Zachy Trigwell to kick his second.
And he has got his second. And they just go out now to 3 goals. And I was going to say, it's almost like a Chico roll. What's the best part of the Chico roll?
All of it, mate. I love the Chico roll. It's in the middle of it, mate.
Yeah, well, I would go the ends. And I'd say number 24 is one end, Jared Morton, and the other end is number 25, Tommy Lee, and then the rest of them in the middle do their bit as well because it's all good. But unfortunately, that handball went straight to the opposition. So put them 1 goal up, and good battle as we speak. How are you seeing it?
Absolutely. Good contest here at the Miller ground once again. Rinder going the ruck work this time versus Ward. Rinder, good double fist on there. Tried to find Firmano. Well done by Fulgrave. He led the player. Helwyn didn't have it, was Fulgrave. And he started the game very well, did Caden Fulgrave. Got a twin, as I said earlier. Fulgrave decides to kick the ball down the line to centre half forward. Trying to find Lee. Lee just about took a good strong grab. Well done by Ablett. Below his knees. Can handball the ball on. Good effort. Gorta's on if they want to use him. They don't. And they're using then Firmano. So Firmano telling the player to run at him. No one's at him. So he kicks the ball to a bit of space. Outnumbered 2-on run. Try to find Farron. That's Jay and Farron. He's pretty ordinary below his knees. In a bit of trouble now is the Avon. Good pressure then by Sam Lewis. Ball still in dispute here. How will it go? The Avon have it. Handball over the top. Good vision then by then. Heard the call. Forward in the play of Casey York. York to centre half back. Firmano's there. Stood on the contact. Handball over the top was good. Found Tenardi. Tenardi lowers his eyes and finds Jay and Farron. And this kid can kick a footy. What's the kicking on him, Tony? He kicks the ball very high. I wanted Lou being a former coach. Look at his technique when he kicks through this line of footy. Is Jay and Farron. Plays for the Bunbury Footy Club.
21 at the moment, turns 22 this year.
And I notice his brother, Pat Farron's not out there. He's probably the best player of the whole competition. He's not out there at the moment. So might be injured, but here's his brother, Jamin Farron. He'll kick the ball high. He'll kick the ball to the left. It hasn't got the distance. Trigwell just about takes a mark then, and a rush point they are. For the South West Footy League, they are 3-1-19 to 2-1-13. Coming up to the 19-minute mark of the first quarter of this Division 1 Grand Final of 2022 South Country Championships.
So he has got a good kick on him, and have a look at that. That's to the centre of the ground. They all set up back here. Ball just bobbles around. You see the outriders here? They had 2 or 3 of them in the Southwest.
There's a Andre kick in the end, that one.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, Avon the other way. When the ball's down in around here, there's a player free every now and then, like number 13 out here on his own. Do you go and man up your opponent because they're a cracking team? So do you go and stand Nordal? This is York. Or do you stand off him and maybe get the out? As the umpire throws that in, forward pocket area. Just what we're talking about. A couple of empty players or spare players.
So
Ball just bobbles around. It gets dangerous here, doesn't it, Cam?
yeah, what do they do? There's Morton put his head
Oh.
over the footy. Now forwards in the hand of young Sammy Lewis. And Sam Lewis, the speed star from Augusta Margaret River, nails his first goal.
Play a bit slow to get up there because I think Tyndall came in on his knees and just slid in. And you wouldn't want to see Jared Morton go off the ground or get hurt. That's one enemy Chico roll down there. You can just see Tyndall came in and, yeah, did a bit of
But look
damage.
what Sam Lewis, he's very quick, he's very lively down in his hometown, Augusta Margaret River, and that is the quarter-time siren just on 20 minutes. It must have gone 20 minutes. So the Southwest Footy League, they are 4-1-25 to the Avon 2-1-13, a margin of 12 points. A major goal scorers for the Southwest, 2 to Zach Trigwell, 1 also to Tyson Wood, to Nordell and to Lewis, and single goal scorers to Cole Ugle and to Caden Fulgrave. Going to wrap it up, take a short break. We'll come back with the key stats shortly. Welcome back, quarter time here to the WACA for this Division 1 Championship game between Southwest and Avon. Southwest are 4-1, that is 25 to the Avon side, 2-1-13, a margin of 12 points as we see the Avon side there trying to refocus. But pretty good effort by the Southwest. They kick a goal within the first 45 seconds of the game of footy, and then the players came back into the contest. And a few changes on there is Taylor now is number 16, so thank you very much, and Patterson is number 9. So always good to get the footy budgets right with your players. It makes it hard for the commentators to call, but the power of the social media, Tony, there's a lovely lady out there and said, look, can you please call Taylor number 16 and also Dylan Patterson as number 9, and we're quite happy to do that.
And I think that's Mrs. Taylor, mum of, I believe, and lovely lady came up, and that's what we like because we'd like to know who we're calling. Avon, as we said, the goal scorers Fulgrave and Ugle. I look at who my dots are against as we talk about our better players and who might get the beanie and the thongs, and I'll tell you what, that's a big whiteboard. We can almost see the tactics there. And look at them all. They're in one straight line, the forwards. That's an interesting...
and person behind that whiteboard is Alan Crane, the assistant coach, the father of Sean, and my fellow corner for SEN is behind that big whiteboard.
So we can't see the tactics here from Avon, but better players. Fulgrave, Caden Fulgrave's racked up a mountain of touches, number 14. He's been very influential in this game and knows his way around, can look after himself. The other one, Jared Morton, would be the one that I would have said down back has been very good. And the rest of it's been pretty much a spread of players doing their little bits here and there. They move the ball well at times, haven't minded that. And a couple of ruckmen. You always like to see the competition. Good sized lads, look at them. Yeah, big number
Absolutely.
18, I reckon.
Better players for
28.
Southwest, I reckon. Sean Crane in the centre of the ground, number 2, mate. He's been very, very good. Zach Trigwell up forward, as I said. He took one of the marks of the year yesterday. He's taken another good mark. He's kicked 2 goals as well.
2 rippers he's taken already.
And Tyson Wood's doing some good work down there. But they have players, and also down back, I think, the player there, Ablett too, is Benny Ablett, number
Very
21, down
him.
back has been very, very impressive. As the Southwest boys still in the tight huddle there through their coach and Chris Kinnamont.
So Southwest, just having a yap, they went down the line a couple of times, but then they have the outriders. And they seem to know, you look up and you think, how did that bloke get 20 metres out in his own? They feed it out to him, and then they bring that
Do the
ball
big
in, of
switcheroo,
course.
don't they?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And they always hit targets. They lower their eyes, Tony.
Yes,
and they're a
very
very
important.
well-disciplined side. Coached very good by Chris Kinnamont, is a very good coach as well. So, start of the second quarter, the margin is 12 points. And
sorry.
The Southwest will be kicking to the right of the screen, and Evan will be kicking to the left of the screen.
You see big Liam Ward there, number 16, just setting himself up. Good young lad by the looks of things.
Big ruck work out in Tommy Wood.
26-year-old. Yep.
Tommy Wood is up against a good ruckman there in Tommy Wood from Harvey.
Full grade in the middle as well.
Produce good milk and good meat down in Harvey, the lovely area of the Southwest. So the start of the second quarter, umpire throws the ball up. Wood had it, found Crane. Crane's tackled. Wood got a socket off the ground. Luxor fortune force in the hand of that player there, and Lloyd Kinnamont. He decides to flick the ball over and
Great
finds
vision.
Tenardi. So have the ball now on the far side to the Southwest. Bathe in sunshine now here at the Wacker. They kick the ball to the hot spot. Good kick. Big pack of play. Where's Trigwell? He's at the bottom of the pack. Roving front and centre. As easy as shelling UPs. And that is Sam Lewis's second goal. And once again, it's taken 26 seconds, Tony, for the Southwest to kick another goal.
So, see this replay come in, and just the perfect, we talk about going front and centre, and just off hands. So which way is the angle of the ball? If the pack goes up, what angle is it going to fall on? And that player reads it perfectly. Now, what happened when that player had the ball back about to kick in, the leads came, 2 or 3 leads. It was like watching a skyrocket go off. They all led, and then he picked the pack to go to, because you've got players like this that can crumb and run by.
Absolutely. So the middle ground once again. Tommy Wood doing the ruck work against Ward. Wood wins this one, brings the ball to contest, try to find Crane. And also Tenardi. And the umpire says, give the ball to me. Tell you what, you don't want to take Tom Wood on. He chews gravel for breakfast, does Wood. Has the ball now, brings the ball to the contest, has it again, does Wood. Try to find Firmano. Ball's in the pack there. Hitting the ball hard there for the Avon is Rogers.
They're having just have a look at that. They're having a bit of a ding-dong battle in there. This young lad, he's 22.
And Matty Rogers used to play for Perth, Tony, and he's one hard nut as well.
Yep.
Umpire throws the ball up. Wood tries to find Firmano. He's tackled forward. The umpire said no, he doesn't. It's held to him.
Just see the ruckman there, Liam Ward. I think he's just been a little bit aware of Wood there, because after he went to the tap, he went and held. He was stood right next to him and held the jumper.
So the Avon go forward now to the player there down back is Humphries. Very good. Crane below his knees. Kept his vision, kept his space, but Avon have it. Good effort by Humphries from behind. That's holding the footy. They play onto advantage. They do. He's got to go back though.
Ooh, quick.
And
just
this,
see if they spread here again.
And this guy here, Greg Humphries, plays in the forward for his side down at Eton, and they've pushed him back the part of the ground the last 2 games. He looks very comfortable down back. So he switches the play and finds Tommy Gorta.
He's going to glide past again.
So Gorta, the boy from Bumble, used that trusting left foot. Good kick to space. They use the ball so well to the Southwest and finds Crossman. So Crossman, that's Jay Crossman, has the footy now in the defensive part of the ground. He can lower his eyes, kicked a bit of space, tries to find the small player on the ground, Sam Lewis. He's playing very well. Kicks the ball on the right side into space. Morton takes a good mark. Comes to the contest, lowers his eyes, and there's Lewis again. Is he a contender for the Dartford Player of the Day so far?
What, he goes everywhere, doesn't
Certainly
he? Young
does.
bloke here. How old's he? 24.
So Sammy Lewis, long-headed yellow fella from Augusta Margaret, kicks the ball down the line to big plays, tries to find Gorta and Morton. It's Morton the laddie. Here's outnumbered 3-on-1 is Morton. Plays here. One of those is Morton. Goes in the contest again. Firmano takes a game on, gets the handball on. Good effort by him. Force it in the hand there at Meadmore. Rig it off to them by Slater. Slater turns the ball straight back over and Humphries takes a good defensive mark. He can switch to play on the fat side, and they do that through Crane. So Crane has it, the captain. He lowers his eyes to space. Good passage of play here. Drops an easy mark. Then was the Southwest player. Handball over the top. Ablett, nimble, quick, lowers his eyes. Geez, they're playing good footy at the moment. The Southwest, they have the ball now. They go the ball, lowers his eyes to the full forward position. Sport from the back by Evan was okay. Handball was even better. Now they can switch. Oh, don't. Well read. Pin pocket straight out of play. It's Dylan Heisman. And Dylan Heisman, like a Liberian, steals the book from the shelf and kicks an easy goal.
Jeez, I tell you what, didn't he put the Jets on too when he saw the big sticks come up and he thought, I've got a player in front of me, I've just got to manoeuvre around him. You watch him here. Here he goes and he says, oh, get away. Oh, there's another one there. I'll just get around and he punched that. While that was happening, now you called Sam Lewis down here to our left, down on the half-back flank. While you were calling, I was tracking him, did not stop running. From the moment he kicked that ball till that goal was scored, he went across into the middle of the ground, out to where the ball was, came back into, he was clear in the middle here inside 50.
Yep.
And he's just stopped now, only because he has to. But you just love seeing those sorts of things. Young lad watching the game, watch out for number 3.
So Henry goes over to Slater on the right. Ball over the top was very effective. I thought it was okay from Zach Petherbridge. But the umpire said, no, you had it over the shoulder. So Tom Lee, the captain coach, earns a free kick. I didn't see it, but the umpire did, Tony, so we'll stick to commentating because we're not umpires.
Yeah, look, there's no way. If this hits the man on the mark, the fingers or whatever, there's no one forward of the ball for their team. So just a bit sloppy there. Just get someone over the top.
And the player for his ilk and experience, Tom Lee, this should be no bother for him. 35 metres out directly in front is the captain coach, Tom Lee. And he pushes it left and misses.
Wasn't happy either.
Wasn't happy. He's got more tape on his shoulders, mate, than I have in an Elastoplast factory.
Captain coach, Mr. Laydown was there from out in front. Does he take himself off the ground?
He's got to
Work
do
with us, Cam.
The Southwest boys have it. Try to find Tommy Gorta. Gorta can draw the player over the top. They do very well through Lloyd Beaver. Beaver, good vision, good pace, and good mark over his head. Was Nordell. So Nordell can draw the player over the top or side kick. He does the ladder, and just getting the mark there. It's big Paul Rinder. So Rinder has it now, can handball over the top. Down the line was okay to Crossman, a beautiful mark. This guy's got a good set of mitts, and he's Zachy Trigwell takes another mark. A kick and a half out for going. As I said, the over now bathed in sunshine, so Trigwell goes to the hot spot. Big pack of players. Just about gave him a free kick, surely below his knees. Should have, could have, but didn't. Socket off the ground. Was affected by the Avon play there in Beatty. He just tried to find his teammate in Jordan Lee. And the umpire says, give the ball to me. 6:23 to go on. 6-1 over Avon. Southwest at Avon, a 2-2.
Poor old Ethan Nordell there. When ambition gets ahead of talent, mate, he put the hands in the back trying to jump up. Anyway, ball's thrown in now, and around it comes again for Southwest down this way.
Good mark.
Yeah, just protection. The old Peter Hudson thing, protect where the ball's going to drop. Held off. Had to dive forward to take it, but protecting the area where it comes in. We're seeing talent. These are talented players here. Okay. Question for you.
Yeah,
Who's
know
number
22? Yeah, don't know who he is. 22.
Go back and see Mrs. Taylor, can we?
We should do.
Someone will be listening out there because that's how we got the call. So if you are listening, we apologise here. But this is player number 22 for the Southwest doing a magnificent job. Comes in. And
goes bang.
Straight over the umpire's head. And that player's kicked a sausage roll as well, as opposed to a Chico roll. And great goal there.
It's very good kicking, Tony, is by the Southwest, mate. They are 6-1-37 to 2-2-14, and good kicking by the Southwest.
We saw on their board how the forwards were going to line up all in almost in a line, and if we look out there now, they're pretty much in that line that was on the board, apart from one player who's actually going to walk across in. So they're in a straight line. If you're looking at the screen to the right of screen, they're all in a straight line almost, whereas to the left it's like they're all out, spread out, if you like. So
Rinder versus Ward. Well done by Fulgrave. Tackle from behind by Firmano. That's holding the footy, and it is. So Firmano, pressure from behind. That's Braden Firmano. Downtown Harvey. He kicks the ball down the line. There's a big pack of players there. How would it go? Going in the back of the pack there was Farron. Kept below his knee was Heisman. Kick around the course. Surely he won't kick a goal from there, and he doesn't. Dylan Heisman. And Tuts on the boundary line there.
And you can see now they've spread. The Southwest players, they're forming a line. Once again, choreography back about 30 metres off the ball. There's a line right across the ground there. And players, just that press coming up as we speak, Cam.
And it's a boundary umpire throws the ball in. get into the front of the position there is Tyson Wood. Sock the ball forward. Good effort then by the Avon player to force a point. Good courageous effort by him. So the Avon have it now through Jared Morton.
So let's have a...
Being one of the best he has for the Avon as Morton.
It's
Jared.
Yeah, always like to see what they do with the kick-ins. Do you just burn it and blow it to a... which he's going to do, 50-50. He's got a good kick on him, no, but the trouble is it goes as a 50-50. Players go up. Now you've got to rely on your players to get your clearances, and it doesn't. So
out of bounds,
throw in
bounds
here.
your line, throw
Lachlan now, is that Gelmy or Gelmy, do we say
Gelby.
that? Gelmy.
Gelby,
with a G.
yeah. So right in
Giddy
front
up.
of the Avon interchange bench. Giddy up, how do you do? Boundary umpire is going to throw the ball in. Beautiful throw in by the boundary umpire. Brings the ball to the ground. There's Fulgrave. Met very heavily by the player there from the southwest in Lloyd Beaver.
Little player just to the right of screen here. Now he's manned up. He was on his own. The player went with the left hand to get it to him.
So they have the ball now. Fulgrave tackle from behind. In a bit of trouble now. Tackled again. Well done by the southwest. The pressure from by Tenardi was okay. But good effort there by Will Mitchell. Brings the ball in the corridor.
Great
good tackle there over the top.
Wow.
And it's holding the footy there. And tell you what, he's played very,
Ablett?
very well in Ablett.
Yeah.
Very famous name of footy, Ablett. I wonder if he's in relation to the famous Gary, the son, and the old man. So Ablett has it now. He decides to play on and kick the ball down the line, does Ablett. Small play on the ground is Crane. He somehow knocks the ball, keeps his feet, just Crane. Handball over the top, well done. Trigwell had it and lost it. Handball over the top, and Avon are out of jail here, but good mark by Tommy Gorder. New pressure was going to come. Tommy Gorder will use that left foot. He kicks the ball to a space. Try to find the big player there in Farron. Farron out-muscled. A good mark by the defensive player over there in Morton. Handball over the top. Tackle from behind. Ran down there was Lewis. But Ugle has it now. Decides to switch to play. Beautiful vision. Had to be good, and it was. How the ball stand. It stands up okay for the Avon. They lower their eyes and finds Fulgrave again. He's playing well with his Fulgrave. Has the footy now. It's commentating side of the wing is Fulgrave. Looking at his option now. There's no one coming at him.
He calls them towards him
So
too,
he decides to play
yeah.
on and hits up his target now. They're okay. The Avon. And they have the ball now, and they switch through Dixon on his right. Had to find Morton again. Morton dropped what he usually takes. Pressure from behind by the little fella there in Lewis. And caused the turnover. Good percentage play by Lewis. And Mitch Tenardi has it. Can play the ball over the top and find his teammate over there in Taylor. And Taylor lace out. Finds Taylor. That is clinical work for one end of the ground to the other end of the ground.
What do you reckon he's going to do? He's got the hand up in the air. He's looking at the goals. But they stream forward then southwest. Great pressure again. It was more visual pressure on the play with the ball. He actually had time and space for the Avon team, but gave it up, and another shot of goal.
So Zachy Trigwell, 45 metres out, directly in front, leans back on this, pushes it right. He's got enough curry here, and still ball in play there, and boundary umpire says give the ball to me. Running out there is Jordan Henderson for the Avon. So opportunity now for Southwest still to creep another goal in. They are up by 30 points or 5 straight goals, and we've gone 11 minutes to go in this second quarter. Umpire throwing. Morton has to do the ruck work this time versus Wood. Wood wins that one. That's out of bounds on the full there. And a kick there to the southwest. And liable taken by Reid Kinnamont. So Kinnamont has it. Probably difficult to kick a goal from here, Tony.
Is he going to load up, Cam?
He's going to kick it to the hot spot, or he's going to look at the option, I reckon, is Reid Kinnamont. Old man coaches. So here he is, Reid Kinnamont. Starts right, stays right, and just gets a minor score only. And they'll come out again, will the Avon, straight down the line. Good kick, good calling there, falls in the hand there of Gelmy. So Gelmy has it. Try to find the teammate over the far side there in Ward. He's overran it, still in play. And right in front of this beautiful commentary box here at the Wacker. And thanks very much for the Wacker for giving us the opportunity to film and call this game of footy here of this Division 1 Championships between Southwest, who are 7-3, Avon are 2-2.
So Jordan Lee just coming off in the interchange there. So down it comes again. Southwest go forward, right into that centre forward position. Player unable to take that grab. And they're under pressure here, Avon. Have a look at this. One player gets it, can't get it out. That's an over-the-hand handball. A little number 3 comes in, gives it off to number 9. And
Dylan Patterson.
Yeah, Lewis and...
Dylan Patterson.
That is Patterson on his left boot, and he has his first on the board, and they charge ahead once again. But have a look at the speed here.
Sam Lewis, mate, quick.
Yep, as he came through.
Here he is here, Lewis.
Just
What's
that
this?
pressure.
And
Yep,
the vision
bang,
of the
bang.
handball.
But the pressure that was put on by Southwest, Avon had about 3 or 4 possessions there. Unfortunately, just couldn't get it out, and he's coming off for a well-earned rest. As I said, he doesn't stop running. I bet you he's running up and down the boundary line now.
He does that
What
every
a
week
great
for
effort.
Augusta Margaret River in the Southwest Footy League. So they extend the lead, they do.
And
Out
Nordal
to
coming
6
on.
goals here, and Wood's now going to do the ruck work. That is Tom Wood. So Tom Wood wins that, finds Crane, handball over the top to Firmano, back to Crane. Crane on the left, kicks the ball to the half-forward flank. Good use of the footy, and good
Yep.
mark's been taken by Patterson.
Ooh.
He lowers his eyes, Patterson. Ordinary kick in the end. They have numbers down the back to Avon. Farrant puts the tackle on. There's Slater there for the Avon. Puts the afterburners on to Slater
Oh.
and smothered off the boot there. Could have done a lot more in the end, could Slater. But once again, Southwest through numbers. Over the top there, finds a teammate there in Nordell. Nordell's hit from behind. Surely, umpire said no, he didn't play on. Farrant, fry handball. Over the top, the 1-2. Geez, they're running well. Draws a player over again. Handball, the 1-2. Tackle from behind by Morton was good. Falls in the hand of Farrant. Farrant can't pick the ball up. That's Taran Farrant. Pressure from Trigwell from behind.
Oh.
The Farrant on his non-preferred. That's the left, and that is a fantastic
You are kidding.
team goal there for Jamin Farrant. But keep your eyes behind the play on Zach Trigwell. He lays a shepherd on behind the play, and that's why the passage of the play for that player, Farrant, to kick a goal.
And you also see with Farrant, never give up on the ball. So second, third effort. So you see there, one, push. Here he comes again, see? Second effort, go back after it. Fortuitously comes inside, tricks the opposition and bounces through. And you can just see players on their haunches. As I mentioned, hands on hips, head start to drop. 15 minutes into the second half. It's been a long carnival for some of these players and tough games. And, well, you come
There's
to a
Wood
grand
again,
final,
has a
you
rock
come to
work. The
play.
1-2 is okay through Petheridge. Bursts through the pack, kicks the ball to
Wow.
half-forward flank. Hitting the ball hard, gave the one, done argued by Wood. 1-2. Draws the play over Tommy Gorder. Tom Gorder uses his non-preferred. That's his right. It's a big square. Morton, too good and too strong down back. They would be lost without him.
Yeah, he's been very good.
So Jared Morton has it. Can use Fullgrave, but doesn't. Tries to find Slater in the end. Fantastic kick by Morton. Finds that play over there in Fullgrave. Or Slater. I think it's Slater. Both got tattoos. Slater now kicks the hard-running Casey York, but over the top there and mopped up by the Southwest. They bring the ball in the corridor. Tried to find Firmano. Firmano takes a fantastic mark. So Braden Firmano, scoreboard sidewalk, I should say. Look at that big wide side screen. So Firmano has it,
Yeah.
lowers his eyes to a bit of space. Ball comes to ground. Over the top was Morton. Got tackled very heavily from behind. Southwest have it, lost it. So did the
Little
play
bit
there
going
from
on.
Avon. He copped one high. Morton's been poleaxed
Well,
behind the scene. The
yeah,
umpire
there's a bit
saw
going
that.
on
You
there,
don't
and
do that. Morton
just-
just read that well, didn't he?
He actually got a receipt for the ones that he gave first of all, but he just sucked that player in. So, this way, that way, indecision, not good. But got it
Oh,
outplayed in
dropped an
good
easy
spirit
mark
and
there.
almost fell over there. So I tell you what, you can't do that with Ablett in the area.
And
Look
beautiful
at that
kick
vision.
and Ablett
Yep,
vision
so
and
this
finds
is-
Patterson. Patterson
Yep,
on
so
his
on-
left, plays on from outside 50. How will it go? It will go for a goal. Fantastic goal. Dylan Patterson, he has kicked 2 this quarter, but that play over the far side in Ablett put his head over the footy, Tony, and fantastic effort by him,
So-
and good goal then by Patterson.
They've kicked 6 goals too this quarter, so they've really loaded up, haven't they? And I was going to say, I don't reckon Avon, they've had it past centre
Have
probably
a look at this
once.
play here. Just
Yep.
knew
where
straight
it
away.
comes.
Thrown on his beat. Good
And,
shepherd then
player,
in the end
Yeah, player into the
by
pads
James
there.
Farrant.
But as I'm saying, the press has come into vogue over the last few years, and I think Southwest just creep up the ground a little bit, and Avon are finding it hard to get past the centre, and Southwest find a way through. They zigzag, pit around, share the ball.
Centre
Away
ground
we
once
go.
again. There's Wood. Wins the nut. Try to find Firmano. Tackle from behind. Somehow gets a handball. Turn the ball over to Mitchell. That's Mitchell from Avon.
Oh,
Takes
no.
a bounce. You don't want to do that. Good tackle from behind, but Mitchell somehow gets his foot to the ball. Tries to find Ugle. Ugle and Humphreys on the far side of the ground here at the Wacker. And the bound umpire says, give the ball to me.
And just good sportsmanship there, because he got flattened after he kicked it by Nordal, just in the contest, and they both got up and patted each other on the back.
So umpire throwing the ball in again. Big Rinder doing the ruck work versus Ward. Rinder wins this one, brings the ball to the contest. Front and centre over the runner. Footy there was, I think, Firmano. Handball was okay. Head over the footy. Cop one high was a Southwest player. No, he didn't tackle. Good effort then by Henry. Henry's holding the footy now. Good defensive pressure once again by Southwest. They have the footy now. They load up and find Gorta. Gorta can use this play on the far side as Zach Petheridge all by himself can handball over the top, do the 1-2 and finds Crossman. Crossman can bring the ball in the corridor. Beautiful skills by the Southwest side. Finds Lloyd Beaver. Beaver on his right. Kinnamot, tried to find the teammate over there. The 1-2 was good. Handball back. Falls in the hand there of Cordell over the top. Just about taking a one-hander there was Patterson. Gorda run through the big pack there. Overran the footy though. And they're out here. Kick around the corner. Then by Matty Rogers to half-forward flank. Numbers are with the Southwest again. Didn't keep their feet. Tackle when he didn't have it, surely, was a Southwest player. They go the 1-2 back and they move it very well there in Petherbridge. Yeah. Good vision, drops an easy mark. In the end, it was Meadmore. By hands was Avon. Draw the player over the top again and finds that play over the far side in Lee. He kicks the ball in the forward pocket. Tom Lee's outnumbered 2-on-1. He can't run. He runs like an MTT bus. Poor old Tom Lee. Finds Greg Humphreys. Can draw the player over the top and it's effective and finds Petherbridge on the left. And they out and find Crane. So Crane, defensive part of the ground. He lowers his eyes again and finds Taylor.
Taylor it is on that centre-half back position. He's going to come high and long. That ball's going to hang a long time in the air, but the Avon player can't get to it. Great set of jukes there by number 7 there, Meadmore, vice-captain, and just holding up on that wing. As we look at the scoreboard now, very, very big quarter by the Southwest team. 10 goals, 363 to 2 goals, 214 Avon. We will take a short break and come back with a massively comprehensive wrap-up.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
This game is very important for Trinity Aquinas, Brett. They're sitting 6th with 5 wins and 6 losses.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
The North Beach Company sitting on top with 2 clear wins, whereas Fremantle CBC sitting in 5th.
In 2022, it is our aim to have every league across Western Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
This is marked by Trinity Aquinas, brings the ball to the ground. Umpire's call played on. Chan of handballs, he was impressive.
Player there and Michael Wright. He goes by hand to Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor throws it on his left boot, shoots on goal. And Harry Taylor's got his first in a Northampton jumper. And a good way for the champion to start the game. Harry Taylor.
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Welcome back here, half-time. Now, a very interesting stat here, young Tony, because I know you love your stats just like I like my stats. Would you believe this game, a similar game it was a couple of days ago, half-time score, a very, very similar score was 10-3 were Southwest, Avon were 2-1, and that's full-time. There's 2 20-minute halves.
Yesterday or the day before?
Saturday, yesterday. And what is the score now?
10-3-63 to 2-2-14.
Isn't that a bit of trivia there for you, mate?
Wow, well, you reckon they might have learnt, wouldn't you, Avon? But, wow, that is unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable. But, geez, they're a very well-drilled team. The Southwest, Tony, aren't the first time you've seen them? And how do you think they've gone?
Yeah, fantastic, mate. Just on that little stat, here's a little bit that I'll add. Probably people will turn off after this, but you wouldn't believe it. It's so close. It was also played on ground that was green. It had white lines and 8 posts on it. Unbelievable.
Funny that.
So, mate, they are very impressive, Southwest. I know you're going to go through the goal scorers and players, but how do you cover 23? We now know number 22, of course, is Ben Horseman. But
plays for South Bunbury.
Yeah, so very impressive team. Let's just have a quick look at Avon. As I said, number 14 there, Fulgrave, has been playing a great game in the middle. They're up against it, yes, we realise that, and really pushing hard, but they get under pressure in their back line. They just couldn't get it forward. And Southwest are just unbelievably good to watch. They just know how to do it, where to go.
Coach there, Chris Kinnamont, there for the Southwest, addressing his players. Pretty switched on, aren't they, really?
So, do you know much about Chris? Like, has he been down here in Perth, or is
he's
he
been coaching a lot in the Southwest and had a lot of experience there. And good to see the few of the lads having a bit of a wry smile too. Tell him the stats here. He goes, you know what he goes?
Have a look at that.
He got his phone out. He said, boys, they're streaming this live on YouTube. You're going to see your names being called by Tony and Cam. How about getting some kicks?
So the Avon boys together, you can see the big bloke there, Jared Morton. He has been outstanding down back. I was going to say, would he come down and maybe have another go? And I looked, thinking it was 98. It was actually 88. So he's 34 years old, but knows his way around the football ground, which is helping out down back. But boy, oh boy, they are under pressure. And what would you be looking at if you were the Avon coach at the moment, Cam?
I'd just say half-time, boys. Just wipe the score off, recharge, and we start again. We'll go over the major goal scorers for each respective side. 2 goals each. This is the Southwest side. Lewis has kicked 2 to Trigwell, 2 to Patterson's, and single goal scorers to Heedsman, to Horsman, and also to James Manfarrant. And major goal scorers, there's only 2. That's Caden Fulgrave and that's Cole Ugle, and they were both in the first quarter. Did not score a goal in that second quarter.
So we see a few of the players now just as they break.
Beautiful sunshine there too.
Yeah,
John.
Dylan Patterson
Tony,
just coming off, and players walking out the position. The Avon players are out. As we said, the forward line structure as well was interesting. We could see on the board, without giving too much away, but we could see the forward line for the Southwest. They're almost in a straight line from the goal square up to the 50-metre line. And if you look at Avon, they really spread out. So the contrast between the coaches, it'd be great if the coaches got together and had a yap after the game. And, geez, if they're interested in workshops and that. But you know, you could get them together and have a bit of a chat and say, what do you do? What do you do? As I've said that, they now go deep. That's Tommy Lee, is it, the coach there?
Yep, Tom Lee.
Yeah, so he's down forward. They've got just the pockets are out a little bit.
So about
what
to
have you got
start
to the left?
off the second half here. Tony and Cam doing the calling for it. Good throw up there by the umpire. Boar has again. Handball okay. Crane, Chisler handball over the top there. Found Tenardi. Tenardi decides to lower his eyes, finds Tommy Gorder, the South Bunbury product. He used Crane again, brought his own footy. Crane, he decides to switch, and they do that very well and finds Taylor. So Taylor on the far side of the ground kicks the ball. Fantastic kick over the line to a one-on-one. Good strong mark.
How strong is
taken.
that?
He's got a good set of mid, Zaki Trigwell, the boy from Donnybrook, and he's going to have a fair dinkum crack. He said, I might kick this goal myself.
Well, they opened up quickly in the first 2 quarters, and I'll tell you what, with under a minute, could we see another one under a minute? But that 50-50, he's got an unbelievably strong set of hands.
So Zaki Trigwell, just inside the 50-metre paint, will kick outside the 50 when he kicks the ball down the line. And tell you what, that is a fantastic kick of goal for Zach Trigwell. And that is his third goal, and he is a player of immense talent.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's lining up for a beanie and a pair of thongs, mate. So, yeah, he
could do.
When you see that come in, have a look at this. Ball comes in, takes the mark, goes back. He puts that ball out with the long arms and gets plenty of purchase on it.
All about timing, isn't it?
Yep.
Timing.
Knowing how to hold it, how to kick it. Much of a breeze. So there is a breeze coming into his face. If we look at the top of the scoreboard, the flags are still blowing to the right of screen. So that is a magnificent kick. It's knowing what you can do and playing to your strengths.
Absolutely. So the middle of ground once again, Wood versus Beatty. Wood wins that one. Tried to find Crane. Below his nose, it was very good, was Tenardi. They can switch the play here, and they do that very effective and finds Kinnamot. Kinnamot has a footy, decides to lower his nose up the corridor. Good kick in the end, and good strong mark being taken over the top to Nordell. So Nordell has it. Fat side, decides to play the ball on. Good handball over the top there to Kinnamot. Kinnamot tried to find that play over there in Horsman, and running over the line with a bit of pressure was Heisman. So Horsman and Heisman, very similar names there, Tony.
Yes, and you can see they came from the other side, came inside and then out this side. So they're switching the ball around a fair bit. Just watch out for Sean Crane in here. Diminutive, but geez, he can get a ball, can't he?
Certainly can. Shallow thrown by the umpire, forcing the play over there in Nordell. Nordell pushed over the line there by Fullgrave.
Once again, for young people watching, young players, have a look at number 2 here. He moved laterally. Everyone got sucked towards the ball. He stayed lateral and ended up being in space off the pack.
So Wood gets in the front position, then over the top, trying to find his teammate there in Heisman. Well done by the play over there. Rogers tackled then by Trigwell, puts a bit of pressure on. So he's a key forward who puts the pressure on. Player over the top all by himself. The Southwest player there in left foot pass was dynamite. And once again, this player, Trigwell, marks it again.
Bit disappointed, Cam. He didn't have any contest there. Would have liked to have seen a contest. No, I'm not disappointed in the Avon turn. Just in him, I like watching him when he's in a 50-50 or taking a specky. That's just an easy mark to watch.
Well, down at Donnybrook, he picks apples from the vineyard here, but he also plays a fair game of footy, does Zach Trigwell. Leans back on this and has pushed it right for another minor score. And at the moment, Southwest are all over the Avon. And Morton has it now for the Avon. That's Jared Morton,
Beautiful
brother of Mitch, the premiership player for Sydney. He lowers his eyes and finds Fullgrave. So Fullgrave has it. That's Caden Fullgrave. Mongrel kick off the end. How was Tan off balance in the end? Yeah. Handball on the top then was Taylor. He's in a bit of trouble, Taylor. Cop one high, surely was the Avon player. Or he could be in a bit of trouble. Could be holding the footy. Good pressure then by Kinnamont. That's Reed Kinnamont. And the 1% is exactly what his old man, the coach, would love.
So you see the wings are in here, but on the other side they're not, which is great. So we've got a bit of space. We're going to see a fair few of the one-on-one battles as Avon now go forward. It's a high kick, makes the players run. Leading towards it was number 12 there in Rowan Ward, but couldn't get around.
Good pressure
And
by Ablett.
quite forcefully gives it back to the young boundary umpire. So let's have a look at what's going on behind this
The
pack.
umpire's going to throw the
Not
ball
a
in
lot.
here, Tony.
Yep,
There
so
he
it comes
goes. It's
in.
Wood has it.
So
Ragdoll is play out of the road. Handball over the top. Through traffic was very good by Avon. They have the ball now to Rogers. The ball over the top was very good by that player over there in Taylor. And their boundary umpire says, give the ball to me, another throw in.
Righto, so the throw-in's about to come in. There's a player free in the back here for Southwest. Probably a switch if they can. Now he gets manned up. Number 8 he's free as well, and that is Mitchell, if they can get it to him. But it bounces on the ground and just a hack forward, which is, I'll tell you what, that would actually be hard to do if you tried to do it. Kicked it out of bounds on the full, the young man, and they're up against it, Avon. So Southwest, let's see if they can go from right down deep back. What do they do? The great lead comes on from Crane, covered a lot of ground.
This Taylor just puts the ball on the boot, tries to bring rain. Big pack of players over the top. Ball comes to ground. Overrun the footy there in the end with the Southwest player over there was Tenardi. Put his body over the line there was Rogers. Goes through the pack again. Just ragdolls the ball out of the play there. It's Will Mitchell over the top then to Rogers. And Rogers love these on the left and goes bang. So well done, Matty Rogers, the veteran from the Perth Footy Club, playing the Avon League for a number of years. And they needed that one like I need. Probably lunch at the moment there, Tony. They've kicked their third, 3-2-14 to 11-4-70.
And with thanks to our goals with Sportal Digital Scoreboards, our goals are brought to us by our magnificent sponsors. Of course, Nutrien Ag Solutions, 48 years in the making, sponsoring the Western Australia Country Football Champions. Just sensational, heading into 50. And our marks, the West Coast Eagles, we're flying high, brought to us by our magnificent sponsors. So, ball in the middle again, Cam.
Throw up, here it is. Beautiful effort then by the big Ruttman there and Rinder. Running through the pack there is Ablett. Ablett lowers his eyes. Cinderella story. And there's those big mitts again.
He absorbed that, didn't he? Long extended arms and then brought it into the chest.
But Cinderella service out of the middle of the pack by Ablett. Lace out. Found this player one-on-one. Zach Trigwell. And as Tony said, he has a very good set of mitts and good vision. And he's just inside the 50-metre line here, lining up for goal number 4, the boy from Donnybrook, Trigwell. Leans back on this. Geez, he's a nice stylish kick, isn't it? That just goes straight over the goal umpire's head for number 4, and that was Cinderella service, wasn't it, through the young fella there in Ablett.
But even the way he took that mark, as I said, Big Duke's knowing to put your hands out, not just take it on your chest, because the arms could come in. Just tell us a little bit more about Zach Trigwell as we'll see the replay come up. Obviously the kick, but mate, 26th of 10th, 02, so he's not 20 yet. What's happening? Is he at a league club?
Should be at a waffle club, I reckon.
Oh, mate, he's given us enough in 2 20-minute quarters to say, someone have a look at him, please.
I think there'll be waffle scouts out here. They've seen a few already
mate,
this morning.
fair
So
dinkum.
in the middle of the ground there goes Rinder. There's the player there, Lee, for Avon. Bottom of the pack, quick hands. A 1-2 is okay. That's in a bit of trouble now. Holding the footy. Good effort then by Anthony Henry. So Henry has it for the Avon. He decides to switch the play. Big pack of players here. Ball comes to ground. Once again, they have numbers around the contest. The 1-2 is okay. They're doing anything they like with the footy at the moment through Beaver. Beaver goes in the far side of the ground, and fantastic mark then been taken by Heisman.
He's got one.
So Dylan Heisman's kicked the goal already. Tony, that's right.
Yep.
Inside 50. Heisman decides to play. He's going to use that big arc. And hasn't got enough carry in the end. It might have gone through. No, it's touched on the line.
Wow.
Just touched on the line. So Avon can retrieve, and they do well, and finds Big Dixon. Not Charlie Dixon for the Adelaide. It's Dixon for the Avon. He goes down the line. Spool over the top was effective by Rinder. Down the top then. Handball through traffic was very good. Over the top then by Taylor. The 1-2 is okay. They draw the play over the top to Heisman. Heisman just goes straight down the line. Running onto the footy. Watch this on the pace. This guy's just too clever. Sells a bit of ice candy. It does a dribble kick and goes, how easy is this, Sammy Lewis?
So he's
bit of a show pony is Lewis, but good goal.
21-year-old as well. Probably worth a look if you're looking for a mature age lad. I'm not sure once again on the history of these lads, but geez, that's an exciting. You get a player like that, and I was going to say before, Trigwell, they're the kind of players that will also bring people through the gates. Just exciting football to watch.
Sells a bit of ice candy and then does the double kick. Goes straight over bouncing over the goal umpire's head. He's pretty happy with himself on Warden. Yeah, the young fella's kicked 3. So middle of the ground once again. It is all one-way traffic at the moment, 13-5 to 3-2.
And it's Team 1 is Southwest for those at home looking at that, and Team 2 is Avon.
Big knock on then by Rinder. Brings the ball to the ground. There's a player again. Stood on the contest, did very well. Found held to him. It was by Nordell for the Southwest. So the umpire's going to throw the ball up. Bring the ball to the contest. Hit the 1-2 over the top. Rinder had it on his left. Got it again, does Rinder. Can't go anywhere. The umpire said it's held to him. And once again, ball up. Just forward of the centre square here.
And beautiful getting the whack of ground here for the country championships. I'll come back to that in a moment as Avon come around. Down the half-back flank, down the wing. And they knew I was going to say something, so they've kicked the ball out. So the WACA scoreboard heritage listed?
Certainly is.
Just like the commentator you're working with, mate. I reckon I'm heritage listed as well. But magnificent ground down here, and
absolutely,
they have helped us out. So Southwest are going to load up again through Firmano.
So Firmano has it, half-forward flank, lowers his eyes and finds little duo player there, and Sam Lewis has been electrifying here this afternoon. He kicks the ball to the half-forward flank, tried to find a Hensman, went back, forward. Rinder was okay and tackled and pressured.
Oh.
Hensman tackled and pressure again, didn't have it then, was the Avon player. And it's Liam Ward. And the umpire says, Ward, you've earned a free kick, son.
And number 22 there, Horsman, almost knocked himself silly when he came in for that tackle. Very aggressive. So let's see if they can cut a passage. He's got a player inside, but it's a dangerous kick to go from here to the inside. So Southwest will force him. Big number 26 here. Rinder set himself up. So visually it was visual pressure. As the ball's on the wing here for the Avon team. Can they get it out? There's not much support if it does bobble out. Player stands still in the middle. He's gone quiet as well, hasn't he? Full Grape, haven't called him a lot.
Caught one there in the midriff, I think. There's a bit of trouble here. Bending over in the arch has taken the big speech. They have here finally in Southwest. They kick the ball down the line. Big 2-on-1, Spall over the top. I think he caught one high over the shoulder. He certainly did. Was
Horseman.
Benny Horseman has it.
Have a look who's got it. Oh! Fair dinkum. He wasn't happy with that either.
So Benny Horseman has the footy now for the Southwest. Looking at his option is Horseman, right on the commentator's part of the ground here. So he kicks the ball down to a line. There's Trigwell. He just about takes another mark to Trigwell. Ball comes to ground. He's one electrifying player, isn't he, Zachy Trigwell?
I'll tell you what, Cam, I've fallen off the back of my seat with that fitting. I thought the stands were coming down. I thought it was back at East Fremantle Oval. Anyway, up it goes. Ruckman contest. It's outside here, but I'll tell you what I like about Southwest. They look inside. The Ruckman's just come on. Can't quite get it, and been given a free to the Avon team here. So number 12 here. Let's see the movement. It's Rowan Ward. Number 4 here, just off, is Jackson Slater, calling for it to his right. This way, that way. He does go to Slater. Lucky to make the distance. And I was just watching him earlier, just testing his hammies, young Slater. So I hope he's okay. He's squeezed up on the wing. The Southwest will love this because that's what they want you to do with the ball. As you can see, kick to a 50-50.
Finds Rogers.
Out the back. Yep.
Rogers on his non-preferred. That's the
into
right.
Into his forward pocket. So forward pocket now.
And Tom Lee overran the footy there. Just didn't have enough effort there by Lee.
So what I was saying there with Southwest is even though the opposition's got the ball, they want them to come down the line or kick to a 50-50, and that's exactly what Avon did because they've got no avenues inside.
To attack. So boundary line thrown for them, the Avon scoring area. They still trail by just over 10 goals. Umpire throws a ball up. In the end, Wood found in the hands of there was Lee. Handball is okay. Very Tenardi. Good into the contest. So there's a little kick around the corner. Tries to find the fast leading Horseman. So Horseman Munzer plays on to Lewis. Lewis got tackled in a bit of trouble now. Good tackle over the end then by Gelmy. Falls in the hand of Lockie Stewart. Stewart overcooked the kick and Humphreys can mop down back. So Humphreys on the right foot. How will it go? Bit of pressure over there over the top. In the end to Crossman. Out number 2-on-1 Crossman. Did well. Did Crossman. Uses Gorta. Gorta over the line and finds Trigwell long for goal. Does the 1-2 back to Gorta. Geez, they're playing well, the Southwest. Gorta over the fight. Tries to find Farrant. Farrant below his knee. Picked the ball up well. They're running hard is Gorta. Down the line goes a bit of space. And falls in the hand of Crane. And that is fantastic end-to-end footy by the Southwest side.
Crane's worked great. He ran from the back line to the forward line all the way along, tracking that ball.
So Crane has it. Inside 40 metres. Take a good kick from there. Kicks it to the hot spot. Big pack of players. There's Trigwell. He tackled from behind. And I think Morton's might have hurt his ankle down there. And Gorta has it again.
Load up again.
Has been consistent as Tommy Gorta lowers his eyes. Casual kick, but doesn't come off because Lewis has dropped a mark. Tries to go his second effort to Lewis through the traffic. Well done by that Avon player. Then draws a play over the top and finds Mitchell on the right. They're out here and finds York. York on his right tries to find that player then Matty Rogers. So Matty Rogers has it. Hell the bounce. He's only got one side. That's his left. And decides to dribble kick the ball through. It's not going to be held enough. Still kept in play there by Taylor. Taylor loads up, goes down the corridor, and he found his teammate there in Lloyd Beaver.
Circle work, mate.
It is. So Beaver has it, can go down the line to Humphreys. Humphreys has it. He can switch to play, and they do that very effectively again to the southwest
So
and find his teammate there, Tenardi.
They can load up either side here, which they do. They go out wide to the opposite side now, but they could have gone right, left, or through the middle.
And there's Farrant, very nimble on his feet.
Around he comes.
Very
comes
clever
in,
click by
and
Farrant. How
this
smart
is
was
number
out,
9
lace
here.
out. Dylan
Comes in,
Patterson
yep,
has
comes
it.
in.
From outside 50 does Patterson. How will it stand? It won't stand up okay. Ball still in dispute there, and finally the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me.
Oh, they've called that
Got a point.
Good to see him back up, Big Morton.
Goes down the line, Morton, risky kick. Geez, well gathered by the player there in Mitchell. He's in a bit of trouble now. Umpire said play on, so they do that as well. Numbers there with the Avon. Go through, got Polex there to Mitchell. That's Will Mitchell. And the umpire says, give the ball to me. So just on 16 minutes to go in this third quarter. It's 13-6, 84 to 3-2-20, a margin of 64 points.
A lot of players around the ball, as we can see on screen there. There'd be 20 just in around here, and getting the touches here too is Patterson. And he's been good. We talk about that area between the centre circle and outside 50. He's not going to have a shot, as we know. Kicks out wide. It's almost too wide it is for the big fella there diving. Is that Wood?
Tyson Wood, yeah.
Tyson Wood by the looks of it. But
Tommy Wood comes off for a rest.
Yeah, once again, dangerous position, because that throw-in is about 20 metres out from the goal square there.
And Farrant's going to do the ruck work, or Wood. It's the latter. Wood gets to the contest. Aim ball over the top was good to Nordell. Nordell just around the corner. Sneaks in for another minor point. 3.5 minutes to go in this third quarter there, Tone. 13-6, 84 to 3-2-20.
And just once again with that, just man up on him. They're going to tap either to the boundary or inside. It is a great kick this player's got, but look at the numbers there by the southwest, and they always set up one back.
Treadwell to Meadmore. Meadmore loads up once again and finds the play there.
Good leg
Dylan
on him.
Patterson. Patterson, lower kick. Bounced off his chest, but held it when he didn't have it. Cop one high, then was a play there in Sam Lewis, and now he's in a bit of trouble and is holding the footy.
Just poor old Trigwell there. He was actually trying to work his way back to the goal square, and the ball got kicked at him. He wasn't ready for it.
So Fulgrave has it, decides to switch the play.
No.
Slater dropped a soda, goes back on it to Slater. Now he just hoofs the ball to no man's land, and that's deliberate, I reckon. Umpire will pay that? No, he's caught a throw-in. How can that not be deliberate? 3-on-1, and the umpire hasn't caught it.
Right in front of our Nutrient Ag Solutions sign over there on the boundary. It's sensational. They've got 2 of them up today.
So boundary line throw-in here at the whacker.
Ooh.
Doing the whack work then. Get the ball to forward advantage here. Jesus brought his own footy today. It's Crane by hands was good. To draw the play over the top, finds Humphreys. Humphreys gave him the don't argue, then kicks ball down the line. Big pack of players here. At the back, there's no one. Tackle from behind was good. Falls in the hands of the little forward once again. And he goes, thank you very much, Sam Lewis. I'm going to kick goal number 4, and I am in the zone.
I'll tell you, Lewis has kicked 4 and Trigwell's kicked 4. Trigwell's given us the mark, go back and kick, but I think Lewis, his efforts just on the ground with the ground balls like that, as he's going to come off for a change. They're not ready on the bench for him. That's how quick he is. He says, no, I'll just stand there. He's looking over, but he can't actually get off the ground.
He's looking over to us because he wants a dartfish beanie. That's what he wants.
Just interesting there. Some of the players, Patterson's really been influential. You can go through that whole list, and as you said, Crane as well. Some of his movements and getting hold of the ball, sharing it around, it doesn't waste the ball when he does get it.
So Rinda wins it again in the middle of the ground, but rove this time by Fulgrave. That's of Evan. Fulgrave kicks to the hot spot here, centre half forward. Big pack of players, ball over the top. The numbers are though with Evan through Stewart. He's tackled from behind, and he's holding the footy. Play on to advantage once again. They have the ball now to the southwest. Tries to find Firmano. He's in a bit of trouble. He's met very heavily by Rogers and held to him. Good effort by Rogers. Pressure on him from Firmano was very, very good. Now counting down to the last minute of this third quarter, the premiership quarter here at the Wacker. Ball comes to the contest. Through traffic was good by Famano. Flicks the
They're
ball
out
out. The
again.
1-2s again. They just run and carry all the time through Tenardi. So Tenardi to space.
Great
Brilliant
leg.
kick to pace. Finds Ethan Nordell. And they are putting on a clinic here this afternoon, the southwest side. So Nordell from the South Brumbury Footy Club, Ethan Nordell has an opportunity to kick his second. Kick one in the first. Can he kick another one in the third to put another nail in the Avon's coffin? So here he is. Nordell leans back on that, pushes it left, stays left, and I tell you it's going to miss everything, and it has.
Yep, that's not easy to do at this ground with the wind coming at your face, but he had plenty of penetration with the kick, but just couldn't guide it. And if you don't push the ball onto your foot, you just drop it and you end up chasing it with your foot. That can happen, but might get another opportunity, but not in this quarter. As we go to our three-quarter time break, and a 3-goal 4-quarter there leaves us with Southwest leading 14-7-91 to 3 goals to 20 by Avon. 1 goal that quarter. We will take a short break and come back with the big last quarter of our Division 1 Grand Final for the Western Australian Country Football League. And welcome back, folks, to the big game here, the grand final. Three-quarter time between Southwest and Avon. Tony Neal joined by Cam Robbins. How have you seen it, Cam?
Southwest, Tony, they've been far too good, haven't they? We're 49 points up at halfway mark of the half quarter of the first half. They've now extended that margin to 71 points there, Tony. They've got winners all over the ground, haven't they? Up forward, you know, Trigwell's being well. He's kicked 4. Sam Lewis, Little Rover, he's kicked 4. And Dylan Patterson, the half-forward flank, he's kicked 2. They've got multiple options up forward, haven't they, the Southwest?
And you often see during the game, the ball will be on the ground and already there's 2 players back on the 45. There's another player gliding by. Sometimes coaches set up tactics and it might be just be back on the 45 or have a player running. They've got both. They've got 2 or 3 dimensions. And I mentioned there when the ball was just outside centre forward, they had 3 players. It was like watching a skyrocket. 3 players led out either way, and they're still running strong. Talking about that, tell us about Sam Lewis. How good's he been?
Yeah, he's having a very consistent year, the Little Rover from Augusta Margaret River. But he's lightning fast. You know, one thing you like,
isn't he?
You've been in the recruiting caper yourself, Tony. Have someone with genuine leg speed, and
Jets.
Sam Lewis has got genuine leg speed.
And there's 2 things with that, Cam. There's leg speed and there's acceleration. Can a player change gear? He can, and he can sell the candor. He knows, his brain already knows what his next move is whilst he's going the other way. And they do a lot of this in gridiron or American football overseas. Is they look at body movements. I don't think we do enough of this in Australian rules, but as the moment that player starts to take off to chase you, you know you've got him with balance, you come back the other way. And I think there's some good stuff scientifically that we can do in our game for people to understand how that works because
And-
he's fleet-footed.
And one thing, Tony, you haven't they've got the best player they've been playing in the competition, Pat Farrant. He's not been playing. He's got
Not
injured.
here.
As his brother Jamin Farrant plays. So Pat Farrant's
Yep.
probably the best player in the competition, has not played in the grand final. And would you believe they're still up by 71 points to the Southwest?
I'll throw to you. Don't take too long because the game will probably start quickly. The better players in the goals. This is going to take a while, though.
We've had the goals, mate. I reckon the better players. Crane's been sensational. Lewis has been good. Also down in the ground, Zach Tregoy obviously kicking forward. Ablett down back has been a very good player. Humphries has been good down back. What about Avon there, Tony? What's the better players at Avon?
Yeah,
Fulgrave's been okay.
Fulgrave and Morton, and you're with Cam Robbins for the throw-up for the start of the final quarter. West Australian Country Football League Championships brought to you by Dartfish TV and our magnificent sponsor, Nutrien Ag Solutiones.
So the umpire, there it is. Last quarter of this 2022 Division 1 Country Championships. Umpire throws the ball up. Wood with this one. Tried to find Crane. Crane tackle from behind. His 1%ers by Crane was fantastic. Put the heat on Cody Flea. And that's what you want as a captain, Tony, to put that little 1% pressure on your opposition midfield. And exactly what he did. So umpire throws the ball up. Wood brings the ball to the ground. Avon have it. Lost it. Good tackle from behind. Was Mitchell. He goes nowhere.
And he was stuck there, Mitchell. He had to wait for the ball to come to him. And then the Southwest players, the cavalry, came in and swarmed him.
And that's Will Mitchell, not Kane Mitchell. He's not playing, the former player for Claremont. In a bit of trouble now, ran into his own play in the end. They kicked the ball forward. Slater tried to push his player off. Once again, Crane, handball to Gorta. Gorta will use his left foot, kicks the ball down to a line and finds lace out this player, Zachy Trigwell. So Trigwell plays it off to the speedster. Clinical footy, Southwest. Sam Lewis, lace out. And how good's that footy?
Wow.
That was unbelievable footy. Benny Horsman started once again by young Crane. He's been a very, very good footballer, has Crane. An opportunity for this lad, Benny Horsman from South Brumby. Kicked one in the first quarter. Can he kick his second goal? As a late addition to the squad, only coming in on Saturday morning as Horsman decides to play on.
Whoa.
Kicks the ball high, way too high. It's not going to have enough curry here. And kick through there for a minor point. And minute 25 gone in this the last quarter. It's 14-7-91 to 3-2-20, a margin of 72 points.
And have a look at that kick in. That is a monster of a kick, but the man on the ground, he's giving away a free. I thought it actually might have been a mark, but it isn't. So
That's
Avon,
what he thought too.
They come square to Fulgrave, one of the better players out there for Avon. Now he does decide to go down the ground. Player has to stand and jump vertically. They haven't got the players on the ground to get this out, but tackle could have been applied. Avon now coming in. There's a little bit more physicality. You'll probably see this for the first 3 or 4 minutes. And number 8 here, well done.
Will
That's
Mitchell.
Mitchell. Goes back to go forward. His standing start there by
Slater.
And just dribbles to the left. The adrenaline, the energy will be up for the first 3 or 4 minutes. And then we'll watch what happens after that.
So Meadmore has it, lowers his eyes and finds his teammate there in Firmano. He decides to find Crane. Crane's been everywhere this afternoon. Crane finds his teammate over there in Ablett. Ablett tries to find the fast leading, good set of mitts there on Benny Horsman. Horsman decides to play on. Ordinary kick at the end by Horsman. Turn the ball straight back over. And Spencer Beattie goes, thank you very much. I'm under the side screen over here. The whacker going to take a mark. So he does do that. He lowers his eyes, kicks the ball to space. No one's in there, but Casey York has it for Avon.
You can see the Southwest players now just drifting down square of the ball, and they've already got numbers. Look at all the numbers
So
down
York
here.
tries to find Tom Lee. He's had a shocker today, Tom Lee.
Crane again.
Captain coach is Crane once again, the 1-2. Handball over the top. Can switch the play again to Tommy Gorda. He's been a prolific kicker on the far side of the wing as Tom Gorda. He can go up the corridor. He does. Opens it up well. Gets a 1-2 back to Gorda. Gorda does a big torpedo
there
punt.
We are.
Great kick.
There we are.
Falls in the hands there of Nordell, but he missed the easy mark, did Nordell.
I'll tell you what, if I fall off this grandstand right now, I'll be happy.
But Nordell ends up getting him. The big barrel boy, Tommy Gorda, he's been a very good player. Potentially, he is a contender for the Dartfish Player of the Day as well.
Well, he might get dragged off the ground for doing
I'll
that.
see I'll have a chat to John and see if I can hand out a few more Dartfish beanies, because I think we've got a plethora of them. And everyone wants
I'll
them.
piggyback you down the stairs, mate.
So Ethan Nordell inside 30 metres here. Leans back on that. And another goal. It's absolute clinic here to the southwest side. They've been undefeated going into this grand final. They beat Avalon by 10 goals in an early game on Saturday, and now they're well in command for this grand final here today.
Well, you're correct there, and good on them. They're going to have a fair trip home. But look, just one thing while we're going through this game. Outstanding for the players. We did the Colts, we did the second division and the first division. For all the players to come down, the conduct of the teams that we've seen and the players has been absolutely tremendous. We saw some of them out and about in the hotels and things while we've been down here, and country football league's in good hands. They're really conducting themselves well. Let's
Ball's
get back
in the middle
to the game.
ground. There's Crane, got tackled, got the handball out. Falls in the hand of the player over there in Jordan Lee, and the umpire says, give the ball to me. So just forward of the dart area here in the middle of the whacker. Brings the ball to ground, does Wood. Try to find the play there in Crane. Also on the bottom of the pack, it's a big ruckman there in Rinder. Ball still in the middle of the ground. Somehow gone the wrong way in the end by the player for the Avon there in Jordan Lee. And now it's a turnover here. They have the ball now. They switch the player over the top. Umpire's called played on. So the ball just kicks the ball into space there. Try to find Nordell. We kicked the last goal, and the boundary umpire says, give the ball to me. A boundary line throw, and it is. 5:24 gone in this last quarter. 15-8 to 3-3. Umpire sees something here. Might be a blood rule. Certainly is. As the Avon play comes off. Geez, with a lot of claret running from his nose. That's a beautiful... Geez, that's a nasty gash there to the Avon player as Fulgrave comes back onto the contest.
He's tough, though. Look, he likes a little bit of a...
Tell you what, there's a...
Wow, he's a tough lad, though.
Certainly is.
Oh,
it's
wow.
a boundary line thrown on the far side.
That's our ruckman, I reckon, too. Liam Ward.
So
Good luck with the young man.
So Wood has it. Tries to find his teammate. Tackle from behind by Firmano was effective. Firmano, second effort was brilliant. Third effort was even better. And also the player there, Wood, on the bottom of the pack. And umpire says, give the ball to me.
So, as you can see there, our trainers, all volunteers, of course, and do a tremendous job down here, the first aiders and the trainers, as the ball comes in. So we'd love to give a shout out to the medical staff as well, Cam.
Absolutely.
Don't tell me.
And once again, you know who gave that ball off earlier was that player Crane again. Sean Crane, I reckon he's had close to 35 possessions, I reckon, Crane.
Yep.
So the play, kick the ball down the line to Avon. Craig's effort standing on the contest. New contact was going to come by the player there for the Southwest. And umpire says, good the ball to me. Pressure then by Gelmy. That's Lachlan Gelmy. So boundary umpire throwing the ball in. Half forward flank here for the Southwest. As a throwing goes in, very shallow. Tries to find the speedster there in Lewis. Lewis, just too quick. Lewis, what's he going to do? Handball the ball over the top. He was out of bounds. He's going to jump the fence and play a little sandcastle left in that black sand in the pocket.
He's got time to. I'm not sure his teammates even know what he's going to do sometimes. He's lightning fast. Don't leave him out on his own. Look at him just walking along with the hands on hips. Guess who has to pick him up? Big Morton.
So the boundary line throws the ball in. Big pack of players there. Through traffic was okay. Lewis was tackled below his knee. Once again, handball was good. There he is. Watch him there, Lewis. Handball was even better. Kick around the corner. No good. But he's always up and about, isn't he, young Lewis, Sam?
Yeah, he was outside there. What happened? Morton got sucked towards the ball, and he came outside, clapped the hands. You can hear him clapping, and got hold of the ball.
Boundary umpire throws the ball in. Shallow boundary ump, Wood by hands. Ball's in dispute there. Good tackle again by the big fella. Ball's nowhere. Handball out. Chain of handball was okay. Falls in the hands of Jared Morton. He does a Barry Crockett, does Morton. Pick up below his knees was okay on the left foot kick. And how is that going to go? Just pulled left for a minor score only.
So 1-3 for the quarter. They kicked 3-4 last quarter, so a bit of inaccuracy. At least the one good thing is they don't have to go to training next week and practice their goal scoring, do they?
Absolutely. So Slater has it now for the Avon. Decides to kick the ball straight down the corridor, does Slater. Big pack of players here. How will it come? It comes to the front and centre here. By hands was okay. Handball was good. Falls in the hands of Flea. And Flea missed his target once again. And they haven't hit too many targets today, have the Avon.
So umpire about to throw this in. right in front of our central commentary position here at the beautiful WACA, bathed in sunshine again. Up they go, ball to the back. Always like to see players at the back. Avon player just really collapsed at the knees there. Gelman, and you can't fault him for that because he had the cavalry come in. So just look to the left of the screen, the amount of Southwest players and free, and there's one to the right of screen here. Just the Avon player goes forward, probably it goes 10 metres forward, probably 40 metres in the kick. And once again, the
He's
Southwest.
been good, Gorder, Tommy Gorder.
Yeah, so beautiful left foot kick on him as well. Ball on that far side now. Another good player here is Meadmore with ball in hand. I'm going to head down, Cam. It's up to you, mate, to take it from here.
No worries, mate. All done there. He's going to hang out the Dartfish player of the day. Big kicking down the line then by Patterson. Hitting the ball hard, overrunning then. Socket off the ground. When it must be a soccer goal, is it? Not going to be enough there by Sammy Lewis. Lewis, sensational with 4 goals. Likewise, Trigwell with 4 and 2 to Patterson. There's a plethora of goal scorers for the Southwest. So Avon kick the ball down the line through Rogers. Finds his teammate there in Gilmy. So Gilmy can lower his eyes as well and find Slater. Dropped an easy mark, did Slater. Has enough time to recover and does the big barrel forward. Ball over the top by the player down the back, and Ablett was effective. They have the numbers again, do the Southwest. The 1-2 is okay. Ball's in dispute here. Famano, good. Had it, lowers his eyes, beautiful vision. They have so many options here. One of those was Sam Lewis, decides to play on. Lewis kicks the ball to space, tries to find Tyson Wood, and Wood's done a hamstring. There he is, he looks like he's been shot. Has Tyson Wood, but he's shot in the hamstring, and unfortunately, he will be in a bit of trouble. Tyson Wood doing a hamstring, they are not comfortable at all. Doesn't want to come off though, but the big fella, Tyson Wood. So boundary line throw in. 10:45 have gone in this last quarter. Bit of a shepherd out of play or a block. It's the ladder. Play onto advantage here through Sam Lewis. Sam Lewis goes, beautiful pass and lays out. Hits his partner in crime there in Zachy Trigwell. He is one exciting machine, is Trigwell, the boy from Donnybrook. Already kicked 4. He's probably taken the mark of the year in the game yesterday against Avon. Look at those highlights. We're going to spread that on social media later on, that big mark by this young lad, Zachy Trigwell. So Trigwell leans back from right on the 50-metre mark. He's done a fantastic... He made the distance okay, but just pushed a little bit right for a minor score. 15-11-101 to 3-3-21. It's a clinic at the moment by the Southwest. Fulgrave has it, and Slater, it's Slater, kicks the ball down the line. Big pack of players. Tried to find the play over there in Lee, but the numbers once again are with the Southwest. Beautiful kick to space and finds Benny Horsman. So Horsman from South Bunbury has kicked 1. Can he kick 2? So Benny Horsman has the ball now from just inside 50. Deliberate shot of goals, leans back on this, kicks through the ball very, very, very well indeed for another goal to Benny Heisman and another goal to the Southwest. They are 16-12, 108 to 3-3-21. Can they win by 100 points? Who knows? But, geez, they're a well-drilled team. Well coached then by Chris Kinnemont and Alan Crane, the assistant coach, and good caller in his own right on SEN is Alan Crane. So good effort. Fantastic kick there, the replay, as it starts to get dark here at the WACA. But we've been fortunate. A bit of rain earlier on in the Division 2 game, but this game's been dry at the moment. We're back in the centre once again. Just on 13 minutes have gone. Bork in there. Good handball over the top there to Rinder. Fulgrave has it for the Avon. Kicks the ball to a bit of space. There's Sean Crane again, all by himself. He's been like himself all day. Maybe had BO, I don't know. No one's been on him all day. Has Benny Young Crane. That's Sean Crane. Decides to play on also to Tommy Gorter on his left foot. Kick. Tries to find Horsman at the back. Ball comes to ground. Touched off the hand there. Tried to disguise that as a mark, did Benny Horsman. But the umpire said it was touched first. And the person who touched it first there was Corey Dixon. So 45 metres out of the Southwest goal once again. They somehow kicked the ball forward, and taking just about a good defensive mark was the Avon player over there in Jordan Henderson. And unfortunately, he ran the ball out of bounds. And a boundary line throw in just 5 metres out from Southwest goal, who are on the Nutrien AJ Solutions scoreboard. 16-12-108 to 3-3-21. A convincing victory they are going to have, the Southwest. Ball comes in there around the corner. Was okay there to Nordell. Nordell, great vision, and finds Tommy Gorta. So it's not Gorta. It is Mitchy Tenardi. So Tenardi, the boy from Bustleton. Been a very consistent carnival by him as well. The 23-year-old from Bustleton. How well this go? Mitchy Tenardi leans back on this and just does not move the goal umpire. So Mitch Tenardi gets on the scoreboard for his first. Looks like he's a crowd favourite too. The boys from Bustleton probably got 300 or 400 people coming up for the beautiful area down in Bustleton for another goal to the Southwest. As you see the replay now, beautiful balanced kicking style by the midfielder from the Bustleton, and Mitchy Tenardi kicks another goal for the Southwest. And I tell you what, it's 114-21, 29 scoring shots to 6. It's been a dominant display by a well-drilled Southwest machine, led by a fantastic coach there in Chris Kinnemont. So somehow they moved the ball through Avon. Gorta overran it for the first time he's done that here this afternoon. Went back and get it was Taylor at the bottom of the pack, and also Crane. Crane had it, lost it. Fullgrave, handball over the top. Found the player over there in Matty Rogers. Matty Rogers from downtown tried to find Tom Lee. Ball over the top was very effective by the player there in Petherbridge. They have the ball now through Taylor. Beautiful kick by Taylor. The 1-2 is okay. They just run all day to the Southwest. Beautiful kick by the Southwest. And there's those big mitts again by Zach Tregwell. He's well on in the midriff, I reckon. So Tregwell, number 8, finds Firmano. So Firmano has it. Also can use the play and finds a teammate over there in Heisman. It's Meadmore, sorry. Meadmore decides to switch the play. Two players over there is Ablett and also Gorta. Gorta gets it, lowers his eyes. Geez, that's a good kick, Tommy Gorta. Gee, dropped an easy mark in the end. Then was a player there in Patterson. They come the ball out of place. Ball over the top. Ablett has it again. Lower his eyes, Ablett, and fantastic play. Southwest, they are absolutely putting on a clinic here this afternoon. As Bodie Nordell, 2 Nordells out today, is Bodie and also Ethan. Ethan's kicked 2. Bodie yet to register a goal so far. A boy from South Bunbury. So Bodie Nordell, 40 metres out, directly in front, leans back on it, starts right, it's going to have the distance, and a good defensive mark's been taken by Matty Rogers. So Rogers down the line, Slater just about got sport by his own play there in Hayes, but he still has it to Slater. Slater can chip the ball over the top, good kick, and finds Will Mitchell. He's been okay today. Mitchell can switch the play in the middle of the corridor and finds Jared Morton. So Morton has it, decides to play on, kicks the ball to half-forward flank, and Ablett, he's been there all afternoon, just plugging those holes. Every forward thrust there by Avon is Ablett's been there to put on the defensive pressure. He finds Sam Lewis. Lewis has it, no one on him, so he just lowers his eyes to space. Beautiful kick by Lewis. Can draw the play over the top there to Meadmore, and Meadmore goes to a big pack of players here. The ball comes to ground, well rowed front and centre by Slater. Handball's okay to Casey York. York pressure from behind. Falls in the hand there of Beaver. Beaver under a bit of pressure, had it and lost it, and good defensive pressure once again by the Southwest player there in Jamin Farrant. So counting down now to the last 2 minutes. 17-12, 1-1-4 to 3-3-21. That was on the Nutrien AG Solutions scoreboard. Boundary umpire's going to throw the ball in. Over the top, tried to find York and also Taylor. Taylor was good under contest. Once again, Crane has another possession, tackled from behind, and he's been everywhere. The captain, Shawnee Crane, he potentially is a chance to win the Dartfish Player of the Day. So Crane kicks the ball to space to the hot spot Big pack of players. How will it stand? Will come to the ground. Front and centre then was Nordell. Over the top to Firmano. And so Firmano around the corner is kicked a point. Had a bit more time than he thought. Then did Braden Firmano. A minor point only and another score on the scoreboard for South West Footy League, who are absolutely carving their name in history here. Jared Morton kicks the ball down the line. Big pack of players. Tried to find the teammate over there, but dropped an easy mark. There was Lee. Run in the tsunami again to the Southwest players. The 1-2 was okay. Ball's on the dispute there, centre half forward. The umpire said, finally give the ball to me. So last 26 seconds of this game now. It's going to be a convincing victory to Southwest, who'll win the 2022 Division 1 Country Championships here at the Wacker. Handball is okay. No one in particular kicked off the ground in the end. And that is the siren here. Southwest 17-13. 1-1-5 had defeated Avon 3-3-21 in a convincing victory here for the Southwest side. Major goal scorers firstly for the Southwest side, the 4 goals each to Lewis, 4 goals to Trigwell, 2 goals to Patterson and to Horsman, and single goal scorers to Heisman, to Farrant. And major goal scorers each for Avon. There wasn't too many of them. There's 3 of them. That's Rogers to Fulgrave, and that's to Matty Rogers. But a good victory by Southwest. They were far too good. They were 12 points up at quarter time, 49 points up at half time, 71 points up at three-quarter time, and they extended lead to just under 100 points there at the end of the game. So good effort by Southwest. Congratulations to Chrissy Kinnamont and to Alan Crane, the coaches and assistant coaches of the Southwest side, because they have been very much well-trained, well-drilled. And Avon, unfortunately, didn't turn up to play apart from the first 2 or 3 minutes of this first quarter. It's been a good game, as players shaking each other's hands. The umpires in the middle of the square just confirming that that is the right score, 17-13, 1-1-5 to 3-3-21. And that's what it is at the moment. So his players still there, talking to each other in the middle of the ground here. In the end, pretty good day weather-wise, apart from a bit of rain in the Division 2 this morning earlier on. And speaking of Division 2 side, Ongerup were far too strong in the Division 2, winning 10-7, 67 to 7-9, 51 over the Central Midlands. So shout out, congratulations to Ongerup winning the Division 2 championships for the countryside. And this game here, all one-way traffic with South West far too good over the Avon, as the camera there goes to the very popular Southwest side, and looks like the player there we're going to get, Sean Crane, I think the captain of the side, he's won the Dartfish Player of the Day, and young Tony's trying to get hold of him now. He's got the beanie and also the thongs, and a pretty popular winner is Sean Crane. So here he is, man of the match down there, Sean Crane with Tony.
Well, folks, what an outstanding game it was. And joining me from the Southwest team is Sean Crane, number 2. First of all, welcome, Sean.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
Mate, you covered a tremendous amount of ground out there. What is your home club, first of all?
South Bunbury, mate. South Bunbury down south.
South Bunbury, beautiful area of the state, of course. Do you do much extra work on your running in the off-season? Because you didn't stop out there.
Mate, I've got 2 kids at home now, so I'm running a fair bit these days.
Oh, okay. Listen, how have you enjoyed the championships overall?
It's been great to have it back, to be honest, mate. We got a ripper bunch of blokes. Yeah, it's great to be here.
And enemies become friends, foes become friends, and great bunch of blokes winning the championships, of course. And bit chatty out there with the opposition. It's interesting to watch. You'll be standing around patting each other on the back with the opposition teams as well.
That's it. We know a fair bit of insight into when we play each other next. But no, a great bunch of blokes, and we intertwine pretty well. So yeah, it's been good.
And just a final question, mate, before we go into the awards. How will the celebrations be? Will you head home tonight?
Yeah, mate. Nice quiet bus trip home.
I'll tell you what, you might be driving for the first kilometre or two, and then you can run the music on the way home.
Yeah, I think so.
Mate, you've got a Dartfish Beanie, magnificent Archie songs there. We've enjoyed watching you through the whole championships. Enjoy the next week and the rest of the season with your home club as well.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Cheers.
So there we go, folks. A wrap up to our Division 1 game. Magnificent by Sean Crane there. What a great game it was. We probably worked out he had around 30, 35 possessions. We'll take a short break and get to the celebration shortly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the presentation ceremony following the 2002 Nutrien Ag Solutions Division 1 Championship Grand Final. The West Australian Football Commission and WA Country Football League acknowledges the Aboriginal people of Western Australia as the traditional custodians of this land, and we pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. First of all, can everyone put their hands together for the two competing sides, Southwest and Avon? Over the last 3 days we have witnessed some outstanding football, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank some important people and partners for helping to ensure that this championships can proceed. First of all, to Nutrien Ag Solutions, represented by Justin Lynn this weekend. We're now into our 48th year in partnership with Nutrien Ag for the country championships, and we greatly appreciate your support ongoing, not only at the championships level but also at a community club level around the state. Thank you to Andrew Duperuzal, Steve Wright and the entire Nutrien Ag Solutions team for their ongoing commitment to country football. Thank you also to the WACA for hosting us today. It's a great, fantastic opportunity for our players and umpires to take to one of the premier sporting facilities in WA, so we really do appreciate you having us here today. And finally, to the players, coaches and umpires and support staff for giving up your time and your commitment to representative football. It's great to see you all here, and we hope to see you back next year. Can everyone please put their hands together for those key partners? 2022 marks the 56th year of the country championships, and as I alluded to, 48 of those have been in partnership with Nutrien Ag Solutions. They've contributed over $2.5 million to country football, and as I alluded to, not just at a state level, but the additional commitment that they make at a community club level, and without their support, championships such as this would not be possible. I'd like to invite Justin Lynn on behalf of Nutrien Ag Solutions forward to say a few words and assist with the presentations.
Thanks, Brent. It is great to be back after a couple of years with the championships missing out of the calendar. Fantastic partnership we've got with the Country Football League, 48 years as Brent said, and we're hoping to extend that beyond 50. Congratulations to our West team today, and commiserations to Avon. We'll see you all back here again next year.
Thanks, Justin. Over the course of the championships, we've seen over 41 games of football played, I should say, and over 60 umpires from regional WA have travelled to Perth to be part of the championships representing their league. The standard of umpiring has been excellent, and I'd like everyone to put their hands together for all those umpires that have contributed over the championships. I'd like to call forward field umpire Glenn Omaday on behalf of the grand final umpires to accept their medallions in recognition of their selection and performance across the weekend. Every year the JJ Lussick Award is presented to the umpire of the championships. The 2022 JJ Lussick Award goes to Travis Norton from the Upper Great Southern Football League. Congratulations, Travis. The Dick Smith Trophy is awarded to the coach of the championships annually. The 2022 Dick Smith Trophy goes to Craig Kinnamont from the Southwest Football League. Chris Kinnamont. You got me wrong now. Sorry, mate. On to the player awards for the championships. The Jock Coleman Medal is awarded to the overall championship fairest and best in Division 1 each year. In 2022 we have a tie for the Jock Coleman Medal. The winners are from the Southwest Football League Patrick Ferrant and from Avon Tom Lee. Good photo. That was Patrick's brother Jay, so congratulations. The Nutrien Ag All-Stars are selected based upon performances across Division 1 and Division 2 from the championships. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge those players who have been selected from non-competing teams today. Your jumpers will be presented at a league function later in the year. From the Upper Great Southern, Callum Garcia and Justin Joyce. From Goldfields, Jordan Delbridge. And from Peel, Bruno Faulkner and Courtney Lakay. Can everyone please put their hands together? Now on to today's players from the grand final. From the Southwest, Sam Lewis. Get a photo, mate? That one, mate. Mitch Tenardi. Patrick Ferrant. Tyson Wood. Take your time, mate. And Zach Trigwell. And from Avon, Matt Rogers. Jared Morton. And Tom Lee. And the All-Stars coach from the Southwest, Chris Kinnamont. The Nutrien Ag Solutions Medal is presented to the best on ground in the Division 1 Grand Final. The winner of the 2022 Division 1 Nutrien Ag Solutions Medal goes to Zach Trigwell from the Southwest Football League. I'd now like to call forward Avon coach Tom Lee to say a few words on behalf of his team.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions for putting it on. It's a big effort getting everyone out here and getting this competition going, but how good to have all the best showcasing country footy out on the Wacker on a Sunday. So, bloody good effort, thank you. Suppose thanks to all the volunteers from both sides. I'm sure you guys will touch on it for you guys, but everyone that puts this together, it's a bit of a thankless task at times, and no one's getting paid a dime to do it. They just do it because they love it. So thank you everyone for doing that. Southwest boys, geez, sharp, quick, take a good contested, grabbed a lot of you. You were hard to contain and well deserved. So good job, awesome. Our boys, battered and bruised, we fought to the finish. Day one, that's all I asked of you. So I couldn't be more proud to coach these blokes. So really well done. We'll enjoy a few beers after this and probably an early bedtime, I reckon. So yeah, thanks everyone for coming out as well. Bloody awesome. So yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. I'd now like to call forward the coach of the Southwest, Chris Kittamont, to say a few words.
Thanks to Justin Lynn from Nutrien Ag Solutions, to the Wacker for hosting the final. A lot of these guys have probably even been inside the Wacker before, but to play on it today was obviously a privilege. To the WA Country Football League, thank you very much. To Tommy and his lads, early in the piece, you guys were the benchmark, and then we come up against you yesterday morning, and we had a pretty good battle. Thanks for the game today. To our boys, what an effort. We've committed for the last probably month, and the credit goes to all you guys for the sacrifice you made over the last week as well. So you guys deserve it. We'll have a nice cold beer in about 5 minutes. To my helpers, Crowie, Badge, Craney, Shane Golding, and the Southwest Football League executive, thank you very much for having faith in me to take on the role. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and can't wait to go back to back. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'd now like to call forward each player in number order to accept their championship medallion and championship hat from Justin Lynn and WACFL President John Shadbolt. Number 1, Bodie Nordell. Number 2, Sean Crane. Number 3, Sam Lewis. Number 4, Ethan Nordell. Number 5, Lloyd Beaver. Number 6, Reid Kinnemont. Number 7, John Meadmore. Number 8, Zach Trigwell. Number 9, Dylan Patterson. Number 10, Jay Crossman. Number 11, Dylan Heisman. Number 12, Braden Fimino. Number 13, Zach Pethybridge. Number 14, Mitch Tenardi. Number 16, Bailey Taylor. Number 17, Thomas Wood. Number 18, Jonathan Fenwick. Number 19, Thomas Gorda. Number 20, Tyson Wood. Number 21, Ben Ablett. Number 22, Ben Horsman. Number 23, Greg Humphreys. Number 24, Jaden Ferrant. Number 25, Thomas Quaife. And number 26, Paul Rinder. And the coach, Chris Kittamont. And I'd now like to call forward Sean Crane, the captain, to join Chris to accept the championship trophy and plaque from Nutrien Ag Solutions, Justin Lynn. Join them, boys. That concludes the 2022 Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Football Championships. Congratulations to the Southwest and Ongerup. And please remember to belt up and drive home safely.
Well, folks, all around Western Australia, Australia and the world, that was the Western Australia Country Footy Championships, and a bit of a one-sided affair towards the end, Cam.
Oh, Southwest, mate. I picked it that yesterday, mate. They won by 10. They won by close to 100 points here today. Very well-drilled team are the Southwest. And good choice of best player on the ground. I thought young Croney was sensational. He set it up, had over 40 touches of the ball. And no doubt he was a well-deserved of the dart for his beanie and the thongs, mate. Played a very good game. Tony, it's been a privilege calling for you. I'd like to also thank the producer behind the scene, our cameraman, Big Johnny behind the scenes up there. It's been a fantastic, successful 2022 championship. Division 2, Ongerup winning, and Division 1, Southwest winning.
Mate, we feel like we're a part of it. The rain's coming down, the celebrations are going on. There's no other place we'd rather be right now. But more importantly, the players that have travelled from all of their regions and communities to come down. I almost teared up the other day as well, but it is sensational to be a part of it. Remembering a lot of these players are just volunteers, true amateurs, if you like, in regards to the way they play their football, and to see them come out here and have a ding-dong battle, all of the administrators as well, we'd like to thank them. It's not an easy event to put on. The championships have been absolutely sensational. Of course, Nutrien Ag Solutions sponsor 48 years, we've said, Dartfish with the beanies and the thongs, and all of the other sponsors. Absolutely sensational as we wind up. Anything more you'd like to add, Cam? It's just sensational down here.
Very good, well-organised event. Well done, the Western Australia Footy Country League as well, organising the event. And hopefully, if we go all right, we'll be back next year covering the games in 2023.
Well, there we are, folks. We hope you enjoyed the coverage all around Australia. This is Cam Robbins and Tony Neal signing off for today, and thank you for viewing.